technology may be
Infantry, sir.
advanced.
Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one. Their bravery shining brighter than the sun.
Infantry, sir. Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
Fury, they'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages to come of the Mordian 50th rifles and of the wars that they have won.
Gentlemen, I don't mean to alarm you, but it's never been done. Something that hasn't happened in a long time is happening. Hype? Hype? Games Workshop hype? Pinch me, I must be dreaming. I must be dreaming. Are we getting some good news out of Warhammer 40k? I don't know, but I know that, guys, I am as surprised as you are. But you know, I always say, despite the accusations of me being a slop tuber, salt tuber, all that kind of stuff, right? I have maintained this position. I've stayed in this position. I have continued to maintain the position being I need a fucking haircut. Jesus Christ. I have maintained this position. I have stayed in this position. And I continue to stand by this position. If GW does something bad, I lambast them. If GW does something good, I praise them. And I feel like we actually have a reason to be positive about Warhammer. We've had a leak. GW's actually kind of handled the leak really well. And everyone's come up smelling like roses. I know. I literally, you know, I feel like, was it Hawkeye, whichever fucking shit Marvel movie? Like, don't do that. Don't give me hope. I've got that hope myself. Jesus. So lots and lots of big news today. Firstly, we have of course got the big Orc War Boss leak, which if you've not seen it, we'll take a look. But I have lots. I've seen a lot of the news coming out about it. I've actually got some more stuff that I want to add to it, which I'm not sure other people have covered yet, which is kind of interesting. But there's been a leak from GW, and then GW kind of lent into it, so we've got it confirmed. So new War Boss confirmed, which is amazing. Feels like the first leak of 11th edition. Here's the thing. I don't think this is a leak of 10th edition. I don't think this is an end of 10th edition leak. I think this is a beginning of 11th edition leak. And I think the reason why this has been leaked is because we're only a couple of weeks away from Adepticon reveals. And this is something that I think's probably happened in the lead up to Adepticon. Right? So we've got a leak from GW for new 40k stuff. And then I'm going to say something controversial here. Half beef, half hype on the new paint pots. All right. And then I've got some independent hype, which is I played a game of Old World today, and you guys know I've been cold in Old World, and I absolutely loved it. Everything about the game was perfect. So we've literally got like interesting hype things to talk about on all fronts. Oh, like it's just good, man. It's just good. This is just what I want. Like, I'm going to be able to make, more than likely, I'm going to be able to make, like, you know, some stream highlights out of this. And for the first time in what feels like forever, I'm going to be able to make stream highlights out of a stream which are good and positive and hyped. Like, oh, this is all I've ever asked for, man. I don't want the beef. I want the hype. I want the hype for conflict. I want the hype for Old World. I want the hype for action. And I want the hype for Warhammer 40k. A rising tide lifts all boats. And I just want the tide to rise and rise and rise and to lift us all up. That's what I want. So, guys, even if it ends up being false hope, I'm going to cling to this hope today. Okay? And even if in the future, maybe soon, who knows, we end up getting some more beef, it ends up not being hype. Even if that happens, right now, just let me enjoy this one, boys. Let me enjoy this one. All right. So we are going to get... I set my stations from low to non-existent. John D, what are your hopes and predictions for Old World's upcoming Adepticon event? Honestly, I don't really... Dark Elves. Dark Elves or... what's the other... Nippon? Dark Elves or Nippon or Vampire Coast, anything like that. I think it would be Dark Elves though. I think Adepticon tends to do big reveals, and I think we'll see. GW be like, "Hey, we're bringing the Dark Elf stuff back over to Old World." That would be my prediction, completely based off nothing. That'd be my prediction. Because they currently sell the Dark Elf models just in the wrong boxes. So they can rebox them and all that kind of stuff. All right. So, with all that said, now let's get into the stream. And, of course, we must start off with our traditions. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and what make us the Emperor's true finest, his Imperial Guard. Stand up and be counted. It's time for a roll call, baby! Who is in the stream tonight? Who is ready to rock out with the hype cock out? Let's have a look. We've got Cyrillic Dude, Grey Knight 1, Commander JL, Matt, Sam Wilsons, Briggs, Zella, Robert M, Sobby Turtle, Tank Charmer, Wee Michael, RT was here, Matthew Sinclair, Mad Larkin, Baron Kaza, FRVN_6, Potato217, Izik, Eric, and Florida Eccentric, and, pardon me, Azuth, Mangoich Jabronsky. Oh, fucking hell, I've lost my place. Fucking hell. And we've got Andrew T and the Lower Decks, and we've got Squark and Sanubian, Fool of Spheres, and Cornbread and Home of Hunger, and Mark Cole, and Christopher, and Commander HL, and Home of Hunger, and Patrick H, and Chris K, and Madcos Brad, and Butt Mountain, and Flame Wave, and Rolando Raptors, and Harold of B&E, and The Eve, and we've got Daniel Simpson, and Russell W, and Veteran Caldrin, and CJ, and Ozroth, and Black Talon, and Tweed, and Scott Gavin, and Eternal Rhombus, and Nova Flame, and Steve McSteve, and Rubik's Man. 1 minute, I need to find a place again. And Garth105, and Klein's and Mad Larkin, and East Spartan, and Joshua Hammer, and Willful, and Kaon, and Isak Samija. I'm probably saying that wrong. Sorry, man. Christopher J, Klein's Cat, Butt Mountain, Lichfire General, Kells, and Sneering Brit Ray. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for the super chat. And for the super chat, getting ahead of myself. Thank you so much for joining the streams. Thank you so much for liking and subscribing and all that kind of good stuff. Thank you for being here for the hype. And of course, I want to say a big thank you to everyone that has gone above and beyond the Call of Duty, coming in with all the super chats and the member flexes and the gifted memberships and all of that amazing stuff. And let's take a moment now and go through and show our love and appreciation for those people who have gone above and beyond the Call of Duty. Beginning with, we've got Russell W. Russell W, thank you so much for the gifted membership, man. Yes. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part, mate. Amazing. We've also got Florida Eccentric. Game number 2 in Stream Discussion and Song Request. Not doing Song Request today. I know I said I was going to do a hobby stream tonight, but we've got too much big stuff to talk about. But of course, we can take a look at the video, man. So here we go.
Time to play another battle report. The armies are going to be the same because we didn't expect a second battle report, so we didn't bring secondary armies.
Oh, did you get 2 games in one day?
I got the Rail Panther, the Puma, the Shrek Wolfen, the Light Mortar, the 3-man Star Troopin'.
That's kind of funny you got 2 games to do one day.
And the 5-man Paraducci with Heinrich Gross.
I love the table walk, man. Just cut it. On the one hand, right, I'm like, why not just cut it and then do it again? On the other hand, I kind of like the table walk. Okay, it might actually be kind of cool to have like a little in-channel meme. This is where you can like make one. And you can make like an in-channel meme and then be like, and we're walking, and then you walk around kind of thing. Or, and it's time for the table walk, and then you walk around kind of thing. Like, you could make because you could make like a little thing out of it, and then people will, when they like watch videos, and be like, and it's time for the table walk. Do you know what I mean? That kind of thing. So you could definitely make a little thing out of it, and I think that would be a cool way of doing it. Yeah.
And then the Mark 1 officer with 2 buddies, the sniper, the Daughters of the Motherland, and 2 regular.
I forgot to say this last time, but I really like the fact that he's got a couple of the like female regular soap models in there for Daughters of the Motherland. Adds a good way of getting a couple of extra models out of them.
The Daughters of the Motherland, and 2 regular infantry. All right, we're going to get everything set up, and we'll be back. We're playing prepared positions, edges, and top secret.
Nice.
Sorry, the Russian troops are Mark II, not Mark I.
Fair.
All right, we switch sides to make the game a little more even. Again, we're playing top secret. Same board.
That's cool, like switching sides rounds mixed up. Yeah, I'm alright with it, man. That's cool. Yeah, that's cool, man. I'll watch the rest of that later. And dude, thank you so much for the in. I'll give that a little like. And I tell you what, it's a great sign that you were able to get 2 what do you call it? 2 battle reports done on one day. That's pretty amazing, man. Yeah. What do we got next? Meryl, thank you for the gift of membership, sir. Thank you for the support. Chris K. Oh, Glass Rays. Sorry, man. Almost forgot. And then we've got Chris K. Thank you for the super chat, man. For the gift of membership. Yes. Thank you so much, man. 07, mate. We've got Zello. Thank you for the 2-month member flex, man. 2 months. Yes. Good evening, some Bretonian paint in stream discussion. Nice. It's coming together. It's coming together. And bro, I just played a game of Old World today. I'm going to be talking all about it. I'm going to be hyping the fuck out of it. And along with obviously the 40k hype and everything. But holy shit, like Old World, Best World, like so cool. When it, such a good game. It's such a good game. I love the color scheme, man. It's coming together pretty quickly, man. You're doing a good job. Yeah. I'm loving the all the Knights of the Realm and everything. Yeah, it looks amazing, bro. Really, really, really cool, man. Nice. Excellent color scheme, mate. It's all coming together. I can't wait to see it all done soon. Yeah. What do we got next? We got Matt. Thank you for the super chat. No beef or clickbait. Fuck this. I'm out. Oh man. Well, there's a little bit of potential beef. I'm not gonna. Some other people have been beefing on it quite hard. The GW Paint rebrand. Some other people have been beefy on it quite hard. Personally, I'm not actually that beefy on it. I'm sort of half beefy on it. So, you know, maybe there's a chance for a little beef. But, you know, like I said, I'm trying to be more hype these days. I'm not trying to be toxically positive, but I don't want to fall into the trap of everything being beef. Like, it should be when there is hype, there is hype. When there is beef, there is beef. And I'm trying to, you know, really live by those words, because I do say that. I always say that's how I am, and I always say it, and I want to live up to it. Yeah. No beef or so. I use respect this channel. For fuck's sake. No, the dark. I will not fall to the dark side. I will not fall to the dark side. I will be a grey Jedi. There you are. I'm like Jolie Bindo. You know, I'm just a crazy old man in the woods. There you are. Let's have a look. Let's have a look what we got next. Macon! Thank you for the super chat, man. Screw 40k. Yay for Warlord talking prawn mech. That's so true. I actually, gentlemen, we've got another layer of hype. Because of course, and I'm going to be real, I think the Warlord hype is actually bigger than the GW hype. Like, truthfully, I think it is. But I'm just so grateful for any crumb of GW hype that I have to talk about it. But there's a huge, big bit of Warlord hype that we need to get to. They've started revealing rules for like some of the new mechs and stuff. They've dropped some hints and everything. And I am going to go through and go through all of it so you guys can see it. All right. So we've got 40k hype, Old World hype, K47 hype, and then maybe a little bit of half beef. Like, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah. All right. What do we got next? Oh my god. What is going on? It's popping up, baby! the fucking gas mask didn't pop up. I'm so sorry, Osrod. It's just the noise. But at least it's the noise, man. Let me just try and like refresh the alerts a little bit. 1 minute. There we go. Hopefully it'll be alright now. But it's popping up, baby! Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Woo! Oh my god. Ozroth has just dropped the Rift Buster, baby! Yes! Oh my god. Right, dude, let's have a look here. I think I know what this is going to be. But 1 minute. I have to prepare. Oh my god, it's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. Let's have a look. Gentlemen, we're turning it up. We're turning it up. The people's glory. For the glory of the Soviet Union, it's finally here. Oswald has waited a long time for this. It is so beautiful. The Soviet bloc starter army is here. Hoorah! Praise be to Joseph Stalin's mustache. Praise be to the Soviet bloc. Praise be to Zarodina. Praise be to the muscle mummies. My God. It's actually so beautiful. I am so jealous, man. I'm so fucking jealous. Oh my God. Look at that. It's really nice. It's a really nice cover as well. I love the new conflict logo because it's not a normal Corpo logo. Like, yeah, it's sort of like, you know, black and white and everything, but the text is proper. It's got like a little crack bit dipping across it. That's how you do a white logo. That's how you fucking nail it. Yeah. Oh my days. The Monolith is such a cool mech, isn't it? There we are. Oh my days. He's actually opened it as well. The pre-order kits, the bears are the ones that I usually bought to the 3D printed resin. Yeah, there you go. Hey, those are pretty clean 3D prints, man. You see a little bit on one of the little shoulder bits there, but nothing much. Man, as someone who's done a bit of 3D printing, they are quite nicely done. Yeah. Very, 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 very cool, man. I can't stop looking at it. I can't stop looking at it, man. It's so beautiful. Yeah. It's cool, man. Yeah. It's very cool. This is the thing. Has it been a bumpy road? Has it been a bit of a journey getting here? It has. Was it worth it in the end? Not in my Soviet bloc. You're Stalin damn right it was. It's the Soviet way. You got to put your name down for like, it's like back in the Soviet Union, you had to put your name down for a car and then maybe like 3 or 4 years later you could go and like pick it up. You know? You had to put your name down for the. In fact, well done to Warlord for really like accurately like recreating that and immersing the Soviet players in what it was actually like to be in the Soviet Union. Like that's just next level like marketing. That's just next level immersion that, you know, GW just can't even comprehend. You know. Are they back in stock? I don't think so. This is just Warlord fulfilling the pre-orders. Yeah. So, unfortunately, I don't think any of us will be able to get our hands on these. I think if you were patient, you got it. If you weren't patient, then you got your refund. Yeah. There you are. But hey, who knows? Maybe if they get the pre-orders done, they might do some more of the 3D printed stuff, but I'll ask. I can always ask. All right, but Osroth, I'm absolutely mega hyped for you, bro. That's absolutely awesome. And dude, thank you so much for the incredibly generous support. Thank you for going above and beyond the Call of Duty, for the massive super chat, and thank you for sharing your hype on this very hype-filled day. Dude, amazing. Bottom of my heart, man. Thank you. 07, you magnificent bastard. All right. What have we got here next? Oh my God! Right, I've got to wank off Glenn Lee. He's done. Glenn Lee, what is going on here? Okay. It says, damn those New Zealand dollars for not triggering the alert. Damn them. But on a serious note, Glenlee, holy shit. He's coming with not one, not two, but triple death strike chat, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Woo! Oh, my God. Glenlee, you crazy bastard. He's like, hype Friday. Boom, hype. Oh, my God. Everyone in chat, spam 07s. Let's show our love. Let's show our appreciation. I think we can all agree that triple fucking death strike is a pretty big fucking deal. Oh, my God. Oh, my fucking God, man. Thank you. Thank you. 1,000 times thank you. Thank you so much for the incredible support from the tip of my toes, man, to the end of my big rubber nose. You absolute mad bastard. And this is it. This is the power of hype. This is what we all want to be hype. Sometimes we wallow in the beef. Sometimes we wallow in the salt, but we live for the hype. We live for the good times. We live for the good shit. That's why we're all here. That's why we're all in this wargaming hobby. If we wanted to be miserable in a hobby, we'd go and play League of Legends. Like, this is why we're here. Glenlee, thank you so much for the incredible support, man. You are an absolute Giga Chad, sir. You are an officer and gentleman, a gentleman and scholar. A good sir, a kind sir, and a goddamn hero. Oh my fucking God. Fucking hell. Lee catches trade that it should. There you go. Yeah, it has to be said. Yeah. Oh. Amazing. Thank you. Glenn, you're a good lad. Seriously. Thank you. What have we got next? What have we got next? Oh my days! We're just hyped. We're hyped as fuck, man. We're hyped as fuck. What do we got next? The white one too. Thank you for the super chat, man. Yo, 2 games in one day. What is he? Superman, dude. Conflict plays so quickly. You can actually play a game of Conflict, 1,500 points, including setup, in like an hour and a half if you just. If both players know what they're doing and both players using sort of relatively elite armies, you just sort of have 2 or 3 turns of absolutely hammer blowing each other, and then and the first few turns take a little while, and then it sort of you speed through the last few turns. Depends what Conflict's one of those games where like if you lean really hard into like the pure conflict stuff, you can get some pretty quick games. If you lean a little bit more half rift, half bot action kind of stuff, then you can get some longer games. It really comes down to you can tailor your experience a little bit. Yeah, and it works, but it's not like the game starts breaking down if you take it more narratively. No, the game starts doing just as well. Yeah. So it's really good. So yeah, you can get 2 games done in one day easily. If you were down at the club and you were you had like a bunch of people playing Conflict, Conflict night or something. You would be able to, in the time it took you to play 1 game of 40k, you'd be able to play 2 games of Conflict. No doubt. Yeah, especially when you start knowing what you're doing. Yeah. What have we got next? We got Glenlee again. Oh my God, he can't be stopped. The man cannot be stopped. He is the conductor of the hype train. Not only is he coming with all those big dash strikes, he's also coming with the Beam Blades. It is the Beyblade. Thank you very, 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 very much, man, for the $20 on top of all of the other money, man. Holy fuck, bro. You're an absolute legend. 07, you magnificent bastard. Good health, Morty, dude. Good health to you too, man. Goodwill to all men. There we are. There we are, bro. And I'm feeling great today. You know what? It could be no coincidence that yesterday I spent all day painting up 3 heavy machine gun teams, and then all of this hype has come together. Remember, just if in doubt, believe in the 50 cal. Yeah. There you go, man. Dude, thank you for the support. We've got Romiak. Romiak, thank you for the Bean Blade. Yes. Thank you for the super chat, man. The hype, Mordian. There is no hype. There is nothing in this file of blank documents that can prove anything. The face doesn't fit the profile. You're getting too close to this one, detective. Back off. Everyone in chat's going to be like, oh, looks like Mordian got the call. Got the call from GW. No, man, because I still got a little bit of beef with them. I got a little bit of beef, but it's mostly hype. And of course, we'll be getting into the hype ASAP. Yeah. Just catch some super chats, then we'll get into it. I love it, Romiak. Amazing, man. Thank you for another super chat on top of that, bro. Amazing. Thank you so much for the double support. 007 for double support. Warlord hype for real. Conflict 47 is the red alert 2 of Wargaming. No comment premiere. It has only begun. Yes. Dude, it really is. Like, it really, really is. I've spoken in passing to some of the like game devs. Not for everything, but they've drawn on a lot of inspiration. Like obviously you can see like with the Axis, there's some like Wolfenstein vibes there and stuff like that. But yeah, for the Soviets, one of the big inspirations was Red Alert 2, which is amazing when you think about it. It's really cool that's the difference when you have game devs, tabletop game devs who are also like just big nerds and war gamers. Yeah, it's cool, isn't it? Yeah. What we got next? Meryl, my boy! Meryl, thank you for 34 months, man. X-Force, baby! Soviet bloc starter arrived date. Wait, your star set arrived as well. Oh, my days. It's the Soviet storm. The people storm is here. Yes. How times have changed. Now it is their land. Their blood. I love it, man. Meryl, absolutely awesome. Very, very, very excited. Oh, that's cool. I'm super jealous. I'm super duper jealous, man. What do we got next? We've got the Whispering Monk. The Whispering Monk, thank you for the gifted memberships. Thank you for being our spiritual liege, for guiding through these tumultuous yet hype-filled times. Thank you for doing your part, sir. Amazing. Ears clean, souls pure, blah, blah, blah. You know the drill. The Lower Decks. The Lower Decks, thank you, super chat. A kind word in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Sir, this ramshackle port is under attack. With little in the way of orbital defenses, the suborned Lunar-class cruiser that Jenkins has taken over has docked. With all pomp and ceremony, a delegation marched out of the docking bays and into the bazaar and red light district. The locals were largely silent, staring with ill-disguised malice at what they saw as an interfering invader. Jenkins' forces, from what the security feeds could see, are a collection of scum. Largely human in appearance, they bear several heretical marks. Whilst there are a lot of them, thankfully they appear to be mainly human with a collection of mutants scattered among them. A cloaked figure is being carried on a palanquin at the centre of the mob. As they massed the bazaar, seemingly looking for a handsome, rugged, well-hung man that resembles me, things took a turn. One of the bar patrons, obviously drunk on wild snake and second best, stumbled out the bar too close to their leader. The nearest guard kneecapped with an auto pistol. There was an angry silence before a voice called out, "Hey, fuck boys!" It was that point the shooting started. Unrelated pressure of the low deck's current working conditions. Can you get the equipment up here by yourself? Yes. That is due to being a beast of burden. To be other people's needs. Very sad life. Probably a very sad death. But at least there is symmetry. I love Babylon 5. Zathras. Yeah. I love Babylon 5, man. Absolutely great reference, man. That's awesome.
Infantry, sir.
Holy shit.
Good for you.
Holy shit.
Mobile infantry
What do we got next? Hey, hopefully the scum of the space station will take care of Jenkins. At the very least, they should soften him up a little bit. The Whispering Monk, thank you for the Bane Blade. Yes. Thank you for the big super chat, man. Hyping StarCraft, bunch of news in Discord. Long live the Terrans. Hey. Yeah, I saw this. Let's have a look. So yeah, there's been some. So the StarCraft 2 game has been getting a bit of. We've been getting a little bit of traction. So let's have a little look here. So StarCraft hype as well. StarCraft hype as well. Highlights of the StarCraft stream earlier. Pre-order start March 10th, 12 p.m. EST. Pre-orders end April 17th. That's a nice pre-order window. Yeah. Founders Edition, 2-player starter box, $199 or 149 British pounds. Is that it? Wait, is that it for the... Wait. That's a really good deal. That's a really, really good deal. Oh, dear. Founders and Pro Starter Box, £79 for the Protoss one? Is that for half an army as well? So, wait. Is this like conflict price? Holy shit, man. Another game's come out that is basically like just exposing the pricing for what it should be. Oh my days. Faction starter, both boxes. Oh, so you get both of those. Do you get like a little discount on that? Yeah, you save £10. Okay. Protoss bundle start box, terrain stalkers, adepts, 189. So that's basically, I imagine that's your full army for 189 quid. Terran Zerg army bundle, Foundation start box, Terran Marines, Goliath, Mortars, Roaches, Zergling, 349. So that's like your Riftbuster mega bundle. Get 2 armies. Collects bundle 1 of everything and Zeratul promo, 329. 3-player all in, 559. 3 fully playable 2K armies. Wow. Wow. So for 100 and no 200 and no less, it's 100 something, 100 and like £90 each, roughly, not quite, 185 roughly. That's 3 per player. Oh my god. We're seeing competitions, GW. Yep. Yep. I mean, it's going to be when you think about it, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be like, okay, I could get into the new GW game for £200, or I could get into StarCraft for this other game for 150 and get more points out of it. Wow. And you can see the roadmap they've got as well. Cool. Oh, the siege tank. Obviously, right? Obviously. Yeah. This is pretty good. Me started stream. I think that's everything to do with it. I'm just having a quick look. Yeah. Wow. And no need to paint, so casuals can just jump in. Yeah, like, you can paint them if you want, but you can actually, like, not paint them, and they'll still look okay on tabletop. Because they come with different colors of plastic and stuff. Yeah. Cool. Sir, another game just hit the market. Oh my god. That's cool, man. Alright. I like Whispering Monk. Consider me StarCraft curious. Yeah. StarCraft curious. That's cool, man. Yeah. What have we got next? Macon, thank you for super chat. StarCraft Hyper Whispering as well. Don't worry, man. We looked at it. Amazing. Thank you for support, bro. Yeah, I'm hyped. I'm hyped, man. Ozroth, thank you for super chat. Lieutenant Dan, you got new legs in stream discussion. Let's have a look at this. So this kit, this makes my 5th T34 ZP, but this one has the new turret, so that looks different. So I print some legs this one, and I will be painted red. That's cool, man. I love you've gone for the Walker ZP. I had to say I do like the look of that new design. Like I like the old one, but that one feels very, like, very Command and Conquer. Yeah, that looks like really similar in like a really good way to the disruptors from Command and Conquer Tiberian Sun. You're the ones that were like people like running around like that kind of thing. Yeah, yeah. I like it, man. I like the legs you put on it as well. To be fair, you could put legs on this, use it with the regular turret, and you've got yourself a Mastodon. Nearest damn it anyway. Yeah. Avatar of Kane. No, they're not cutting lifespan after 5 years. That's just what they've got planned for the first edition. So they expect the first edition for them to get everything done what they want to get done will be a 5-year time frame. So but that's not an exact thing. It's not like it might go on longer. It might be like a 6-year edition or something. But they, they're sort of working on a timeline with everything they've got planned out to 5 years. But they're not cutting off support after that. No way, shape, or form. This is a big flagship product for Warlord, and they're not going to be letting it down anytime soon. Yeah. All right. What do we got next? Joshua Hammer. Thank you for super chat. Hey, morning. Could use some help coming up with a paint scheme for my Krieg tanks to match my infantry. Picture discussion. Let's have a look. All right. Hey, morning. Could you use some help finding a good tank paint scheme to match the Krieg scheme? I'm using the Grimdark Compendium.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
So what? It's basically dark brown. I mean, I think you've basically got it, man. Just paint the hull a matching dark brown to this one. Paint the tracks the same gunmetal you've got to this one, and it'll be 99% there. Because, the tracks will match the shoulder pads, and the hull will match the coat. Do that, and then whatever color you painted your weapons, match that to the basically just what's the weapon colors, match that to the barrels and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I would just go brown for the hull, gunmetal for the tracks, and you'll be 90% of the way there. Yeah. There you go. All right, man. Yeah. All right. Hope that helps. What have we got next? We've got Simple Logic. Thank you for the gift of membership, bro. Thank you for doing your part. Commander HHL. Thank you for super chat. The Eve needs a good 1,000-point list for Krieg. For Krieg, 1,000-point list. I mean, truth. I'll tell you right. I will give you a list, but I will tell you right now, the new edition is like a few months away. So the list I give you now, by the time you've built and painted it, might not be relevant. So I'll give you a list, but it comes with a disclaimer. Okay. So, I would go for... One minute. All right. I'd go for a nice balanced list of tanks, infantry, and then a couple of like action units. So I would go for 2 Lehman Russes, Vanquishers, and then a Lehman Russ tank commander with plasma, the plasma cannon in the turret. Give all of the tanks, las cannons in the front, plasma cannon sponsons, heavy stubborn hunter killer missiles. And then I would go for 2 20-man bricks of Death Corps of Krieg and a Krieg command squad. And then I would take 2 squads of Death Riders, 2 5-man squads of Death Riders. And so the Death Riders are your little like action pieces. Your Krieg blobs, so your infantry corps, your screen, your objective, your primary objective go-getters. And then 3 tanks at 1,000 points is generally very difficult for a lot of people, enemy lists to deal with. So yeah. So 2 Vanks, Lehman Russ commander, 40 Krieg infantry, and a 6-man command squad, and 10 Death Riders. There you go, man. All right. We've got 3 more super chats, then let's get to this hype. Chris K, thank you for super chat. Hobby goals in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Finally managed to put together most of the T27, mostly. Still got a bit unsure what to do with. I'm going to try and find some foliage camo to mask my horrible super glue job. On the plus side, Airbrush was delivered today. Look forward to the most glorious M10 Wolverine this weekend. Also, I give them to you a new song for The Worm. Well, we're not taking songs tonight, man. Maybe if we get all the hyper stuff done, it might do a bit of painting, but I don't think we're doing any songs tonight. I do have one thing I want to check though. One second. One minute. One minute. One minute. Okay, no. All right. Oh, 1 minute. I have some height. Wait. Everyone, hang on a sec. Hang on. Chris K. And chat. I actually have something. 1 minute. Nobody panic. arrived. I was just checking my emails because I was expecting something. Well, I was checking my emails because something from Chris K reminded me about, like, you know, looking forward to working on this over the weekend, and it's arrived. Fun Jacob, he's here. Jacob's Jackal is right here. I'm gonna get that built and painted. Yeah. That's cool, man. Not tonight, but yeah, that's cool. I'm really looking forward. It's kind of, I wonder if it's much different on the inside. Let me have a look. So it's pretty straight. The internals. The internals are the same. It's just the externals. So, oh, that's kind of cool though. Hey! So, what's important to remember is pretty much everything I bought for Conflict up until this point hasn't been the repackaged stuff, because I bought a lot of stuff when, like, before it started getting repackaged, because I was just so hyped for the game. And look, you get this. I literally had to build every single one of my walkers, and it's not a complicated. Look at that for an assembly guide. It's literally like look at those instructions. That's actually amazing. Now, shall we see if I've got 2 left legs, or if I have the right amount of legs? All right, let's have a look. Got a little transfer sheet here. That's 1 leg. We've got 2 different legs. We've got a left and a right leg. Excellent. You might not think that's a big deal. Let me assure you, it is. Let's have a look at the resin quality. Oh, that's very nice. That's very crisp. There's no big flaky shit on there. That's very, very crisp resin. Still needs a little tidying up. It's still resin at the end of the day. But hey, look at this. Wait. Did they give me the wrong size base? I won't be too upset, but this is a tiny base. Or is it meant to be on a smaller size base now? I won't be basing it anyway. I don't put any of my mechs on bases. But that does look like it's a 50mm base rather than a 60mm base. I'll use it for something else. Yeah, I got a big old base, but yeah. So I think I've got a slightly small base, maybe 40mm or something. I'm not sure. This is, to give you an idea, this is the size of base that it came with, and this is the size of base that I've put my other mechs on. So it's a little small, but yeah. Can we see the kit? Yeah, there you go. It's there you are. It's at about 5 pieces. You got the body is in 2 pieces, 2 legs, 2 arms. So that's 6 pieces. And then you've got 2 fists, so that's 8 pieces. And you've got a couple of little bitties. Yeah. No, not 3D printed. Traditional resin and metal. Yeah, comes with some transfers as well. Yeah, I've built loads of the Guardian mechs, so I'm not too worried about building a Jackal, because it's basically the same as them. Yeah. All right, nice. There we go. Nice. Very excited for it. Let's have a look here. That was cool, man. So yeah, Chris K, sorry I went a bit off topic, but thank you for the super chat and for reminding me to check that. Macon, thank you for the super chat, man. StarCraft 2 individual kit prices in screenshots in stream discussion. I don't see them, man. Oh, here we go. So £35. So individual kit prices. You've got £35 for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 Marine. So that's a little better than GW. I mean, because obviously it's they do like £45 for like 10 intercessors now. 3 medics for £29. I mean, again, that's pretty much it's all basically a tenner cheaper. Goliath's about the same price as a what do you call it? Oh, Goliath's a little expensive. It's between like a Russ and a Sentinel, but that's fine. 4 of these guys. Yeah, like the gym rate of being £29 is a bit bullshit, I'm not gonna lie. But it's not great, not terrible. You know, you're basically going back like you're basically going back like 2 GW price rises. Yeah. Zerglings 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18 for 35 quid's a good amount. Yeah, that's not too bad. Queen for 25 is okay. Zealots, I'm guessing 3 for 29 is okay. Roaches are I'm gonna say roaches are too expensive at 3 for 35. The worm thing's a little expensive. These guys look a little better. It's the drones are kind of cool. The pylon's kind of cool, but a bit expensive. Stalkers are okay. So, individually, the boxes are mostly okay, with a couple of ones that stick out as a bit much. But, as is the case with Conflict, a big question you have to ask yourself is how much do you actually need to play the game? So, like, if you, for example, you know, it's like, if, for example, you're playing at 2,000 points and you need like, if you're playing at like 2,000 points and it costs about 200 between 200 and maybe like £300, depending on if you want to go a bit hoardier or a bit more elite, that's all right. Yeah, that's all right. Not great, not terrible. That's all right. If you can take advantage of like starter boxes and stuff, and you can bring that down to more like 150 to 200, even if it's not particularly meta, you can still play and hold your own at 150 to 200. That's much better. Yeah, that's much better. And bear in mind, you know, if this gets picked up by third-party retailers, and you can get 20% off. So yeah, that's it. So like, I am not. Some people in chat think it's a little expensive. I think we have to be fair-minded with this stuff, and we have to be like, okay, it's not always about it. You know, there's not always about individual box price. It could come down to bundle pricing, and it can also come down to how much you spend to get a viable force, and obviously, you know, things like churn and stuff like that. So yeah, I don't think this is however you slice it, I do see this as less than GW, and I see it as a decently enough less than GW. So let me give you an example, right? One minute. So there is a way of doing like, 1 minute, I want to see if I can do this. Okay, so let's do this, chat. This should be quite interesting. So let's do a side-by-side comparison. So Terran Marines versus Intercessors. So Terran Marines, you get 9 for £35. Games Workshop Intercessors, you get 10 for 40. So that's fairly equal, I will say. Obviously, if you can get them in a bundle, great. And also a big thing also that's worth mentioning is usability. Like, no one wants to buy Intercessors because they're dog shit. But if Terran Marines are actually quite good, then maybe that balances it out. But that's not ideal. What's it for a Blade Guard these days? Okay, so 3-man Blade Guard squad versus 3-man Medic squad. I've gone for like, I think you should do this with like heavy Intercessors as well. If it's the same prices for each one, right? Oh no, Intercessors are fat, heavy Intercessors squad. Fair enough. So yeah. 3-man squad, £38. 3-man squad, £29. That's cheaper. Alright, how much is a Redemptor Dreadnought? Redemptor Dreadnought is £49.50. The StarCraft Walker comes in at £35, so that's significantly cheaper. We've got a 4-man squad here for StarCraft. What's closest to a 4-man? I mean, this is like Terminators, right? With the Marauders. Pretty equal. 4 Marauders, £35. For 5 Terminators, £42.50. Okay. Characters are on the level. I mean, it's 29 quid. That's on the level. So, how much a Hive Guard? Hive Guard, £52 for 3 models. Hydralisks, if I turn chat off 1 second. Hydralisks, 35. So that's much cheaper. Termagants. Termagants are £29.50 for 10. Zerglings are £35 for 18. So literally, they're half the price. So the Zerglings are a very good box. Yeah, Zerglings are a very good box. How much is Death Leaper? Or maybe it's best to go for what are they even called, man? Lictor. Lictor, £32.50. Queen, £25. That's me being generous as well. I'm saying the Lictor's about the size of the Queen. You could say Hive Tyrant, and you wouldn't be necessarily wrong. I think you wouldn't necessarily be wrong. The Queen is quite a big model. So Hive Tyrant to Queen, saving £15. Like I said, oh wait, do you get 6 roaches? Oh, you get 6 roaches, not 3. I thought this was a bad box, but you get 6 roaches. Oh, that's much different then. Yeah, yeah. So that the roach box is a significant saving. I mean, if we look at again like Hive Guard, 6 roaches is £35. 6 Hive Guard would be £104. Could you say warriors instead, maybe? £40. So even if you use warriors instead, you're looking at £80 to £35. So massive saving there. StarCraft, the hero there, Kerrigan, you know, £35, a little expensive. Protoss, we've got 3 zealots for £29. I put that into the same category as like Blade Guard. So if you 3 models for 3 models, you're looking at £29 on StarCraft, £38 on, pardon me, on Blade Guard. You've got 5 models here for, I think these are the Archons, or the Adepts, sorry. Adepts, they'd be like Sword Brethren, wouldn't they? Sword Brethren. So that's 40 quid versus £29. So that's a good say. That's a decent comparison there. These things are 2 models and basically 2 tokens. So £25. You're looking at £12.50 per drone. That's okay. I think that's all right. Not great, not terrible. You are getting the shields, but I'm not sure how much the shields are really worth. Yeah. Yeah. You've got your little little pylon there. It's a bit of a meme. I mean, it's again the characters. I will say this: the characters are GW priced. I'm not going to deny that. The stalkers are an interesting one. I don't really know what to compare them to. They're not quite a sentinel, but they're not like a Terminator or anything. They're like a really heavy infantry or something. Might be worth seeing if we can just browse. Centurions, maybe? I don't know if they're even... Maybe Centurions, man. We'll give it a go. Yeah. Okay, so they are kind of Centurions, but they're kind of bigger than Centurions. They're kind of like between a Centurion and like a Dreadnought. How much is a Dreadnought being sold for these days? Yeah, it's kind of... I think it's probably overall okay. Yeah. They're much bigger than... What, the Stalkers are? They're much bigger than Centurions? Maybe it's like getting 2 Scout Sentinels, man. War Walkers. There you go. There you go. They're like War Walkers. Okay, so yeah, if you compare them to War Walkers, I think which is pretty good Eldar to Protoss comparison as well, right? I think that's a pretty good shout. So yeah, still that's £17 cheaper. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a fair comparison. Maybe the same as Hellbrutes, yeah. But I think the fact that these come in a pack of 2 and these come in a pack of 2 is a good is a good shout. Yeah. So overall, hot take on the StarCraft stuff. Characters are sort of comparable to GW ones, which is not ideal to say the least. But you do seem to get a character and then sort of you do seem to get 2 models, even if one of them feels like a token or something like that. You do get 2 models, so that's always good. Everything else seems fairly compatible. It seems like the Terran is actually more expensive, but I suspect maybe you need less Terran stuff. Like, you know, like obviously in like the board game, in the video game, like Mass Marine is a thing. I think, you know, Mass Marine in this game would be like 3 squads of Marines, right? Yeah. Yeah. So, do the cats come in start boxes? They do. Yeah. So, so my take is that it's probably going to be significantly cheaper than Games Workshop. I think you're probably going to be looking at half price on GW. And if you're someone that likes to feel like you're getting a lot of minis for your money, I think Zerg look like a really good choice. Like Zerg I think Mass Ling definitely feels legit. Yeah. Yeah. So I think it's probably, I think you're a little cheaper model for model. You are in some places significantly cheaper model for model. Like the Zerglings are literally half price. In some areas you're a little closer, like those Marines to Terra Marines to Intercessors, a little closer. In other areas it's about it's a bit of a difference. So yeah. But yeah, I think when you take into account how much you actually need, so like to give you guys an idea. So, oh piss, 1 minute. So this is half an army. So this is 1,000 points. And it includes 18 Zerglings, a queen. Actually, more than 18 Zerglings, because you've got these ones down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 24 Zerglings, 3 Roaches, a queen, and Kerrigan. So, and the big worm thing. So that's 1,000 points right there, and that's box is £150 for, and you get both halves. So £75 for what? If you split this with a mate, £75 for the Zerg half. Off the top of my head, let's say you chuck in a box of Roaches and a box of Zerglings. Maybe you need 3 more boxes. What would I add to it? 1 minute. What would I add to that based off the individual boxes? I'd be like, okay, let's go for a box of Hydras, a box of Lings, and a box of Roaches. That'd be 35, 35, 35. So 105 plus 75. I'm looking at 180 quid. And I'm eyeballing it here, guys. But you're looking at 180 quid. 2K Zerg army. Let's have a look at the Terran half. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 Marines. 3 medics, Marauders, and Jim Raynor. So, okay, if I was to chuck, I think some of those Marines have got some pretty big upgrades on them as well. But that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 models plus the hero. So if we had to double the number of models in the army, we'd be looking at another squad of Marines, 35. I reckon the Marauders will be quite points intensive. So 35, 35, 35. Yeah, same again. Or maybe you go 2 of these things, maybe. But yeah, it looks like it's sub 200 for an army. That's my guess. Yeah. It looks like, yeah. It's 1K. That starter box is 1K, and you only get 2 Marauders. Imagine if you could, triple the amount of Marauders in the army. Yeah. So my thinking is that it's going to be a lot cheaper than GW. Yeah. That's my take. I'm certainly interested in it. Yeah. Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. What have we got next? Lich Fan General, thank you for super chat, man. No game left out of hype. Little freshly refinished LRL showcase in stream discussion. Have a great night, Mordian. Let's have a look. What the hell's an LRL showcase? What game is this now? More games? Lumineth Realm Lords. Oh no, man. Like, I'm sorry, bro, but there's no hype on this one, man. Nah, beautifully painted. Don't get me wrong. Absolutely gorgeously painted. Literal 10 out of 10 color scheme. But I'm not, after the main GW Age of Sigmar tournament only sold 8 tickets out of 150, I think maybe AOS is... It needs some hype. It does need some hype. I'll give you that. It does look beautiful. And to be fair, I don't think that's really indicative because it wasn't that AOS did badly. It's like GW charged too much for the tournament. Yeah. So I'm only teasing more than anything else. I do think the Lumineth look really cool. Like the proper like phalanx wall. Yeah, yeah. I do think they look great. Yeah. Yeah, it does look cool, man. That's a beautiful bit of terrain. Yeah. It does look pretty. I'll give you that, man. It does look pretty. There you are. All right, we've got Cosmic, my boy. Thank you for super chat, man. Whole update in stream discussion. All right, let's have a look. We've got to get to this hype soon, though. Well, I'm getting the last few things I need by Americans. Couple of heavy armor troopers with a Super Bazooka, now with 3 rerolls, thanks to Warlord, a good old army truck transport Super Bazooka. Now with rerolls. The trucks get every reroll. Oh, the Super Bazookas get every rerolls. Soon, base material for my axes and their dice all come from local game store. Also some pictures for people to meme on you Timmy 2 bins. Hey! Okay, cool. Geek Gaming Scenic City Rubble. Love that. Heavy Bazooka team. Grey dice. Grey Rift dice. Got a nice truck there. Nice. Chat, do what you must. There we are. Do what you must. All right. What have we got next? Dustin Polos, thank you for super chat, man. Healthcare warning on Archon. They were developing a Starside skirmish game, sold some kits, and dropped the whole project by ghosting the community. I appreciate the heads up. I've never heard of this fucking game though. I'll say this. I don't know the full story. I don't know if there was some chicanery involved. But I will say this. If they began developing a game and it just didn't sell well, then there's nothing really wrong with the company dropping it. They may have started the game with absolutely the best of intentions, but if it just didn't get the sales, then you can't expect them to keep pouring money into it. The one thing I will say is that if they dropped the game but didn't come out and be like, hey, look, we wanted this game to be good, but it just hasn't done it, so GG, but we're not going to support it anymore. If they should have at least done some marketing around it, or a message to the community about why it wasn't going to be supported anymore. So I won't fault them for dropping a game if it just wasn't performing even slightly, but I will fault them for if they didn't do good enough messaging around it. Yeah. So that's where I would criticize them, based on the very limited information. But no, it's a good point, Dustin Polos. Give us the heads up. We don't want to be mindlessly glazing anybody. We want to, you know, companies deserve our. Companies need to earn our trust, not be given it randomly and willy-nilly. Yeah. I suspect it probably was just a case of the game just never really got off the ground. But we'll see. It was probably, yeah. It's probably just a little case of it just never quite got off the ground. They've got some interesting IPs, though. They've got, like, Wolfenstein, the board game and stuff as well. But I think StarCraft's their big one. Like, it's kind of crazy. They've got, like, World of Tanks, the card game. Heroes of Might and Magic stuff. Like, they seem to have some, like, movie tie-in vibes. But, like, I'll be real. Like, some of these, I feel, are a bit like nobody gives a fuck about them. So, to me, I mean, Masters of Orion's kind of interesting. To me, it kind of feels like this is their first big... It feels like their first big, proper go. Do you know what I mean? Like, okay, we've dabbled in a few movie. It's like, you know when you get like video game studios and they're like, okay, you up and coming video game studio, maybe, they do a couple of like shitty tie-in games, a couple of mobile kind of games just to sort of get wet the whistle, just to sort of earn a bit of bona fides, that kind of thing. And then they're like, okay, we've got a few of those under the belt. Now let's see if we can do a proper one. But we'll see. Fragmill, thank you for the super chat, man. My super chat is buyer beware. They shat the bed and have the same founders as Protus Games, which mishandled the Alien vs. Predator license and rug pulled. All right. Well, like I said, it's one of those ones to keep an eye on. It's one of those to keep an eye on. But again, is it one of those ones where like the games didn't sell? I'm not coping. I owe Archon nothing. I haven't got an Archon paycheck or anything. I'm simply saying, was it a case of the other games just didn't sell, so they just didn't keep going with them? Like I will be very buyer beware, but if it was the case of the other games just failed, then because they just didn't get bought, probably because it was trying to be, or did they make millions on a Kickstarter? Isn't that Trench Crusade? Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, we'll keep an eye on it. At the end of the day, sometimes you can get games which, if you've got a close... Okay, let's make something... I think there's an important distinction we need to talk about here. In fact, 1 minute. I need to blow my nose. And I want to make a point here. Might be a good point. 1 minute. All right. There's a topic I want to talk about, and it keeps coming up a lot at the moment, and I think it's worth basically just tackling head on. With the basically like downward trend that Warhammer 40k 10th edition has had in the last few months, and with a lot of people looking to try out other games whilst waiting for 11th. 40k, I'm sure, as a whole will do fine, but 10th edition obviously has kind of gone out with a bit of a whimper. There's a lot of people that are looking to try new games. And one of the big concerns that people seem to have when looking at other games, or one of the things that will often get sort of said in like a chat or in a comment section thing is like, oh, well, you know, you don't want to get into that game because you don't know if it's going to be like supported, or, you know, or how big the community is going to be and all this kind of stuff. And whilst those are valid concerns, it is important to understand that not every single game is like Warhammer 40k and should not be judged by Warhammer 40k's standards. Warhammer 40k is somewhat unique in the fact that it has this global unified community, and there are a few cracks in it, like the people that only paint and the people that only play and the people that, you know, play, you know, like the 3 people that play like Crusade and all that kind of stuff. Sorry, Crusade players, I'm taking the piss a little bit, but it's mostly one global unified community. And what you find is like people go, oh, well, you know, no point in getting that game because what if the company stops supporting it? And it's like, it doesn't matter. There's a huge difference between when Games Workshop decides to like squat a game and when other companies stop supporting a game. Because, or not even stop supporting the game, but other companies might pause support on a game and go to other projects, maybe come back around to it. However you want to slice it. But the point is that other games don't have a global community. Other games have a local community. And that local and other games are nowhere near as in flux as something like 40k is. I'll give you an example. My brother loves Dystopian Wars. Absolutely loves it. Has played it forever. Basically since it's ever come out. Now, the company that made Dystopian Wars actually went under. Yet, him and his friends were completely unaffected by the company failing. They have their fleets, and there's a regular group of just 4 or 5 of them that basically, well, they actually meet up. They actually meet up every Friday, every week, and they play a different game. Sometimes they'll play some Twilight Imperium, sometimes they'll play some Gaslands, sometimes they'll play a bit of BattleTech, but sometimes they'll play Dystopian Wars. And in fact, Dystopian Wars tends to be the one game they really go towards again and again and again. Sometimes they'll play that like sort of twice out of 4 Fridays in a month kind of thing. And the point is that like the company basically went under, it's got bought, it's been relaunched, but it's all a little different now. But they've never been affected by it because they just have each other. It's a local, tight-knit community, and they just have that tradition of we just meet on Fridays, we play games, we have a WhatsApp group, we just agree what we're going to play on the day by vote. No one really, you know, if someone else wants to play, let's say one person wants to play Twilight Imperium, one person wants to play Gaslands, and 3 or 4 people want to play Dystopian Wars. No one gets bent out of shape. They just get the vote, and they go, well, I still like playing Dystopian Wars, so we'll play that. And then if, you know, they play a couple of weeks in a row, they're just normal human beings. They just talk to them and go, okay, well, I know that like Sam's really wanted to play Twilight for like 2 weeks now. He's been, you know, he's been outvoted a couple of times. Let's bust out the Twilight kind of thing. And they just have this tight-knit community, and they just aren't affected by the game's death or whatever it might be. And you might be like, oh, what about them getting models? Well, they just buy models secondhand from like eBay. Occasionally they'll find someone who's doing like recasts and stuff, but there's no treadmill. There's no treadmill, there's no churn. If something's utterly broken, they might try it out once, but they know that if everyone just keeps bringing the most broken shit constantly, it's going to basically like arms race the situation. They're just mates that want to play against each other kind of stuff, right? So there's a little bit, you know, people still buy the units, like, you know, someone will talk with the new shit, you know, once a month, or, you know, every week someone else will have maybe like a new thing they're trying out or whatever. But that's just how they play. And no matter what happens to the company or what happens to around the game, they've already got their rule books, they've already got their models, they've already got their game group. They're just not affected by it. And this is in many ways how wargaming, this is how wargaming used to be. And in many ways, there is a great advantage to wargaming being in this way. Yes, you don't have the big global community, like no matter where you go, you're always able to get a game, every week, another tournament for you to pick from and all that kind of stuff. But there is a great strength that can come from having just a hardcore, dedicated group of mates that thick and thin just play through the games, play a selection of games together, no problems whatsoever. And, I have that. Obviously, I join Johnny's mates in a few games every now and again, although I do often stream on Fridays. But, occasionally I make it down. And also, I have games like Old World and games like Bolt Action, which I don't play competitively. And yet, I have a close-knit group of people who I play Old World with. I play against That Right Bastard Sam pretty regularly. And I play against Salty Simon, of course, pretty regularly. And there's a few people, every so often I'll go down to Just Play and get on with the guys there. And it's more of a social event where we play 3 games in a day kind of thing. And that won't change. If Warhammer the Old World dies tomorrow, it will not affect me in any way, shape, or form. Sam and Rat Bastard and I will still play games. Simon and I will still play games. If we need models, we'll be able to 3D print them or buy them secondhand. Likewise, if Bolt Action was to somehow go up in flames tomorrow, then it wouldn't affect me. I have my models, I have my books, I have the people I play this game with. I have the people who not only I play, like Simon who I play and Johnny who I play, and others. I know loads of people called Sam. Other people called Sam as well. Sam who plays Space Wars also plays Bolt Action with me. I've got Commando James, all those kind of people. Not only do I have my close-knit group of people who I play with, but then I've also got the Bolt Action group that I do the Big Apocalypse games with. Do you think those people are going to suddenly stop doing it? No. Alex and Neil and Joe and all the others, Simon, other Simon, all that kind of stuff. Like, that's a close-knit gaming group. No matter what happens to the game, we're insulated. And there's always going to be ways of us getting World War II models and all this kind of stuff. It's about, there's a great strength in the community having ownership over the games. And there can be a great strength in communities being sort of individual tribes rather than a global community. Now, of course, let me make something clear. There can be great advantages to being the global community as well. Of course, like I'm not saying it's a disadvantage being like that. No. The advantage, of course, you can always get a game. It's very widespread. There's a lot of momentum behind it. There's often you can have the problem with sometimes tribal communities. Everyone does things a little bit differently. So, we house rule it this way. We house rule it this way. This kind of stuff. A global community, it's like we're all singing from the same hymn sheet. Doesn't matter if I go to a tournament in America or if I go to a tournament in the UK or Europe, wherever it might be. Like, it's the same rules as written kind of stuff. So there could be great advantages to the global community, but one of the disadvantages of it is you are kind of at the whim of the company, and if the company fucks it, then what can happen is the community can shatter. So here's a big question for you, sort of based on this topic. What kind of happens to let's it's a hypothetical, complete and utter hypothetical, but let us for a moment ask the question: what happens if Warhammer 40k fails? Whether it's 11th edition, 12th edition, what happens if 40k fails? Well, instantly, the community is going to shatter. And there will be some people that will try and push forward with maybe some sort of community ownership of the current edition. But for a lot of people, they will come off the treadmill involuntarily. And they will then have to make a choice of where they go, because they're going to want to continue to play Warhammer. So where do they go? Some people will go to 4th edition. Some people will go 3rd/4th edition. Some people will go to 2nd edition. Some people will go to 5th, 6th, 7th, so on and so forth. But basically, you know, it will shatter. And there will be a time of great turmoil. Now, if 40k, again, hypothetically, was to shit the bed, and the community did shatter, whilst some people would say this would be a disaster, personally, I don't think it would be a disaster. I think essentially what you would go through is the community would shatter into various different tribes, and it would kind of just become a bit like what we have with other war games now, like with bolt action and stuff like that. But then what would probably also then happen over time is the community would naturally coalesce again. It might be a short space of time, it might be a long space of time, but it would probably naturally coalesce again around an older edition. Like, one of the things that might happen is, I mean, maybe I'm biased here, but I would suspect that if 40k, modern 40k got shattered, what would actually probably end up happening is a lot of people would I think it would basically, people would probably coalesce around 2 different areas at first. And I think maybe one of these areas would win out overall. I think you would have a huge amount of people that would coalesce around 3rd/4th edition, because that has probably the best reputation of all the editions. And some would want to coalesce around maybe 8th edition or some point in New Hammer because of things like Primaris. But it's interesting. People are very, what's kind of funny is people are very, very used to their models getting legends now. And also people tend to be very, very like in older, when you go back to when you go back to old editions, people can be very, very accepting of just, this is close enough, so it's fine. So like in old editions, Necron Warriors are meant to be on 25mm bases, but people have them on 32mm bases. No one cares. Same with like Space Marines. If everyone did, say, hypothetically coalesce around like 4th edition, you just have people using intercessors as tactical marines. You just see tactical marine squads that were made up of, 3 intercessors, an intercessor sergeant, and probably a hellblaster. And the hellblaster guy just counts having a plasma cannon or a plasma gun. Do you know what I mean? So, and then the only thing that you might have some trouble with is maybe things like repulsors. But, an impulsor would be a rhino, obviously. A redemptor would be a dreadnought with a plasma cannon, obviously. Brutalis would become like a Furioso dreadnought or something like that. So I actually don't think it would even be much. There'd be a few things where some people would miss out on like some repulse and stuff like that. But like I said, people are so used to things getting legend. I think it would be amazing how quickly people would just go, oh, 4th edition is where we're all going? Is that where we're all going? Okay, that's where we're all going. Or 4th or 5th, do you know what I mean? Whatever edition ended up coming out on top, and the community would probably coalesce around, it probably would be, even if people ended up losing a few models, most people probably wouldn't be that bothered. And then 3D printing would easily fill in the gaps. Yeah. So it wouldn't be even a case of, oh no, GW fails, we can't get the models anymore. 3D printing just completely explodes and actually more than fills the gap. When you think about it, how much do you think 3D printing is going to explode if GW can no longer cease and desist 3D printers? Right? So the point is that people often misunderstand the difference between the 40k community and smaller game communities. Both the Globo community and the Tribal community, Globo of 40k, Tribal of other smaller games, have their own inherent advantages and disadvantages. But even if 40k ended up going from being a Globo community and into Tribal communities, I think it would eventually recoalesce around 1 edition. But the main point I'm making here is, that was sort of the secondary sort of extra point myself thinking of it. The main point I'm making here is that it really isn't something to worry too much about investing in a new game if you have a game group. That's the biggie, right? Like, obviously, if you're lone wolfing it into a new game, that could be a little different. But if you're like, look, even if you have to be the trailblazer, but you know there's some people down the club or some people in your friend group who would come along with you, you can lead the way and then they will follow. I've done this so many times with games like Conflict 47, where it's like, look, you can't just tell people it's a good game. You have to show people it's a good game. So I will basically get into it with like 2 armies, and it's affordable enough where I can get into it with 2 armies, and then I can just, and then I can just basically go, hey, do you want to try this new game, K47? And I know, and people, I know people will be like, yeah, I'll give it a go, and then they get hooked, and then they get their own armies on it. Yeah. It really just comes. Sometimes you need to be sometimes you need to be the trailblazer in the friend group, but as long as you know there's people who are open-minded to it, there's nothing wrong with investing in a new game. And it's not even. And one of the great things, the last point I'm going to make is, sometimes you will invest into a game, no life it for 3 months, and then Games Workshop will come along with some fancy new update, and it pulls you back into Warhammer 40k. It's very, very important to understand that the models you have invested in are not a waste of time. Models are not milk. They don't go off. Maybe in Warhammer 40k, things get legends, and if you don't use something enough, it eventually get taken away from you. But in a game like Bolt Action, for example, you can't legends a Sherman. And with other, if you've got this close-knit game group, maybe you all know life it for a bit, go away to another game, and then you come back to it 6 months, a year later, 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, a year later. You know what I mean? Like, it could be short time, it could be a long period of time. You come back, you just pick up exactly where you left off. The rules haven't changed, and the models haven't changed. So if you're someone that's excited for a new game, maybe it's this new StarCraft game that's coming up. Yes, there's obviously, it's a new game. We don't know what the community is going to be like or anything. But if you see there's a bit of momentum behind it, if there's 3 or 4 of you who are interested in getting it, that's all it takes, by the way. It literally takes 3 or 4 people. If there's 3 or 4 of you that get into StarCraft, the miniatures game, together, even if the company then shits the bed, you're all good. You're all gravy, baby. You've got your minis, you've got your armies. There'll be plenty of chance for you to get things secondhand, or 3D print things, or proxy things, and you'll be good to go. Maybe once every 6 months, you guys know live it for a month. Yeah. Maybe it's that. Same with any other game. Same with any other game. But I just thought that was worth mentioning, because you do, every single time I talk about a game like Conflict or Old World or anything else, I think there is this, I think there's 2 parts to it. There's people who are genuinely nervous about investing their hard-earned money into a game that they're not sure where it will go. And then there's a bunch of people who will be basically spreading fear and doubt because they want to basically, for some reason, run defense for the soulless corporation, which will discard them at the nearest opportunity. Right? So, you have weird people like that. But yeah, if I could give you one example. If I could give you one example to end this whole bit on. Warhammer the Old World. When Warhammer the Old World launched, many people were very disparaging of it. In fact, the vast majority of sentiment from a lot of people, well, from I'd say not the vast majority, but a significant portion, if not a small majority of the talking about it, was this game's dead on arrival. Lol, dead game. Lol, old ass models. Lol, all this kind of stuff. 2 years later, the saying "old world, best world" is now not just a meme. It's not just a mantra. It's just the truth. Now, obviously, 11th edition might change that. Who knows? But The point is, this is a game which, on day one, GW tried to kill it by announcing half the factions were going to Legends. And because of Old World's tribal nature, where it wasn't based on the opinions of the global community, but its strength came from these many different tribes who were like, no matter what you tell me, I'm going to be playing Old World because I have dedicated people to play it with that we're getting into this game together. And its strength came from there. And that's why 2 years on, even though Old World is obviously not on the same global community scale as Warhammer 40k, it's an incredibly strong, incredibly resilient game. Because the people that are playing it aren't playing strangers. Old World is not a game of strangers. 40k is a game of strangers. A very big game, but a game of strangers. Old World, if it died tomorrow, it would have no effect on the people playing it. Because they're playing with their mates. They're not playing with strangers at a super major. And that should be the example that you look to when it's a fellowship. The Old World is a fellowship. Exactly. And so if Old World died tomorrow, I would still be playing semi-regular games with that rat bastard. Me and Simon would still be busting out the High Elves versus the Orcs. All that good stuff. And we would still have as much fun on the day that we got into it as 10 years down the line. No doubt. Yeah. So there is great strength in having a close-knit tribe of like-minded players who play the game for the love of the game, not for the love of the treadmill. There we are. There we are. But of course, all of this is just like my opinion, man. Let me know what you guys think down in the comment section or in live chat. There we are. So yeah, Fragmill and Dustin Polos, I want to make something clear. I am absolutely very appreciative of the health warning re the company, but it won't. If the game is good, it won't. It probably won't stop me getting into it, because if I've got other people to play it with, yeah. If there's no tribe around me, there's no tribe around me. If there's a tribe around me, then yeah. Yeah. Elite, you lie, you stop playing it, hence the battle ports. Elden Lean. You dare doubt me? You dare doubt me, son? What the fuck's that? What the fuck's that? Yeah, I fucking thought so. All right. Yeah. There you go. Elden Lead. Battle Report. It'll be coming out not this weekend. That's already covered by Conflict Battle Report. It'll be coming out, pardon me, next weekend. There you go. So like 8 days away. Yeah. There you are. Oh, pardon me. Okay. Whispering Monk, thank you for super chat. Archon's timing is about perfect, right as GW fails. Well, we need to get to this hype in a moment. I'm not totally convinced GW is going to fail, but I'm not totally convinced they're going to succeed either. Yeah. But yeah, we'll get into the hype in a moment. Yeah. Dark Knight Curran, Thank you for super chat, man. Just finished a game of 40k. Oh, one second. Whispering Monk. Remember, it's very important to understand something here. StarCraft, the miniatures game, does not need to be a fuck you GW game. One of the things that I was very, very strenuous to point out and to hammer home when we were first talking about conflict is the point that it's not a fuck you GW game. It is a good game, regardless of what happens with Games Workshop. If they absolutely smash it out of the park with 11th, has no bearing on whether Conflict 47 is a good game or not. So Archon's timing is about right. GB fails, sure, but let us make sure that if this game is a good game and it can just stand on its own 2 feet, then we do not need to. It doesn't need to step on GW's head. If it's a bad game, it's a bad game. If it's a good game, it's a good game, and it's just that simple. And I feel like, I know it sounds like I'm coming down on you hard. I'm not trying to Whispering Monk. I'm actually trying to almost help with the StarCraft hype. Does that make sense? Yeah. We just don't want, you don't want to start your game off as a fuck you GW game, because here's the thing. If you build your game on that foundation and GW turns the franchise around, which they have shown a remarkable ability to do. They did it with 40k, and they've done it with Warhammer the Old World, bringing it back. Then, if you build your game in a fuck you GW game foundation, then that foundation is a foundation of sand, and you will find it falls away beneath you. Look at War Machine. War Machine built itself. Its community built itself as a fuck you GW game. And War Machine, whilst it has come back, basically perished. And then look at many of the fantasy games that filled the void when Warhammer Fantasy went away, who peddled themselves as a fuck you, we're not AOS game. Well, when Warhammer Fantasy came out, those games suffered a lot. And so that's why I will say this again and again and again. Your game should not be based on the foundation of, well, we're better than GW and we're better than Warhammer 40k. Your game should be, cool, no issue with GW, we've made our game and it's just good. It's good on its own 2 feet. Yeah. So yeah, I think that's the approach we should have with the StarCraft one. I think it looks really good. I'm very interested in it. I can definitely see myself playing a game or two of it. But let us make sure that we don't fall into the trap of making it a fuck you GW game, as sometimes as cathartic as that can be. Yeah. Don't build on a pillar of salt. Exactly. What we got next? Dark Knight Curran, thank you so much for super chat, man. Just finished a game of 40k, probably my last of this edition. Again, Firewatch Devilfish proving the best strats are grenades and tank shock. Demon Prince caught a railgun shot to the face. Hooray! There we are. There we are, man. Dude, that's cool, man. That's really, 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 really cool. I love it, Dark Knight Curran. Fire Warriors and Devilfish, it always comes down to the Infantry Corps. The Mechanized Infantry Corps. Yeah. That's cool, man. That's cool. I hope it was a fun one. And I hope that it was a good one to see the edition out on. And I hope that you can have a little break now and enjoy a bit of peace. Maybe try a few of the games out until 11th edition comes along. Yeah. Yeah, let's have a look. Uncle Clumsy, K47 is about being petty for me. It's about someone finally giving me a positive escape from GW's awful practices after 3 decades of choking on their bullshit. I mean, there's an element of that. When you leave the GW bubble, it's amazing how companies don't fuck you. Like, they're still companies, so you have a transactional relationship with them. Of course you do. But it's because they actually have to earn, they have to work hard to get your money. Like, if Warlord Games had half-assed Conflict 47, it wouldn't be getting my money. Yeah. I'm just happy to have Conflict 47 right now. Exactly. Leave on. So, say I'm a guy that's invested a couple of $1,000 in a game and chosen it as a focus on my hobby, and you want me to drop it and start throwing buckets of cash at a different game, I'd go back to fishing. Leave on. I'm going to say that's a false equivalency. I respectfully disagree with you. Fishing is a completely different hobby to tabletop games. I don't really see them as mutually exclusive, other than maybe, like financially. There's always going to be a main hobby you're going to have. Sometimes it'll be tabletop games, sometimes it won't be. But I don't think you can equate. I think this is another thing that people say, oh, Warhammer isn't that expensive. There are much more expensive hobbies out there, like golf, for example. And I think that's a false equivalency. You play golf, the satisfaction you get from playing golf or from fishing is a very different satisfaction to that which you get playing a tabletop game. When you get that perfect hit in golf, when you land that perfect fish in fishing, when you achieve that perfect victory in tabletop games, it's very different. And also people's tastes change over time. You might say you'll go back to fishing. Maybe you're just not that fucked about fishing anymore. Like, I used to play loads of video games, man. I used to play loads of video games. Now I don't play video games. Like, I barely do. I need to play a bit of Fallout 2. Yeah. So I understand the point you're making, but I do think it's a false equivalency. Like I said, respectfully disagree. I'm not shit on you or anything like that, but I think it's a false comparison. I hear you on GW being a soulless company focused on making money off us. Oh yeah, like I said, I wasn't saying that you're a shithead or anything. Nothing like that at all. I just was disagreeing with the individual point that you made, but not with you personally in any way, shape or form. Yeah. What do we got next? Snowpiece T, thank you for super chat. 10th is on full steam for me. We are starting Crusade and I'm in a 3-month tournament. No twin lands, but there's one Catan spam and my 2k list shames you. I'm sure it does. I'm sure it does, man. Yeah. I'm sure it does. But if you've only just got into 40k, so it's very different. Yeah, you've only just got into 40k, so it's very, very, very different now. It's one of those things where 40k, I think eventually, I think 40k has an observable life cycle, and I think it's going to happen again. I think every so often 40k basically dies, or GW kills one of their games, one of their significant games in a big way, and then they resurrect it successfully. Like 40k died and they successfully resurrected it. Fantasy died and they successfully resurrected it. Like, I do think it's a cycle. A life cycle. But I don't think it's a planned one. I think it's basically so I heard a rumor, a story from a reliable source that said when Warhammer 40k was in the toilet for 7th edition, the old CEO was fired and the current CEO, Kevin Roundtree, was brought in. And Kevin Roundtree got all of the department heads in a room for an emergency meeting, and there was a whiteboard in the room, and he basically went, what do the players want? And they basically wrote everything down, and he said, we'll do all of that for 8th edition. And that's what's happened with 8th edition. And then that's why 8th edition was so different to Oldhammer, because it was a case of they just, rather than the question of how can we make money out of this, they were like, how can we make people happy? What do the players want? But then over time, that has slipped again. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if it's an urban legend. It sounds quite urban legendy to me. But I think, as with a lot of urban legends, there's a grain of truth to it. I think there's a grain of truth to it. One of the big things I don't get, if I could, tiny bit of beef. One of the mistakes I think GW's making at the moment is they're doing an EA. What do I mean by that? There was a time when the Command & Conquer franchise was the king of video games. And it was built on a really simple formula. You send harvesters out to mine, whether it's ore in Red Alert or whether it's... Well, no, it started out with a very simple formula. You send harvesters out to get resources. You build units and buildings with those resources. That's the formula. And they replicated this formula, but they never strayed from it too far for decades. Just bringing graphical improvements and spin-offs based on the formula. So we went from the first Command & Conquer. We then got Tiberian's Sun, which the same formula still applied. Harvesters, money, buildings, units. But the graphics were updated. And yeah, they advanced the storyline and all that kind of stuff, but the same core formula was very good. They then did the same thing again with Command & Conquer 3 and Kane's Wrath. Big graphical updates. Big, big budget, like live action trailers and cutscenes and all that kind of stuff. But the core formula was the same. There's a little variation in Command & Conquer 3 because you built units as squads rather than as individual men. But it was a small change to the same. It basically was an irrelevant change. Rather than buying one guy, you got 5. And then you had the same thing. Then they had some spin-offs. What about Command & Conquer Generals? Gather resources. And then get units and buildings and all that kind of stuff. And then they did it with Red Alert. And all they did is follow the graphical changes. And then EA came along and they fucked with things in two. They fucked a little bit. The first thing they did when EA came along was the first wobble was Red Alert 3. Red Alert 3 was great from like a story point of view. The live action cutscenes were great. One of the reasons they were great was because they had a lot of glamour models in them. They worked out that game as like big titties. In fact, going back and looking at it now, they'd never do those cutscenes now because everyone's like, no, you can't have women that have got big tits in a video game anymore. But anyway. And then that was the first wobble. But the big wobble was when they, in Red Alert 3, the reason they changed the formula was, where the wobble was with the resource gathering. Rather than like mining ore patches and sending harvesters out to ore patches, what happened is you had like basically harvesters just went to like a little node, gathered the resources and brought it back, and it was a small difference, but it was a small difference, but it was a key difference to how the resource gathering was done. Now some people say, oh, it's just like Command & Conquer Generals. No, the supply dumps of Command & Conquer Generals were exactly the same as the ore patches and Tiberian patches of the past. The difference in Red Alert was genuinely like these little nodes where your harvester would go in, and it would go in front, turn around, get ore, and come back. And literally, you built your refinery on this node, and so it just did this like jing 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 jing. It's kind of like StarCraft, right? So they changed the resource gathering thing, and Red Alert 3 was the first Red Alert game that people went, something's off. Something's off about it. That was what was off. The resource gathering was significantly different. It looked the same, but it wasn't the same. And then they fucked it with Red Alert, with Command & Conquer 4, they completely changed the formula, and it killed the franchise, because suddenly you were like protecting these like mobile building structures. Like it was like you basically had like a big walker that you had to like protect, and like spawned, like it was just fucked, man. Look at Dawn of War. Dawn of War 1 is the GOAT. Dawn of War 2 was not well received when it first landed because they changed from building bases to basically spawning from a base. But over time, and I think thanks to the success of Company of Heroes 2, Dawn of War 2 ended up getting a bit of love. Dawn of War 3 fucked it. Complete departure. Fucked it. Now, the problem that I think Games Workshop has at the moment is they don't have a core formula that they stick to. They keep reinventing the game, like fundamentally, and they keep doing this to all of their games. How come every time GW releases a new game, the sentiment is new players like it, old players hate it? Look at Horus Heresy. Horus Heresy had a set formula. They fucked with the set formula, they killed the game. Did the same thing with Lord of the Rings. They've done something similar with... there's a little wobble on Blood Bowl, but I think that Blood Bowl will probably be fine in the long run. But this is the problem that they have. Like, if you look at how 8th edition did things, 40k, 9th edition, 10th edition did things, it's like three... They're not even really continuations of each other. They're like 3 different games. 11th edition is going to be, even if it's a continuation edition, is going to be significantly different. Now, will it be a good reinvention of the wheel, or will it be a bad reinvention of the wheel? The question is, you have to ask, is the A team writing it, or the B team writing it? That's it. So, that's the thing. I think GW's, if I was to be objective, I think GW's big problem is they don't have a core formula they're working to. Every edition, stratagems have been different. Of 8th, 9th, and 10th, stratagems have been different. Detachments have been different. Command points have been different. Army building has been different. The way characters work has been different. Every single edition has basically been a huge jig of core game systems. And that, I think, is what's a problem. Yeah. Yeah. So, and that's not me shitting on it. That's not me saying, oh, everything GW is bad. What I'm saying is, I think you can... I think that explains why they have some of the problems they have. Yeah. 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 Anyway. Right. We need to get to this hype. We need to get to the hype. I've got 3 more super chats, and then we need to get to the hype. All right. Ishmael Thompson, thank you for super chat, man. As soon as my mini has a good enough sale, GW will be a thing of the past for me. Well, yeah, once you can get a good price for those minis, man. Yeah. Best time to do it is start the edition with 11th. Yeah, that'd be my thing. If you're gonna cash out, definitely not after the last balance patch. 40k is truly in a dip right now. Yeah. Keep with the Imperial Assault. Thank you for 21 months, man. Bad news and hype. Pitch and stream discussion. Hey. Look at that, man. So the Sabaton concert in Pittsburgh is cancelled. Wife still wants to go, and she reminded me about that 40k store near her aunt's house. Went on their website, and damn, it's really happening. Legions, hobbies, and games. What's that banner? Goddamn Conflict 47. It's happening, boys! It's happening! The revolution spreads! The fire rises! Yes. I love that. I love that, man. That's cool. Very, very cool. What do we got next? East Barnes, some Bretonian full tilt in stream discussion. Nice. Yeah, I saw this come in, man. Very, very cool. Let me read the message first. Been working full tilt terrain. We have some players in our area. Our first meetup with 6 players. We're having our first major store event on the 20th. Nice. That's so cool. Such a cool idea for a cheeky game. Yeah. 2-part because I want to show the knights. Nice. I love that, mate. I really do. That's absolutely perfect, that is. That's absolutely perfect. Yeah. All right. Snowpiece T, thank you for super chat, man. Competitive list of stream discussion. Lambast me. Let's have a look. Grizzle Company, 2,000 points. You've got Cadian Command Squad, Commissar, without even detail, Rust Commander, Leontis, 10 Shock Troops, 3 Artillery Teams, 6 Bulgrin, 10 Kazakin, 10 Kazakin, 2 Regal Dawns, 2 Scout Sentinels, 2 5-man Scion Squads. I mean, I'm a little worried that you'd have no screening. You've got a 10-man squad for the Lord Solar Blob. And a unit of Bulgrin. Yeah, I think you are. The 3 tanks are fine. Oh, by the way, I don't know if the points have been changed on that list because I thought Rogal Dawns had gone up to 260. Chat, can you confirm that Rogal Dawns went up to 260? Pre-data slate. Ah, right. Yeah, you definitely need more screens, man. I would drop one of the artillery teams. I mean, you definitely don't need the Lord Solar. Right. Tank Commander's going to order the 2 tanks. Kazakin are going to order themselves. Drop one of the Scout Sentinels. Drop one of the Scion Squads. Get a couple of Chimeras for your Kazakin. Get a command squad for the artillery, and whatever's left go on regular infantry. There you go. Points locked. Can't change now, though. Oh, well. Not ideal. All right, let me grab a refill. I'm going to grab a refill, feed the cats, and then we're going to get onto the beef. Not beef, the hype. Hype! Not beef, hype. I'm so used to beef, but it's not beef today. Is it breakfast time? Come on then, let's do it. All right. Gentlemen, it's time to talk about 50 cal teams. No, okay, it's okay. Some people will be like, yes. All right. Where were we? Are you sure it's your worm? I can show you the worm cosmic. No, it's time for some hype. There you are. Okay, so one second, I'll get the relevant information up. Cool. In fact, there's two bits I want to talk about. Okay. Gentlemen, we have some hype. I'm so used to saying beef. I'm so used to saying beef, but actually, we have some hype. And it's good hype. And I'm really happy. Like, I'm actually really happy. Like, despite the fact that I've been getting very beefy and very salty recently, it's actually something I've always said, which is I don't want to be beefy. I want to be hypey. But if GW only gives me beef, what else am I to talk about? But this is actually not only hype, but it's actually Warhammer 40k hype. Because we had today what is very probably the first leak of 11th edition. And it was a new model. So basically, what happened is, I'll bring the model up for you guys to see on screen so you guys can enjoy that. Here he is. Let me get the chat on. And basically what happened is someone was scratting in the bins at GW, literally scratting in the back bins, and they came across a battered box of a new orc war boss, which they immediately, it was an absolutely battered cardboard box, and they immediately took to the internet and posted a picture of it going, hey guys, look, new war boss. And there was a bit of concern, was it AI or not? Obviously, Auspex Tactics made a video on it 3.0 seconds after the picture had first been posted on the internet. But, Valrak made a video on it as well. But, no, there he is, Valrak in the photo right there. But, actually, it got confirmed. Because Games Workshop released a Warhammer community article about it. Breaking news, Orc in the Wild. And I have to say, not only is this model kind of hype, not only do I actually think GW handled it quite well, but I actually think there's some pretty big implications with this model that make it even hypier. First thing I want to say, which just occurred to me now, so I want to say it now before I forget it. That Power Claw, if the rumors of a new Yarrick model is true, I reckon he's going to have a Power Claw like that one, which I think will be really cool. I think that's a good looking Power Claw. Yeah. I think it's a good looking Power Claw. Now, I wanted to say that before I forgot. But let's get into the first thing I want to say is let's get into the way like Games Workshop handled it. I want to again mention that before I forget. I think they handled it really well. I think GW leaning into the leaks is absolutely the way they should do it. I think they have to kind of accept GW doesn't like leaks is when people leak things and go, hey, look how shit this is. Like, I'm pretty certain Games Workshop was very annoyed when Horus Heresy got leaked, because there's a whole bunch of people I think they had planned to dupe into buying the box, and then when the Horus Heresy rules leaked and it basically everyone went, no, this game's actually shit, they didn't like that. But I think when the leaks come out and they're pretty hype, GW leaning into them is absolutely the right thing to do. And there's, and I think this should almost be a lesson to GW, which is people want to be excited about your products. So if you've got a leak problem, make really good products, and people, when the leaks come out, it'll be hype, and it'll be organic hype coming from the community. They'll almost do the marketing for you, and then all you need to do is lean into it, and people will love it. That's all you need. You just need to feed into the hype. Let the community hype your products for you. You just focus on making good ones. Right? So, let's have a look at this. So, that's one thing I want to say. Like, GW, I think you've done the right thing leaning into this. But there's kind of like a lesson here. Like, just your products will sell themselves. You don't need to gouge us. You don't need to fuck us. Just make good shit and we'll be happy for it. Okay? Now, one other thing looking at this model, I'm going to say it right now. I give GW a lot of beef, but one thing I have been consistently praising them for is their more recent models have been really good. I in fact, in many ways, I think they've got the detail creep right. So this Orc Warboss symbol isn't overly detailed. Like, he is well detailed, but I, a lazy painter, can look at this guy and go, yeah, I could paint that. I could crack out the speed paints there. Trousers, bit of armor, t-shirt, claw, hat, head, skin. Yeah. It's a well-detailed model without being an overly detailed model. Weirdly, I actually think the little Gretchen is probably almost overly detailed, but he is a very, very, very cool model. So I won't complain too much about it. Second thing I'll say about this is that not only do I think is it a well-detailed model, I actually think it is a big improvement over the old one. The old Orc Warboss was, I'm pretty certain it was a recycled Warboss model from Assault on Black Reach. Someone could correct me, but you know the one that's got the claw out here and like the shooter like here kind of thing? Pretty certain that's the old Assault on Black Reach Warboss, which they just kept. They used to have like loads of different designs of Orc Warboss. Does anyone remember the attack squig leaping off the guy's arm and stuff like that? There used to be loads of different designs, and bit by bit they just like got rid of them all until they were just left with this one. And the one that they got, the one they kept was actually probably the worst one. Like, it was the most boring one. So this is a much, much better pose. It's just generally a big glow up. I have zero complaints about this model at this time. I have left that caveat in there for a reason. Obviously, if we see the sprue and this guy's utterly dog shit to build, I might start having some complaints about it. But I'll probably just chunter about it in passing. Truth be told, this is a good model. They've got the detail right. They've got the vibe of the model right. It's clearly a glow up on the old model, whilst, very importantly, still being backwards compatible. This is where we want to get. This is where the hype really starts building. Guys, GW just released a Warboss which doesn't invalidate the old model. I know, I had to sit down as well before saying that. Over the course of 10th edition, every time they've released a new model, it's fucked the previous iteration. Hell, they even did it with Calgar. God damn it. Right? The old Deathwatch Marines aren't compatible with the new ones. Calgar got Thanos snapped. Think of all the Space Wolf characters that got buggered. Right? But this guy, just, if you have the old model, you can still use him. But you're going to want to buy the new one. Why? Because he's just a better product. This is the way it should be. This is the way it should be. I've been saying this again and again and again. Games Workshop doesn't need to like try all of these weird, fucky, like corpo business school MBA bullshit techniques to get us to buy their models. All that does is actually put us off buying the models. All we want is to get better models each time. Just give us a better version and we'll buy the better version. Like it's that simple. But don't fuck off those loyal people who maybe can't buy the original the new version right away. They'll get round to it. But just you catch more flies with honey than vinegar, right? So this is good. I like the model on a fundamental level. I really like the model on the fact that it's backwards compatible, and I really like the implication that has for maybe going forward and their approach to game design with like 11th edition. Because remember, this is a leak for 11th. This wasn't meant to come out now. This is a leak for 11th. There are a couple of things that you could criticize the model for. Some people have pointed out that they basically have mirrored her on Blackheart's pose. Which isn't entirely wrong. They've literally mirrored it. And also the obvious tactical rock. But truth be told, I think at this point, the tactical rocks are just a bit of a meme. And I'm kind of okay with GW leaning into the tactical rock meme. Now, one other thing I want to talk about here is, like I said, I actually quite like the way they've put this. You may have seen a grainy potato can picture of a new Orc Warboss that looks like it's been half chewed by a squig. We thought it deserved better than that, so here he is in all his glory. Like, I like that. They've acknowledged the leak and made a little joke out of it, and they've gone, well, and this is, by the way, this is the way you handle leaks, because think about this. When this photo was doing the rounds on Reddit, where was the internet traffic going? Where are the clicks going? To Reddit. When GW puts an article out like this, where does it redirect all of the people who are trying to find info on the leak to? Them. Boosts their website stats, makes them look better, good. They can show that off to like investors and stuff, or just wank themselves off about how many people are coming to their website. This is how you do it. If a leak comes out, you've got to not pretend it doesn't exist. You've got to jump on it to redirect the traffic to you. It's a good way of doing it. What's that? A multi-part plastic Orc Warboss? You bet it is. Nice. I love it. This is the first time an Orc Warboss has come as a multi-part plastic kit. And all the classic options are represented. You can take your pick of Chopper or Power Claw, both alongside a Dakatastic combi shooter. And there's even an optional attack squig, though we all know that is no option at all. Of course, you are picking the squig. Now, maybe I am reading too much into this, but there's a few things that jump out at me here. Firstly, Chopper and Power Claw, that's fine. I mean, it'd be good if it was like they had like one more option there. But one thing I've noticed is, what's this, guys? What do you see here? Rockets. What's this guy got? A Scorcher. I may be huffing a big old fat... I may be putting a big old fat copium rock into my big fat plastic crack pipe, but I choose to believe that means we are getting distinct combi weapons back again. That it's not just going to be a combi weapon's a combi weapon. That you will get the choice between combi plasma, combi melter, combi rocket, combi flamer, combi grav. I choose, because from day one, I have said having combi weapons all under this same profile was so bad. I've been a day one anti-new combi weapon advocate. So I really hope that's not just an aesthetic choice. I really, really hope that is not just an aesthetic choice. Now, another big one, an optional attack squig. Guys, this model, no attack squig. This model, attack squig. Why would they mention it was optional if it was going to be a free upgrade? You'd always take it. Look at what they did with the Space Wolf characters. There were no options. There was just Plans, Pistol, and Crozius. Now, maybe it's an aesthetic choice. Maybe it is an option, but it's like a hunter killer or a heavy stubber. You always take it. But maybe, just maybe, this is another indication that some more flexible war gear is coming back. And that granular points are coming back. I know, I said it's a big old hopium rock going in my plastic crack pipe, but I choose to believe. I choose to believe, chat. Very, very, very cool. Let's have a look here. There's also a selection of aesthetic accessories, things like buckles, knee pads, and ammo belts. There are actually even more choices than are shown on these two builds, including alternative heads, boss poles, and weapon gubbins. That's really big as well. That's really big as well. Because when you buy a character these days, it doesn't have any fucking options. It's just got like... you have to build it this way. Maybe you can do a head swap. Like, maybe you can do a head swap. That's it. This sounds like there's even more choices here than shown on these two builds. So it looks like we might actually get a half-decent customizable Orc War Boss. I mean, look, we've got at least two head options. Got at least a difference between a knife and an attack squig. Got at least two shooter options and two melee options. Fucking hell. In comparison to 10th edition, it's practically overflowing with bloody choice. Like, I'm not even joking. Already on what we've seen. It's already on just what we've seen from the propaganda division. It's leagues ahead of anything we've seen of optionability, variety on characters from GW in the last fucking year or so. If we get even more on this, I mean, I don't think it's going to be more weapon options, but in terms of like little extra like gubbins and shit like that, it does say weapon gubbins. It does say weapon gubbins. Now, maybe gubbins is just fun little extra bits like this knife. Maybe weapon gubbins could be other options. Maybe it's not just the shooter. Maybe there's like a slugger if you wanted a cheaper points option. That seems like a stretch. But yeah. So I choose, already what we've seen is very, very cool. But I choose to believe that there's even more to this. If all we get is what we've seen, basically, I'll still be happy. If we get like actual granular points based off this, I'll be very, very happy. Very, very, very happy. Literally 50% of my, well, about 25% of my complaints with modern GW design will be gone. Now, we've got one more bit here. War bosses rarely come alone. This might not be the only new orc on the way. So you'll definitely want to check back on Monday. Reckon you might forget. Sign up for the newsletter. Excellent. See, now, again, really good way of handling this. Hey, there's a leak that's gone out. Okay, how can we take advantage of this? Get the traffic onto our website. Cool. Let's show off more information here than what was in the leak. Like this, the leak didn't have as much information as they've got here. Also, let's try and direct people to come back on Monday. More traffic's always better. Yeah. So, yeah, long story short, I'm very hyped for this. I'm very hyped. And for the first time in what feels like a long time, I have hope. And maybe I shouldn't get my hopes up. Maybe hope is the first step on the road to disappointment. But I'm seeing a few little bits here, a few little inklings, a few little hints that maybe, just maybe, we are going to get a bit of fucking depth added back to our game, a bit of variety, and most importantly, a bit of player choice. I hope, man. I really do. Also, this ammo grot is probably the best model they've put out. Can I make that big screen? Yeah. This ammo grot, let me see if I can make it a bit better. No, that's not really working. Sorry, guys. I'll turn text off for a second. This ammo grot here, aka the Valrak grot, is the probably the best model they've put out all year. Well, including 2025. I actually rate this guy higher than the Space Wolf stuff just because I actually think he looks really... They've really nailed the evil, vindictive attitude of the grot. This guy looks like he's got the demeanor of a whipped dog. Yeah. Yeah. People are saying the war boss's arms are a bit skinny. I don't know if it's his arms are too skinny or if his body is too big. Do you know what he reminds me of? Have any of you guys seen that guy on Instagram? He's called like the Lat Man. He's got like really big lat muscles. He like sort of puffs them out. They go like that. Kind of reminds me of that. Yeah, I don't think he's necessarily got tiny arms. Like, I think this arm looks great. The big chopper arm, maybe. The big chopper arm, maybe. I think the power claw's well proportioned. Yeah, I think the power and the shoot is well proportioned as well. I suspect the big chopper arm might be a little strong. This is my strong hand. But maybe. The other thing I will say is I think it looks fine there. Other thing I will say is this. Remember that a lot of the time, models can look a bit weird in photos, like the way the GW does photos. Not even just GW, they can even look weird like when Warlord does photos as well. Like, the models, like, remember when Lord Solar came out and everyone was like, he looks like an AOS model, and then when they actually got their hands on him, they were like, oh no, this is fine. It was a little bit of the paint job that GW did. It was a little bit of the way that the models were photographed, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I think, look, I'm reserving judgment on that because I've learned to appreciate that miniatures can sometimes be a bit weird to photograph. Yeah. People saying it looks like an AOS Cruel Boy. Strong disagree, man. No, he's got that bit. No. Strong disagree. He's got the big slab-like jaw, man. I mean, we can take a look if you want, but I don't agree with that. I think the Big Mech looks like an AOS Cruel Boy. By the way, is it just me, or am I the only one that forgets that Cruel Boys even exist? No, he definitely doesn't look like a Cruel Boy. I mean, you can see it up there, guys. Cruel Boys are much more like that slender. The faces like come in, and he looks more like this guy. Look, he definitely does not like Cruel Boy. He's got the big slab fucking face, and these guys, their faces taper in at the bottom. Look how pointy that guy's chin is. This guy's got a slightly more the Slitter Boss, Killer Boss. Can't even see the fucking Slitter Boss, man. Do they even sell him separately, or is he one of those stupid ones where you can only get him in like the fucking starter set bollocks? Nah. I don't agree. These guys are so much more slender. Nah, like look, I'm the first one to take a cheap shot at GW's models, but I'll tell you right now, no, that's a big fat fucking slab jaw motherfucker. Yeah. I'll tell you right now, this guy with this guy's jaw and this guy's fucking lats, he is absolutely fucking what is it? What do all the cool kids say? He's look maxing. This guy is absolutely look maxing, boys. Yeah. Yeah. So, overall, good job. Now, obviously, there's a little bit of beef here because, you know, it was the leak that forced GW's hands, but I don't really begrudge them having things and wanting to have like a release schedule. So I don't really see that as beef. I see it more. I give them more praise for leading into it than anything else. Yeah. So yeah, overall, really happy. It has rekindled a shred of hope. And I really, do you know what, guys? It makes me more interested to see what's coming for 11th edition. Well. I've been saying, GW, just send me a sign. Anything. Give me any reason why I should be excited for 11th edition. And, hey. This is a reason. A little one. And I'm not going to run away with it too much. And it definitely does not undo the last 12 months of beef single-handedly. But you know what? Whoever's in the modeling department right now for GW, they are getting it right pretty much every time. The last time GW fucked up was with the Blood Angels. Every other time since then has been a big hit for me personally, including the Defiler. It's been a big hit for me personally. This is GW. This is the kind of shit that I've been saying. You got to show us you're the big dog because you've been looking like a bunch of fucking amateurs. This makes you look like a big dog. This is good. All right. Now, we've had a bit of hype. Do you want a bit of possible beef? Potential beef? Beef potential? It's only a quick one. It's not, see, Cosmic, I don't think it's beef. I think other people think it's beef. But I might actually push back on the beef. So the beef might not be with GW. The beef might be between me and chat. I think that's the kind of beef you like. The only beef here is that Barak is trying to take my catchphrase, Buster. Yeah, like I saw that. I was like, "What the fuck, man? You can't take Cosmic's catchphrase. He can't." Buster Rift is the Cosmic catchphrase. Buster, when in years' time, in several years' time, Conflict is doing really well. And everyone is using the meme of Buster Rift, and they don't even know where it comes from. They don't even know where it comes from, man. They just go, okay, time to Buster Rift. You'll know that you have left. You have been immortalized in gaming culture. Yeah. And that you can point and you can prove the fact that you came up with it. There you are. Now, let's talk about another topic. Let's have a look here. And we'll do this and then we'll catch up with some super chats. Quick drink. There's been a little bit of chit and dare I say chat around the proverbial internet water cooler about the new Games Workshop paints, or should I say Warhammer paints. So they released an article recently saying Warhammer Colour is the new name for our paints. For years, our paints have proudly borne the name Citadel Colour, but we thought it was high time the name on the pot reflected the purpose of the paint inside, painting Warhammer miniatures. Now, some people, I haven't actually seen this video, so let's have a look.
Excuse me,
One minute, I'm going to get my headset on. So give it a listen.
Excuse me, do you sell paint for Warhammer?
Yes, mate, you're looking for Citadel colour, and it's just over there.
Hey, this paint says Citadel on it. Is that for Warhammer?
Yes, that's right. Citadel colour is the official paint for Warhammer models.
Excuse me, dear. I'm looking for paint for Warhammer models. Do you have any?
Right, yes, of course, madam. You're looking for Citadel colour.
Sit a what?
This Citadel.
Right, look. Citadel colour is Warhammer paint.
Cheers, mate. Thanks.
I think they're right. I know. Beef! Beef! You guys get to beef on me now. You guys get to beef on me. I think they're right. I never really, when I was you know, a kid growing up, when I was getting to Warhammer, I never really got the whole Citadel miniatures, Citadel paint, all that kind of stuff. Like, it was just like, it's Warhammer paint. Yeah. Some people will see this and be up in arms and be like, GW isn't respecting their legacy. Ryan Ansel and all this kind of stuff. And I get it, right? Like, it obviously, Citadel, if you're an old grognard, like me in many ways, you don't like seeing the old stuff going away. You know, like, it's Citadel miniatures, it's Citadel paint, all that kind of stuff. But and on top of this, most people don't call it Citadel paints. most people call it Warhammer paints. The only time in real life anyone has ever gone, it's Citadel paints, was that guy arsehole, which happened to me once. Like, oh yeah, I like using Warhammer paints. I think you mean Citadel paints, don't you? I think you mean go fuck yourself. Yeah, anyway. But the point is, like, I actually agree with this name change. I wouldn't even call it Warhammer Color. I'd call it Warhammer Paint. I'm looking for paint for Warhammer. There's our Warhammer Paint range, and it just says Warhammer Paint. But it's close enough. Yeah. So I think I actually agree with this. I think for most people, they actually never really understood why it was called Citadel Paint. Apparently, there was like 3 companies that were all. Yeah, when Warhammer was first starting, like 40 years ago, there was like 3 different companies and all this kind of stuff, and it's all over time basically just been subsumed under like the Warhammer brand and blah 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 blah. Yeah, fine. Yeah, fine. So yeah, I don't really have a beef with this, and I'm gonna go a step further, and this might be very controversial, but I like the new logo design. Like, I think Warhammer Redline color looks better. Yeah, it does. It's clearer as well. Like, this is obviously a big sort of splodgy bit, which looks kind of cool, but it doesn't really just convey what it's trying to be and what it is. Like, this is the Warhammer color brand. This is what kind of paint it is. A base. This is the color it is. Macragge blue. I don't think they're changing the names and anything, but we'll have to have a look. New paints. Warhammer color, exact same paint you know and love. Base layers, shades, and technical paints, and of course the game-changing contrast paints. Over the next few weeks and months, you'll start to see paint pots accessories branded with the Warhammer color appearing in Warhammer stores and your phone local gaming stores. Yeah, I don't think they're changing. Some people were taking the piss and saying, oh, you're going to have to relearn all the names again. I don't think you have to relearn the names. I don't believe so. I think Macragge Blue TM is Macragge Blue TM. Yeah. Now, all of that to say, I do have one big bit of beef here. Games Workshop, whilst you were out there redesigning the labels, could you have possibly found it within yourself to change the fucking design of the fucking bottles? Oh my God. For years, we've heard they're coming to dropper bottles. They're coming to dropper bottles any day now. Nah. They never will. Valrac says drop bottle. I've literally heard dropper bottles for like 5-6 years now. Like, I want to believe Valrac. Drop bottles coming for a new pro paint range. Oh, there's so many things wrong with that. It's almost hard to know where to start. Number one, the idea that dropper bottles are somehow pro when actually they are considered the minimum standard for most paint companies these days. Like, GW, putting them in drop bottles doesn't make the paint pro. That's called normal. Your drop bottles, your normal bottles are shite. So that's the first thing. Secondly, and this really is the bigger beef here, by saying these are the pro paints, it kind of makes these ones look like the chump paints. Yeah, only the fucking chumps who don't realize that these things are literally designed to dry themselves out, so you have to go and buy more. Like it's like indirectly saying, hey, these are the pro paints, these are the fucking chump paints. Like fucking amateur paints. Take your fucking amateur paint. Yeah. And also, a third layer of fuck up here. If the dropper bottles are pro paints, then doesn't that make everybody else who does dropper bottles as standard suddenly look a lot better? Because you're going to go, oh, I can buy my pro paint blue from GW for like £7. Or I could go to this other company that also makes pro paints, and I can get it for like £3. And this is a pro paint too, right? So like it literally is like really stupid on multiple levels. Games Workshop, just put everything in dropper bottles. It's not that hard. Just stop scamming us. Games Workshop, this might be hard for you to believe, but if you made your paints in dropper bottles, I would probably come back to you for all my painting needs. All of them. Because I've been playing Warhammer for a really long time. So all of my fucking legacy color schemes are in your fucking paint schemes. And now I've adapted in many ways to be able to basically recreate them using things like Army Painter and like Vallejo. But it would be just easier for me if I could just get the same blue from you in a dropper bottle without you having to make a whole new paint range about it with a whole new color palette or anything like this. Like, I keep saying this, you don't need to reinvent the wheel, GW. You don't need to use all these stupid MBA fucking bullshit corpo tactics on me. I would like to spend my money with you, but the way you go about it, you make me not want to spend my money with you. So, anyway, the brand redesign, great. The lack of dropper bottles, there you go. But at the very least, I'm very fair with this. I think the branding is good. I think it's about time it was called Warhammer Paint. I think they did a good job on that, but they're just not standardization. Like tomorrow, standardization of dropper bottles is a massive miss. And every year that Games Workshop delays this is a year that they lose more and more of the market to other paint providers. If you ever want an example of how GW actually fares in the free market, this is how they actually fare. When they don't have a monopoly on something, when a blue is just a blue, and other people make the same blue for cheaper and higher quality in a better container, they lose. GW cannot survive with competition. They rely on not having it. And the paint is a great example of that. The last few price increases, Games Workshop hasn't put the prices up on the paint because they know they can't, because that's how competition works. Yeah. There you go. There you are. Anyway, that's my thoughts on the new GW paint thing. Some good, some bad. Some hype, some beef. Well, some not hype, but like, okay, I'm all right with it. And some beef. There you are. To be fair, for the UK, GW paint's the cheapest too. Nah, that's not it. You're tripping balls, mate. You're absolutely tripping balls. GW is by far more expensive. In every regard. What paint are you buying that's cheaper, man? What have we got here? I'm not 2.75 per pot and buy 10, get the most expensive free. There's no way GW is the cheaper one, man. I'm sorry, I just don't believe you. £2.75 for a pot of paint for McCrag Blue, right? Versus let's have a look here. How much do you get in that? 12, is it 12 mil? So GW charges the same amount as sorry. They charge 5 pence less than Army Painter. So Army Painter's 280. Games Workshop is 275. But GW gives you 12 mil. Army Painter gives you 17 mil. So they charge you 5 pence less, but give you 33% less of the product. So mil for mil, they're the most expensive. For the same paint. And that's if you that's buying directly from each company. Yeah. So I don't agree, to be honest. Not mil for mil. Yeah. And that's assuming you use it all before it dries out. Very, very, very good point. Yeah, very, very, very good point. Yeah, and how much should you actually get to use before it dries out? Such a good point. Yeah. There you go. Right. Shall we do some super chats? And then we should talk about some other hype. I've got more hype. Yeah. When buying GW paint direct from GW is cheaper than LGS2 if buying 10 or more. What, because you get one free? I don't think that's how... Like, I understand the point you're making, like, it's cheaper, but not per milliliter. Yeah. Not per milliliter. So, yeah, you've never had one dry out. Right, can someone check on Nostalgia Vivek? Because he's very clearly been taken over by a skinwalker. I don't believe you. Like, I don't. Like, I just don't. That is literally impossible. I love you, buddy. And you might be like, well, that I haven't. And I'm like, that's fine. But I don't believe you. Like, there you go. I've had them go chunky. I've had them go watery, but not dry out. I mean, maybe perhaps we're splitting hairs. Have you had them go to the point where they're almost, if not entirely, unusable? Like when, you know, when the paint almost becomes like this weird, like, rubbery substance about halfway in, and shaking it doesn't do anything. It's like this big brick of rubber. Like, because that's what I would say is like going, and then when you try and like mix it up, it goes chunky, right? Yeah, and it's still pretty fucking unusable. Yeah. And my iron hand still became too thin to be considered paint once. Okay, so when we say dry out, let's be clear. Get fucked beyond use. Yeah, I've never had one that doesn't go fucked beyond use. Yeah. Yeah, old semi was just that like that at the pot. Yeah, it was. Yeah, GW does not do good white paint. That's usually because you've got a load of paint in the lid that's clean for seal. Yes, no, you're absolutely right. But the problem is that the paint, you open the paint pot and the paint leaks down there and stops it from getting a seal. Literally, I mean, you can see it right there. Look. All that shit there. But, you know what that doesn't happen with? There you go, look. You know what that doesn't happen with? My dropper bottle. There you go. I've had this paint. I mean, it's old as fuck. You can tell. Look, it's the old design and everything. I've had this paint, I think, from when I started doing the Great Morning Restoration Project about 7 years ago. Yeah. Anyway, the great dropper bottle. I don't think there's any question on dropper bottles being superior. And by the way, I, for the longest time, was entrenched in the GW paints. Not even that long ago. Go back to, it's only in the last 3.5 years, 4 years where I've changed. You can go back to early streams that I did, and I was just painting, raw dogging it straight out of the pot. Longbeards will tell you. I was raw dogging it straight out of the pot from GW. Didn't thin down shit, nothing. Just raw dogging that bad boy. And then I got introduced to speed paint, and I was like, wow, these dropper bottles are really fucking good. And now I use dropper bottles for everything. Speed paint and non-speed paint. Like, look, all like my white isn't. I've even got this fucking pure white from like 3 years ago that I got from the Warlord Open Day. It's a Warlord Games paint, but it's not really. It's Army Painter just with the Warlord Games badge stuck on the front of it. Yeah. Right. Super chats. Uncle Clumsy, thank you for the super chat, bro. Now I got to share one of my freebooter bosses in stream discussion. Let's have a look, mate. Hey. Yeah, he looks pretty good, man. He does look pretty good. I like the conversion work you've done on him. I really like the color scheme you've gone for. Amazing the improvement a Green Stuff Cap can make to freeboot up a boss. Also stole some Krieger medals for some added flash. Yeah, that's cool, man. Yeah, just on the bit there. Very, very nice. I like that. That's cool, man. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat, man. Hobby update and stream discussion and the fate of Jar Narrow. Let's have a look. They're gritty, they're horrifying, they're a bunch of sprues put together, about 5 different kits and parts that may not even exist anymore to make my mutants. For K47, behold my Nactal men. Horror stalking in the forest, ruins, alleyways. The Soviet dogs want our cities, let them come, we will leave them in bloody stains in the alleys. Also, with our favourite lizard boy in a jar, and a jar next to an octopus, I think we know what's going to happen. Next video for reference. Let's have a look. Yeah, they do look really good, Cosmic. It goes to show, bit of kit bashing goes a long way. Yeah, for sure. Feeding my octopus in a jar for the first time. Right, let's have a look.
Giving Ariel a crab in a jar. She's never taken a lid off a jar before. I don't know if she can. It's one of those things where she'd really have to work on it.
What the fuck?
But she's definitely interested in it. I purposely put it by her lair. Well, I don't know how they know the top is the way to get in. They're geniuses, that's for sure. Look at
Yeah,
her,
I mean...
she's working it. Oh my gosh, she's doing it. It's mind-boggling how smart.
To be fair, she didn't have to spin it, to be fair.
At the same time.
Oh, yeah.
Even though there's a crab in there is the question, or is she just loving the lid? You can never really tell.
She's just loving the lid.
I love lids. And that crab is not moving. She's probably going to, at some point, put a leg in there. Well, that was amazing.
That's cool. That's really cool. Yeah, she just wanted the lid. Yeah. That was cool. Yeah, yeah. Let's have a look here. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. I am a GW shill. I pro paint. I am GW Hill. I pro paint and pro paint accessories. I sell propane and propane accessories. Yeah. I love that. All right. Glenn Lee, thank you for super chat. Preach it. Hands in the air. Gospel music blaring. Preach it. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. There you go. Glenn Lee, I thank you for support, and I'm glad you were agreeing with what I was saying. Read the whole, like, drop a bottle thing, man. Amazing. Archon Hank, thank you for super chat, bro. Always nice having a Morty stream on my hobbying my old world. How does one get into Discord? As long as you're a channel member or a Patreon supporter, you can get into the Discord. You'll get a link in the YouTube channel membership area, or you'll have the link sent to you in email if you join on Patreon. There you are. Dude, thank you for support and thank you for the kind words. And I've got a bit of old world hype coming in a moment. So there you are. Santa Thematic, thank you for super chat, man. Got something sweet in today. Pictures in stream discussion. Yes! Yes! Now is our time! I am so jealous of everyone who's getting one of these Soviet starter armies. I want it. I want it. It's cool as fuck, that. Yeah, it's really cool. Yeah. It was knowing what I know now about the Soviets, this was probably the most powerful of the starter armies. Like, I kid you not, everyone's been going out, like, everyone been going on with, like, American meta this, Axis meta that. Knowing what I know now, I think if this starter army had come out, we'd be in a Soviet meta right now. No doubt. No doubt, no doubt. Everyone thinks it's all about the Axis or the Americans, but nah, man. I think the Soviets are super good. Yeah. I think they really are. The fact that this box... It's like this box was 6 Ursus. I mean, imagine if they made an Axis box that came with 6 Schreckgolfen. Even if they were the metal ones, it would instantly be the most popular Axis box. Right? So, yeah. Pretty crazy. I love the design of the new ZP. I'm kind of glad, like, I like my OG ZP, but I'm definitely glad to get, if I get one of the new ones. Frankly, I want 2 of the new ones. Like, here's the thing. This is to me, this is a great example of what we're talking about, like GW. Like, GW, you don't need to shit on me to make me want your new models. Just make a better version of the same model, and I'll buy the better version. I'm okay with that. Like, even though I have a ZP for my T34 already, if this comes out as like a separate model, or I can buy these buy the turrets as separate upgrades, I will be buying this version rather than the old version. I really, really like that design. Yeah. Like I want 2 of those. And I wouldn't be afraid of getting 2 more T34s. So I'd be up to 6 T34s. If it meant that I got the ZP guns that I wanted. Yeah. There you are. So Santhematic, they're very, very cool, man. Yeah. I'm very jealous. Enjoy your models! Stalin has decreed you will be given this new equipment by the people, for the people. And by people, I mean Stalin. Anthony Williams, thank you for super chat, man. Thanks for the good advice. I read the bases. Hey! I can't remember what I said, man, but they look great. Yeah. They look really, really good. I think the bases look good. Pardon me. I think the bases look good. And I think the models, you know, the paint scheme, I really like the blue and the green. And then the brown straps and everything. Yeah. Very, very cool, man. Very, very, very cool. And the bases do look very nice. Lego Master, thank you for renewing your channel membership, sir. Thank you for continuing to do your part. Thank you for being an absolute giga chad. All right. 1 minute. Just checking something. Cool. So I've had a mysterious email from Warlord. They said I should expect a package over, you know, this weekend or early next week. But they won't tell me what's in it. But they said the moment I get it, I'm okay to show it off. I feel like maybe it'll be my brown envelope of cash. That'd be nice. Could it be early access to something in plastic? Or it might be a paper copy of Festung Europa, to be fair. Shrimp? Could be shrimp. Yeah, it could be the new Shrimp Walker. That would be cool. Yeah. I've no idea. I haven't asked. I've purposely gone, ooh, can't wait kind of thing. A bottle of soap for all the ball washing. John prefers this brand. Oh, man. It would be cool if it was the Shrimp Walker. Because, you know, I know what the rules are for the Shrimp Walker. So I could build it, paint it, use it in a game, and I would be able to make that battle report and have it ready to release on embargo day. If it is a Shrimp Walker. It might not be. Yeah. The Shrimp Walker's pretty good. It is. We'll be looking at the Warlord article. But we don't know if it... I don't know if it is a Shrimp Walker. I've no idea. It'd be cool if it was, but I'm not... It'd be cool if it was, but I am not expecting anything. I'm just grateful for whatever I end up getting. Yeah. Before we get to the Shrimp Walker, I do want to talk to you guys a little bit about some Old World hype. It's only a little thing, but we got lots of little bits of news today, and they're all pretty good. That dropper bottle thing was the only bit of beef we had today, and guys, let's be real here. The dropper bottle beef isn't even real beef. It's just like, sigh, missed opportunity, but meh, whatever, right? It's not even a big bit of beef. But today is pretty much all hype. Yeah. The roles have reversed. Whereas before we had a bit of hype, mostly beef, and what we'd call a beef stream. Now we've got mostly hype, a little bit of beef, so this is a hype stream. I will say one thing though. You are all salty, degenerate, beef-addicted bastards. When I talk about beef, this stream gets 300, 400 people in it. When I talk about hype, barely fucking cracks 200. Every time I do polls on do you want beef or hype, everyone says they want the beef. Feed me, Seymour, feed me. You're the supplier of beef. I am merely the purveyor of news and the disseminator of opinions. That's it. But when there is beef to be... When there is beef to be talked about, there is beef. When there is hype to be talked about, there is hype. Yeah. Farmer Mordian has brought his cattle to market. I'm tired of the words hype and beef equally. What about salt and sugar? Salt! Salt! It's not quite as good. Hey, the cowbell start ringing when there's beef? I think that would just destroy my microphone. I'm alright. Mordian beef farmer glory. Exactly. More cowbell. Yeah, more cowbell. Love the reference. Mrs. Mordian getting woken up at 4 AM with you hammering this bell. Beef! Beef alert. Beef alert. Right, shall we talk a little bit about Old World? It's nothing specific, but... What happened to the moose sound effect for streamer? Well, I don't have a soundboard, mate. I do it all... I don't have one of these little buttons that people press. I just go onto YouTube and just find the sound. I ain't paying for a fucking button. I use a mouse. I got a mouse. I'll use that. Yeah. All right. Dark Knight Curran. Thank you for super chat, man. The beef sustains the hype for K47, to be honest. A little bit. I actually think at this point, I actually think from the beginning, actually, K47 has sustained itself off its own hype. Some people like to... It's like a Lehman Russ. You know, the engine could run off anything. It runs off hype for itself, and it runs off beef for GW. But I've said this... I don't want to repeat myself from earlier in the stream, but I think the game does well because it is a good game. Not because it's a fuck you GW game. But I think you can't deny the fact that also the beef does go into the engine as well. But it's not the main fuel source. And I think we make strenuous efforts to make sure it's not the main fuel source. Yeah. But I know what you mean. Yeah. What do we got next? Wolf, thank you for the super chat, Matt. Thank you for the 6 months. Thank you for doing your part. K47 Hype 07. All right, we'll get the shrimp walk in a minute. But before we get the shrimpy bastard, I've got... I got a really good message for you guys. Really good, happy one. There's nothing to show off, really. It's just me sort of talking from the heart. I know we love our beef around here, but I actually just have something nice to say. I played a game of Warhammer the Old World today. It was my first one in 3 months. I have been a little soured on Old World because of the Cathay chicanery and then also some of the match play guide stuff that they've been doing as well. Has been a bit of a ball ache. But they did an article on Warhammer Community showing off the latest Cathay stuff, and it seemed to be so much more refined and on the level. And then they fixed a lot of the Cathay stuff with an FAQ. And just seeing that GW wasn't just being GW on this game, but was actually like being proper and legit with it, it completely reinvigorated my hope for the game. This is the power of hope. This is the power of wanting and seeing your game be treated well. I think sometimes Games Workshop doesn't really realize like the damage that they do. Maybe they do realize they don't care, but they really should, man. Like when I see GW going full corpo on every game system they put out, it makes me not want to play any of their game systems. Like the way that they've acted with even games like Blood Bowl, every game, but including Blood Bowl, makes you go, well, they're inevitably they're going to come for Necromunda next. Inevitably they're going to come for Warhammer the Old World next. So it makes you like worried about those games, and when you're worried about them, there's that thought at the back of your mind, and it makes you not want to like play as much. And then not only do you worry about what might happen, but then you see a few hints of what GW's been doing with like they've been doing FOMO boxes in the Old World with the like launch boxes for like the Marauders and for Cathay. And then you've had Cathay itself being massively overtuned. Obviously just designed the first new faction we've had in the game in however long anyone can remember. And they really didn't stick the landing properly at all. And the match play guide, 40k-ifying the missions, it just felt like the game was going in the wrong direction. But then they released the new Cathay stuff, and I really liked the look of it. And it felt like they got it right, and it restored my faith a little bit. And that little spark of hope made me go out there and play a game of Warhammer the Old World. And I recorded it as a battle report. So for those of you that have been clamoring for Old World content on the channel, it's coming back on a semi-regular basis. And I played a pure vibes game. So I played... We didn't... So the first thing is we didn't set the terrain up like the standard 2 hills, 2 forests. I actually made the board quite dense. There were 2 hills, 4 forests, and then there was an orc village in the middle of the board. And then we just played like a pitch battle. No standing on circles whatsoever. And we added in narrative objectives that didn't mean anything other than the narrative, other than arbitrary narrative, like cool stuff. So that rat bastard brought his Skaven over, and he brought these objective markers that look like dead dwarves. And what we said was the orcs had gone off raiding, successfully raided a dwarf camp, and they sent the loot back on the fastest goblins. to the camp, assuming they knew the goblins were going to skim some off the top, because that's just the way it is. But they sent the goblins back to the camp ahead of the rest of the mob, whilst the rest of the lads sat around, drank a bit of fungus wine, and laid in the grass and ate a few cooked dwarf legs and and all that kind of stuff. And then when the orcs went back to base, they went back to the base camp, and they found the Skaven were there looting it, because obviously the Skaven would wait until the orcs left to try and loot all the orcs' stuff. And the goblins, which had gone back to base, had been killed and their loot had been left around the battlefield. So we had the village in the center of the battlefield, and then we rolled a scatter dice and 3d6, and that 4 times, 1 for each loot token, and that's where the loot ended up getting left. And they actually got fairly nicely spaced out, which is kind of cool. And then the idea was at the end of the battle, we'll roll for each loot token you've got. Each loot token each player's got, you roll like a d6 to see which part of the magical items table you pick from, the common magical items table. And then you roll 2d6 to see what item you get. Obviously, that means the minimum's like a 2. But that was all right. So you could never get the top 1 of each selection. So you can never get like the Ogre Blade, for example. You could get the one like below the Ogre Blade, all that kind of stuff. And it was really cool because the mission was essentially just battering each other. But we were fighting narratively over the orc camp. We were fighting narratively over these loot counters that were on the battlefield. If a unit picked up a loot counter, you wanted to try and like kill that unit so that you could then get the enemy's loot counter, because if you killed them, you got that loot counter back, kind of thing. And it was just so much fun. And then I took my greenskins because I really wanted to have a chill game. With Empire, I have to think. With Orcs, I don't. And I didn't take any Black Orcs in my army. Didn't take any. I was like, I'm sick and tired of Orcs not being impetuous or animosity or anything like that. So I took Savage Orcs, Big Uns, Common Goblins. I had a character or 2 leading each mob to represent the actual leaders of that like mob. Like, not just the boss, but like each one. It's like the Confederation of Tribes, right? Had a couple of units of like Goblin Cavalry, and then 1 unit of Trolls. And the Trolls, we nicknamed them. They were River Trolls, but we were like, do you see a river here? These aren't River Trolls. These are Dung Trolls. And we nicknamed the Orc camp. It was the Drops. That's which is what the Orcs call all where they go and take their shits. We were like, these trolls don't actually live in the river. They live in the... they live in the, the old style toilets where it's just shit in a hole and people have to, like, clear it out. Basically, under the camp is just a big one of those, like, shit pits. And the trolls just live in there, just live off the shit. And occasionally the orcs will, like, rouse them out of the shit pit to come and fight with them. But once they're done, they go back into the drops. Yeah. An outhouse, that's it, yeah. And we use the trolls, the poopy butts. Exactly, Cosmic. Yeah, exactly. That's what sort of led into it. And so the vibe was, look, these are just a bunch of normal orcs and goblins. Like, we're talking common orcs, common goblins. No black orcs, no night goblins, anything like that. This is literally like a tribe that, like, what would an actual orc and goblin tribe look like? There would be a bunch of orcs who would be doing the main fighting. Any goblin who couldn't afford a wolf or a spider would basically be banded together into like one big mob led by a particularly vicious goblin. And then maybe they've got these fucking dung trolls. Yeah. Because otherwise, yeah, and the idea is basically it's half core, well, 40% core, 40% characters, and then like just 10, 20% of special. And you know what? It felt so right. It just felt the army just played exactly the way you thought it would. Just the orcs just banzaied across the table. The goblins fled. Like, the goblins were the cowardly curs that would flee and break anytime the fighting got too tough. Everyone was just charging willy-nilly all over the place. Skaven were putting out all sorts of, like, scurvy tricks, like baiting charges out and using, like, all sorts of, like, technology and stuff to, you know, whittle the orcs and the goblins down, and using like clan scry technology to against the it was the genius of scryer versus the crudeness of the orc. And it was just great. You know, there was this moment when the Skaven assassin like jumped out to like kill one of my orc bosses, and he just couldn't get through the boss's toughness. Like, because he's only like strength 3 or something stupid. So he was just like wounding on 5s, and the boss had no armor. My Savage Orc boss had no armor. He just had war paint on. And he just didn't need to take any saves because the assassin just didn't do any wounds. So he was just like, oh, no, didn't get any 5s to wound. Just like, didn't get any poison, Syriade. Didn't get any 6s. So there's just this mega, it's my Savage Orc boss, so he's really big as well. So he's just like, this assassin like jumps out and like stabs the orc in the chest. And the orc just goes, "Ah!" And the big boss just like battered the assassin down to like 1 wound. And then the shaman that was with him brain bursted the assassin and killed him. So how we imagined it is like the Savage Orcs go like charging into the no, the Savage Orcs actually go charging into the Giant Rats. The Giant Rats flee. The Savage Orcs, you know, get back here! When they're not expecting it, they get countercharged by a group of clan rats. An assassin jumps out and like stabs the big boss through the chest. And it just like, he just looks down and goes, "Rah!" Just like backhands him, like viciously backhands, like breaks his jaw. Like, you know, or like, you know, breaks his ribs, and the assassin's on the ground, like, looking up for like a moment. He has this look of fear, and then his eyes just sort of cross, and then his brain just goes. I was like, so before he has time to actually like really register, oh, we might have bitten off more than he can chew. Between the 2 Savage Orc characters, he basically gets killed. And it was great. And it was classic you know, classic like Skaven, yes, we have all these great schemes. Hiya! And then the scheme just backfires in the face of just an orc being too thick to kill. Yeah. It was awesome. And then, you know, and then there was these really, you know, we had the Doom Wheel, because I didn't have like any cannons, because I wasn't playing Empire. The Doom Wheel just went around like an absolute clown car, like just went around like battered my Spider Riders, battered my Arrow Boys, because I took Arrow Boys, right? And then just went slamming right into like a Goblin unit. Ended up like doing loads of wounds to itself before the Goblin Big Boss, who was armed with the choppiest chopper, just fucking turns it to scrap. So it was like, you know, it's just really cool. Like the Skaven engineers in the back, like, like driving around as he's killing more and more things. He's like, yes, yes. And then he goes into like a unit. He gets too big for his boots. He thinks, I am invincible. This machine can never be destroyed. I am a genius. Then today, orcs. Tomorrow, the world. And then like he goes careening into a unit he just can't handle. And then just immediately gets flattened. Like, how could this possibly happen? I have been betrayed. My enemies have schemed. Someone clearly loosened all the bolts on the Doom Wheel. Like, you know, classic, like, Gotrek and Felix, like, Skaven mentality. You know? And it was just really cool. And the game just felt right. And this is what I always said about Old World. Like, it was a vibes game first. And the problem that happened over the last sort of 6 months or so is that Cathay plus Match Play Guide shifted the vibe of the game. It made it from vibes to, okay, all the missions are now standing on circles, which instantly changed the tone of the game. Instantly, I noticed it, like, that 40k-ified it. And then it, on top of that, when they released Cathay, it was, okay, well, now everyone's either taking Cathay or they're having to spec for Cathay when we go to, like, events. And events went from being, like, literally overnight, events went from being a social affair, like, hey, I'm going to go down and see the guys at, like, the monthly tournament, and we're all just going to be bringing our wacky old world shit, and no one really, hey, look at that guy, he always brings, like, there's a guy at the Just Play who always brings, like, this squad, like, 20 veteran states, which he loves, and he's got them, like, named and everything. You know, it went from that to, okay, no, now we need to lock in, because no one wants to turn up and, no one wants to turn up and just lose all 3 games. And it's not like they're losing games in a fun vibes way. They're losing games in a 40k way. No one wants that. So, yeah, and, it's, but it feels now, so that was what was happening, but it feels now like the franchise has turned around. And it feels now, with Cathay on the downward trend in a good way, and Match Play Guide's still a thing, but, like, just basically taking ownership of my game again. I've been talking about this. Like, it's so miserable when someone else tells you how you have to play your game. It's so much better when you can just take ownership of the game. And so that's what we did today. We made a fun custom mission that wasn't like custom, like, here's an entire new game you have to learn. It's, hey, why don't we add these, like, non-impactful loot tokens that will add narrative to the story and the end of the game, but they don't mean anything. You just pick them up if you want to. We ended up fighting over these loot tokens, like, way more than you would expect for something that didn't really mean anything, but it was the vibe of the game. And you know what? Just going back to a pitched battle was great. So we basically just played a normal game of Old World, put the terrain down how we thought it should look, not how we were told it should look. Played a fucking game, battered each other, had loads of... Both players took lists that were completely non-meta in any way, shape, or form. And guess what happened with Old World? It came alive. Absolutely came alive. Best Old World game I've probably ever had. Yeah. You know how we say about 40k? When you... Pardon me. When you try and play 40k in a non-competitive way, the game starts falling apart because you're trying to play it in a way that it wasn't designed to be played. Like you can't just take the L shapes away. Well, you know what's funny? Old World's kind of the opposite. It's not designed to be played competitively. It never was designed to be played competitively. It's too easy to break. It's too easy to fuck up. It's too easy to game. Don't try and play Old World. You can play the game however you want, but you will get the most out of Old World when you just play it for vibes. Pure fucking vibes. And that was proven to me today. And it's completely reinvigorated my love for the game. And it's so much so that not only did I come away from that game really, really happy and excited. But I've already arranged to play another one next week. So you guys will get another one the week after. So that's awesome. And also, it made me want to get a new Old World army. It made me be like, it's always a sign of a good game when you come away from it and you're wanting to like buy more of that game. I said that about K47. Every time I come away from a K47 game, I come away with a million ideas going through my head, going, okay, what do we play next? What do I buy next? What do I want to do in the next game? What's the vibe I want to do next? Like, do I want to get some? Do I want to go from playing like meta Soviets to utter, basically like pure vibes, trash tier, but in the best possible way, like American National Guard? Yes, I do. So yeah, Old World is back. For a little while there, I was a little worried. But I'm not worried anymore. I'm really happy. I'm really excited. And Old World is best world. 100%. All right. What do you guys think? Vibes is the way to have the most fun. Playing to win is how you win more consistently. I prefer just having fun. You play to win, but you just don't need to, like, try so fucking hard. You're not you. One doesn't need to try so hard. Yeah. When we do the next 4th in Bat Rep, I was meant to do it this week with Simon, but Simon does a travel agency business and he has a lot of holidays that go to Dubai. So obviously for reasons that if you've been watching the news should be self-evident, he's been quite busy rearranging some stuff and helping people get home and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah. Cosmic Jew, when you actually have something on the line in the story being told, it just pushes you that much harder and events just seem that much more special. Yeah, exactly. You need to have events on the line in the game that aren't just stand on circle. It's like, this is the story that we're not forcing the story. We are having a, what was that guy in that video called it? Emergent narrative. Yeah. When you have, I call it organic storytelling. Video games call it emergent narrative. Like the idea of, you're not, even if you lose the game, if there's like a story that's being told between the 2 players every time they play, or the 3 or 4 players every time they play, you could be like, okay, I might have lost that game, but the narrative was I really wanted to control this shrine, and I've managed to control it, so that could mean something for maybe the next game that we play. Yeah. Yeah, both my wins and losses and my narrative games with Jenny all seem to point towards a possible story. The Battle of Vong was a great example. Losing the fuel refinery meant I didn't have a tank. Yeah, exactly. And it's like, no one's like putting a gun to your head, but you can just say to yourself, well, I lost the fuel refinery, so I'm going to build a list for our next game where I don't have any tanks. Like, I don't have to, but that's something that I've decided. That's a restriction I put on myself based on the results of the game. Yeah, I'm really looking forward after that loss in K7 to get my own back on the after those green Volt jerks took all the Rift Crystals. Exactly, man. And you're moving towards like less Fireflies and more things like Kodiaks and Tesla Sherman, so it kind of goes to show that maybe you've been doing lots of like Firefly drops, but there's only so many Fireflies to go around, and the Firefly core is exhausted and needs to be like, retired and retrofitted and replenished and all that kind of stuff. So it's like, okay, so for the next maybe game or 2, we're bringing up the reserves. Here's the Kodiak. Here's the Tesla Sherman. Here's like maybe some of the bolt action tanks or something. Here's like some like heavy. Here's like some heavy armor kind of guys. Maybe some basic riflemen or something. And you just sort of like lean into the fact that maybe. No, this is the reserves that have been called up. Use them for maybe even just 1 game, 1 or 2 games, and then go, okay, the Fireflies have been replenished. Let's let's bring some of those back in. Maybe have a bit of a balance. Yeah, the airdrops aren't working, and we're going to have to go old school full assault. Yeah, exactly. But that's not something that you're being told to do. That's something you're doing because you want to do it. Yeah. I get it, man. I 100% get it. Yeah, so Newbie's absolutely right. Narrative play can be more intense than competitive play. Comp, oh, I'm scoring points if I do this. Narrative, my dudes are going to kill that dragon, save the Duke, and get paid. Come on. Yeah, exactly. Like, whenever I play, like, Old World, and I'm playing my Empire, and the, my Empire State troops, like, take a charge from, like, a big, gnarly unit, whether it's, like, a dragon or a monster of some kind, maybe some cavalry, maybe just some big enemy infantry, like some Chaos Warriors. You get this feeling of, like, the grizzled captains, like, bellowing out orders to the men, like, pikes ready. Whew! It's like, hold, boys, hold. Like, maybe there's, like, the grizzled, some of the more raw recruits. Only people really recently conscripted are, like, panicking a little bit. They turn to the sergeant and they just see, like, this grizzled sergeant. He's got, like, a scar across his face. He's clearly been in the state troops for a long time. No one ever asked him about the scar, but you don't ask the sergeant about the scar. And they see that, they draw heart from him. And the clash of steel on steel. Maybe they see the sergeant getting into, like, a one-on-one duel with an orc boss twice the size of him. Somehow, he manages to, like, chop that orc down. All this kind of stuff, and then they start getting pushed back. They're like, like, steady, lads, steady. Like, as they, like, fall back, it's like, fall back, boys, fall back. Give him a bit of ground, boys. Reform the ranks. Or, maybe if they're getting battered, maybe that's a bit of a give ground. Maybe if they do a fall back, it's like, reform the line. We take them here, boys. Like, all that kind of stuff. Like, none of that's actually, like, scoring points. But it's more intense. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Yeah, it's not like, oh, I move my guardsmen out here and, like, what happens in 40k? So I move my guardsmen out onto this circle, and then they did an action which got me 5 points, and then the Chaos Space Marines came out, charged them, and killed them all without the guardsmen being able to do anything or interact in any way, shape, or form. Okay, yeah, that's not very cool. Like, it's, you can't, like, it's just, it doesn't lend itself. Now maybe you could be like, the guardsmen, like, push out and desperately, like, set up, like, a little teleporter homer. But just as they finish it, before they have a chance to react, a squad of Chaos Space Marines jump out and butcher them all in the blink of an eye. Like, maybe, but it's so, like, one-sided that there's no excellence to it. What would be excellent is if maybe, those Space Marines jumped out, charged in, butchered some of the guardsmen, but, because, like, they had, like, an officer nearby, he rallies the cause, he batters one with, like, a power fist. And the Chaos Space Marines, but the Chaos Space, like, they kill the sergeant, and the Cadians fall back to take up a new position. But none of that happens. Yeah. Yeah. That's, like, yeah. So, yeah, it's just a bit. It's the certainty. The certainty and the lethality is what diddles 40k. Because I was thinking about this the other day. I often talk about playing older editions, and I often talk about how, like, 4th edition is, like, clearly superior and everything. But the thing is, like, I really enjoyed 8th edition, and 8th edition wasn't. 8th edition was Newhammer. Fixed to hit values and all that kind of stuff. It's just, not everything about Newhammer is bad. Newhammer didn't start out bad. It's gone bad. But I guess the more New Hammer has become New Hammer, the more it's cast off Old Hammer, the worse it's become. Maybe the best bits of 8th edition were some of the bits that were Old Hammer or Old Hammer adjacent. Like, if you played 8th edition, here's the question. If you played 8th edition with a Force Org chart and ballistic skill and weapon, non-fixed ballistic skill and weapon skill and initiative, does that make the game better? Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Really, really, it's so clear to me now. It's so clear. I see it all now. I'm like that robot in iRobot who's like, yes, I see it clearly now. My logic is undeniable. It's so clear to me now what is wrong with 40k. I'm not gonna go off on one. It's just so undoubtedly clear to me now. It's fixed to hit values and a lack of force structure. That literally fixed hit values, a lack of force structure, and fixed points. That is everything. That they are all the flaws in game design. If you changed all of those things, the game would overnight be even if it was less balanced, overnight would be better. Mordian's AI. Nah, I don't mispronounce the words enough. The only thing I do is sometimes say words in an American manner because I've spent too much time hanging around with Americans at 3 o'clock in the morning on YouTube. Yeah, initiative needs to come back. Bring back early 8th edition 40k. Fun Jacob, I don't mean you have to bring back the Force Org chart, but I think you need to bring back some kind of Force organization. But even then, I think going back to the old Force Org, I mean, think about this, right? Consider this for a moment. And some people who have only played 10th edition might actually recoil at this. But imagine if instead of the minimum you had to take was a character, the maximum you could take was 2. How would that change your army? Maybe 3. 2, maybe 3. Because you get like elite characters as well. 2, maybe 3. Like, it would be crazy. Like, oh, I need to take Victrix Guard with Calgar and Gilliman, and oh, I've run out. Yep. Oh. But I want my 3rd character for that. I want Titus for that 3rd brick. Can't have him. You gotta drop Calgar if you want to take Titus. Yeah. Yeah. Shrimi, so Horus Heresy 2.0 had good Force Org creation. 3.0 they tried to copy Warlord's homework and changed the answer to make it look like they hadn't copied it, but they changed the answer to the wrong answer. I think the way you do it, like I think the way you do it is you have a percentage of your army has to be battle line, and then you have a maximum of points that can be spent on characters. Yeah, that's how you do it. You don't necessarily have to go to slots, but I would love to see. percentage based. I'd love to take the old world list building and apply it to 40k. Love it. But I mean, even it wouldn't be perfect, but I'd love it. Yeah. There's a fine balance between making it too restrictive and making it not restrictive enough. Here's the 2 cheap and 40k. Agreed. Very agreed. Yeah. What do we got next? Dark Knight Curran, thank you for super chat. I'm the opposite. If change comes, get as many games as you can. That's my style, sir. Be sure to check the affiliate links in the description. Thank you for the tin cup rattling. No, change is good. Like, change is good when done right. So, I think the biggest example of this is look at the way change was done in the first half of 10th and look at the way change was done in the second half of 10th. In the first half of 10th, we got multiple updates, often where Games Workshop would, if there was a problem faction, they'd do, here's one update and we're telling you we're keeping an eye on you. If we need to, we'll update you again. And people were like, okay, that's fair enough. And so the first half, the updates were done with nuance. And they were done with based on informed decisions. And then the second half of 10th edition, they just started reverting back to their old ways of the patented triple nerf, where units either got never touched when they needed to be, both positively and negatively, and units that got absolutely pile-drived into the ground. The first half of 10th, GW put effort in to the changes they were making. The second half, completely phoned it in. Completely. Yeah. Glenn Lee, thank you for super chat, man. Quick video and stream discussion. Let's have a look. Radio commercial for San Andreas.
Today.
Let's have a look.
We marched on from Fort Strother after sunrise to a creek village where our troops fought the savages and shot them like dogs.
Honey, it's time for bed.
Hang on a second. I'm killing a squaw. Take that, you pagan bitch. No, no.
Him and his commemorative miniatures. My husband was getting so bored working and he didn't have an interest to spend money on. But he's always loved history. Then I heard about grown men who like to play with toy soldiers.
War is so interesting. With commemorative miniatures, I began by faithfully rebuilding the charge of the Light Brigade. And after that, the Trail of Tears. I've built accurate recreations of 15 significant battles, as well as training camps, prisoner of war camps, and forced labor death camps. Now I spend all my time painting toy soldiers and attending conventions.
Commemorative miniatures. They're instantly collectible and a great value.
It's not even wrong.
For just 37 monthly payments of $19.99, you get a starter pack allowing you to recreate the battle of your choice.
Wait, that might be a good deal, isn't it?
Of 19 miniatures.
I spend all my time painting toy soldiers and attending conventions.
Commemorative miniatures. They're instantly collectible and a great value. For just 37 monthly payments of $19.99, you
37 monthly payments of $19.99. Wait 1 second. Bro, that's not even like one Warhammer army. That's a good deal. That's a good deal. I'll sign the fuck up.
Get a starter pack allowing you to recreate the battle of your choice. Show your inability to deal with present-day problems by recreating
Recreate the battle of choice. That implies 2 armies. 2 armies? Yeah, for 700 quid. Yeah, I'll take that deal.
Of mass slaughter from the past.
Oh shit, it's 2 armies.
Battles is great for your marriage, too. One night, my husband's General Custer. The next, Napoleon. On Saturdays, I'm a Cambodian villager, and he's a GI that has his way with me.
Commemorative miniatures. They're not toys. They're very valuable, collectible 2-inch pewter model armies. This is a hobby you can't afford to miss out on.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. That's... That's amazing. The metal minis too. Yeah, the metal minis too. Yeah. That's like even better deal, man. Like metal minis are expensive. Actually legit. Actually legit, man. Sign me the fuck up. Commemorative miniatures, sign me up. Can I use them in bolt action and K-47? That's the big question. Yeah. There you go. Every time I paint the ship pops in my head, I love it. That was a good shout, Denley. Yeah. That was a good shout, for sure. 2-inch scale models. What is that? I don't know. Let me have a look. Well, it was about the size of an orc Arab boy. It's about the size of a plague marine, so it's a little, maybe a little bigger than what we've got today, but not by much. Yeah, not by much at all. It's all right. Yeah. Marvel Crisis Protocol, yeah, like that. GTA predicted the Prime Hour screens. It did indeed, man. It did indeed. All right. Gentlemen. Ladies. Small furry creature from Alpha Centauri. Are you ready for more hype? Because we've had 40k hype. We've had old wall hype. Are you ready for shrimp hype? I think it's time for the shrimp hype. It's K-47 hype. Let's go. I love that picture. Oh, wow, look at the spruce. Well, I'll show them off. We'll all look at the spruce together in a moment. I was having a quick skim through the article. That's kind of cool. Oh, they've dropped a big one there. Okay, in a good way. Okay. Let's have a look. Gentlemen, we have hype! Hype, baby! It's so good to say hype over beef. So good. We've got some Conflict 47 hype. And Warlord Games has just dropped a new article detailing the Nacht-Zera, the new shrimp mech from Conflict 47. Now, this is one of the new plastic mechs that has been revealed as part of the Toten Core starter army for the Axis. And people are very, very excited for it. And they should be. Now, this hype article, what's interesting is this hype article's come out after I've actually seen the behind-the-scenes rules of this thing. So it's going to be kind of cool to see, from my perspective, what they show off and what they don't show off, what they talk about and what they don't talk about. But it looks like a pretty chunky article. I mean, look at this. There's a lot to get into. It's a doozy. Warlord Games does not skimp on their on the deets at all. So yeah, that's really cool. I really like this mech. This is the mech that you can use to turn enemy units into totem core. So you can actually, you see these big claws on the end. They've got injectors that injects people with the zombification serum, and well, it kills them and then it reanimates them basically with the rift serum. And this big tank on the back is full of rift juice and all that kind of stuff. So it's really, really cool. It's a way of literally like you kill the enemy models, then you raise them up again. It's great. It's very grimdark. It's very badass, and I love it. So let's get to know this grim bastard. The first thing I want to look at, I wonder if I can zoom in here. That's the double page picture that I was talking about and that I showed off in my hype and reveal stream. Look at that. That is an absolute beast. That is an absolute beast of a walker. Well, of a picture. Toten Ursus. Toten Stahls. Totem Fireflies. Toten everyone, man. Everyone's a Toten. Toten Schwer down there. Toten Schreckwolfen. Everyone's getting zombified. This is probably going to become my background art. I'm not going to lie. Evan's definitely going to make a thumbnail out of it. You see the fireflies dropping down the back. Got the flamethrower mech over there, spurting flame everywhere. This artwork was actually done by the same brothers that did the 6th edition Empire artwork that go for Warhammer Fantasy that goes so hard. So it's got some pedigree behind it. So let's have a look here. Festung Europa, that's the first expansion. Pre-orders are in full swing, and this is a book that promises to see a lot more dead men walking across tables all over the world. We've already looked at at the awesome new plastic totem core sprue, and with influencers starting to delve into advanced copies of the book, we've seen some fantastic new artwork of them as well. Don't worry, you can also see it below. There you go, Steph Kopinski. You might notice there's a particular Axis Walker which has arrived on pre-order at the same time as the book, featured pretty heavily in the artwork. The SD KFZ 501/1 Nachtzera. This plastic kit is packed with posability and also makes another vehicle, the 501/4 Inferno Spinner, which trades all the special rules we talk about for a really big flamethrower and bad intentions. Let's take a closer look at the Nachtzera in all its sinister glory and see what the sprue holds. So let's have a close look at this bad boy. It's pretty good.
When it comes to fighting crime,
Not to sound very corpo, but what I really like about some of the newer conflict mechs, especially the ones made out of plastic, is they look a lot more mobile. If you look at something like the old Grizzly and stuff, it's like, ugh. The legs are very static. This one feels like you'll be able to pose these legs in all sorts of interesting ways and have people getting injected. I can imagine someone's going to have a corpse, they're going to model it where like a corpse is hanging off the end of one of these claws. It's trying to like shake it off, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. It just looks very metal. It looks very metal. So what is this mechanical monstrosity and what does it do? A cousin of the infamous Spinner and Vogelspinner walkers, so familiar to Axis players, the Nachtzera has a very simple job, reanimating fallen soldiers for service in the Totem Corps. It accomplished this by means of injectors on its blade-like forearms, which are connected to a huge tank of Albrecht von Zogling's, is still my favourite name, newest serum. When a suitable corpse is pumped full of this liquid, it rises to fight once more. Old loyalties discarded in favour of unthinking obedience to the Axis cause. The Nachtzera are thus at the forefront of the mass Totem Corps formations during battle across Europe, something covered in detail in Festung Europa. Indeed, we saw what happened to the Soviets in Operation Pluto. They did not have a good time. Yeah. Now, let's look at this sprue. Oh. That's a good sprue. Only 2 sprues to build 2 different variants. I'm loving the law. I'm getting a raging clue. Bro, my clue's not gone down since I got that preview copy, mate. They say you should go and see a doctor. I didn't. I went and got more. I didn't. I just went and returned the blue pills. I wasn't going to need them anymore. Very good ergonomics. Like the 2-bit, everything's just where it should be. No higgledy-piggledy, like, you know, like wiggly bits. It's like in squares. I like straight lines. Give me the straight lines, okay? Straight lines, yes. I don't mind. I mean, I'll be interested to see how the instructions work on if you have to like build it across, like if you have to go from sprue to sprue. In the Vogel spinner and the linebacker, you just follow the sprues, sprue 1, sprue 2, or if the linebacker sprue 1, sprue 2, sprue 3. So it'll be interesting to see with this if you still just build everything on this sprue first and then everything on this sprue second, or if you do jump across a little bit. But I'm not too worried either way because it's 2 sprues, but like I wonder if it'll get packaged as like one. I wonder if they'll get. Do you think they'll get snapped off into like 2 halves, or do you think it'll be here's quite a long flat box? Yeah. Zoom in on the guy. You got a couple of different options for the crew. You got guy with cap and mic, and you've got guy with like what do you call it? Sort of doctor's surgical head. But this body, obviously, the head is molded in. This one isn't. So if you want to do a head swap, like put a Style Trooping head on there, you could do. Yeah. Gas mask. Yeah, it's like a sort of gas mask, rebreather, sort of surgical mask kind of head. So yeah, it's not, even if you have to jump across 2 sprues, it's not too bad because they've laid everything out in block formation, which I like. Yeah, I have to say I'm very happy with that. I reckon after you built one, I reckon after you built one, you could probably build it without the instructions. Yeah. Mystery mech must be completely different. They don't show any sprue space. I agree. I think this one can build 2 variants, and then there's a mysterious. I think this is 1 mech with 2 variants, and the mystery mech is coming separate. Yeah. So what does this actually mean on the tabletop? What does the Naxera do? Quite simply, it kills things, turns the totem core, and makes nearby totem core units better. It does this courtesy of a couple of nifty special rules and a very powerful active rift enhancement, as well as the aforementioned stabbing arms. You'll be able to find all of these new rules in the free PDF army list, alongside plenty of other units and characters, which will of course be updated when Festung Europa is released, and on the Warlord Games app. But for now, let's look at them in general terms. So, Festung Europa drops, and the PDFs get updated the same day. Excellent. Dead Medicine. When nearby total units attempt to bring back models using the Dead Rise again, they get a bonus to the roll, making them more likely to regenerate casualties. So, obviously I can't say what that bonus is, but you guys can speculate. But yeah, it makes the Dead Rise Again ability better. Medical implements. While the Naxxera's arms aren't quite as powerful in close quarters as normal walker arms, they come with a deadly benefit. Every time an Naxxera destroys an enemy infantry model, with a few exceptions, it can make a test. If that test is passed, the model reanimates and could join a nearby totem core unit as its newest member. And this can even take... Oh, I wasn't sure if they were going to tell you this. They can even take totem core squads over their maximum size. My. Mordian Soviet INX spam list shattered. Absolutely. And the best bit is, not only is it going to be shattered on the tabletop, it's shattered in the lore as well when you read the Festung Europa lore. Yeah. So basically, it kills a guy. You have to roll a dice. get a certain number, and then if you pass, a nearby totem core unit gets to go above, gets a guy back, or if it's at max strength, goes above. Russian conscripts go. Yeah, this thing, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good. Corpse harvest. I mean that is. I'm not even moving on. That is so cool. And you could have multiple. Think about it. You can have multiple of these things, killing people, and that means you could like be feeding all of these dead bodies into like one totem core unit, just making it bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Yeah. Now, but it is important to remember that the arms aren't quite as powerful. And you got to think about how like walker assault works. So if you're running through trying to stab people, you've got to hit them on the 4+ first. Then you've got to wound them. Then you've got to pass the test to resurrect them. So, I mean, you're probably looking at, like, honestly, like, you are probably, this thing's going to have like 4 attacks, right? So, because it's got 2 arms, 1 attack per arm, and then 2 pairs of legs. So it's going to have like 4 legs. It's going to have like 4 attacks. It's going to have to hit on 4s. You know, going to wound, depending on what it's attacking, you know, it's going to be wounding on like 3s or 4s. And then you have to pass the test. So, like, honestly, you get 1 attack per pair of legs and then 1 attack per arm. So 2 pairs of legs is 2 attacks. 1 arm is an attack. 2 arm is an attack. Yeah, that's how coyotes get 3 attacks. Because they've got 2 arms and 2 legs. Yeah. So I don't. People are going to look at this and go, "Oh my god, this is so powerful." But realistically, I think you'll kill a guy. You'll kill a guy or 2, maybe get one of them back. It's really not super duper like overpowered at all. Like the medical influence is nice. Like when the enemy charges you, it'll probably be like better because you're automatically hit. But if the enemy's charging you, they're in a position where they're probably likely to kill you. So again, you won't get much, you know, it's unlikely that they're going to, actually if they're charging you, they've charged you because they think they can kill you. So you're unlikely to get more than 1 chance at it. So I think the back of a napkin math incoming, back of a napkin math kind of situation is, I reckon you're like, if you're running over people or whatever, you might bring back a guy. Yeah. You might bring back a guy. Yeah. Corpse harvest. The Naxxra's special rules are certainly powerful, but its active rift enhancement is what really sets it apart. If an infantry unit, friend or foe, this is the heart. This is like a nice bonus. This is the biggie. It's destroyed within 6 inches of the Naxxra. It can exhaust a rift dice to turn them into totem core. Not reinforced to an existing unit though. We're talking a whole new unit with its own order and rift die, freshly raised and ready to kill. There's a reason we put so many totem core on our new plastic box. We know that if you're going to run Naxxra, you're going to need plenty of extra corpses. Infinite rift dice glitch just dropped. I need to remind myself. 1 minute. How this actually works. 1 minute. Is there like a role for it, or is it just No, it just makes them. But it does have a limitation. I won't give you specifics on it, but you can't like load a Naxera up with like 3-4 rift dice and just be like new unit, new unit, new unit, new unit. You can't do that. There is a limitation to it. So it's nowhere near as it's genuinely nowhere near as busted as you think it is. It's powerful as fuck though. Like, but here's the thing. This is really its main thing. This, honestly, you might get a guy back. You might get an extra guy every so often. Because you got to hit, then wound with your little shitty fucking noodle arms, and then you've got to roll another dice after that, and you've only got 4 attacks to do it with. So truthfully, this is just, oh cool, I got a guy this time. That's all it is. This is the biggie. So if you're thinking, oh, this thing's like super busted, which I know Dexion is worried about, you're thinking this thing's super busted. I'm not worried about it being super busted because it basically does like one thing. Yeah. Yeah, it bases one thing. All of this gives a Naxera a very clear battlefield role. You want yours right at the front, supporting your waves of Totem Court as they shamble towards the enemy. It's almost like it's a complete concept that could easily be turned into a starter army, or huge. I didn't think they were going to tell you this. I didn't think they were going to tell you this. I thought they were going to let this casually drop on the day. This is massive. We're getting a new platoon. And it's really cool. Yeah, we're getting a new platoon. So, one of the things, so obviously we have the core platoons from the rule book, but I think, you know, as much as we love Conflict 47, I think we can see that some of it was basically ported over from bot action. And I feel like, you know, Warlord, you know, that was a good place to start, but Warlord does want to try and, you know, do more than just copy and paste. And so I think they are bringing in some new platoon structures. Now, I'm going to say something. When I first heard we were getting new platoons, I was worried and I didn't like it. I was there, Gandalf, 3,000 years ago at the Dawn of Formations in 7th edition. And I think we can all say the problems with 40k has been the current detachment structure has made things too, they've pigeonholed armies too much. Like, I think we could, you know, there's been problems with that. So I was worried. But I've seen the new platoon, and whilst I think it's very good. It is very specialized, and it does have some big Achilles heels. So it's not. It's like it's very. I won't lie. I think it is very powerful, but I also think it does have some big Achilles heels. And the other thing I would say is, in sort of modern 40k, we only have these specialist detachments. Whereas what I love about Conflict is we've already got the core detachments, we've already got the core platoons nailed down. And so this is just something that layers on top of it, or not even layers off of it, that because it doesn't go on top of it, it just goes next to it. Yeah. I think that I have the same concerns. I had the same concerns that I'm sure many of you guys who have got, GW PTSD like myself. But I've seen the rules for it. And I think it's powerful yet specialized with some pretty big Achilles heels. And I think basically it's just like when you face Totem Core for the first time in general. Like the first time you face them, you think, oh my God. But then after you play them a few times, you're like, oh, like these guys have got some really big weaknesses. I know how to deal with them now. And I think that basically is going to be the exact same experience people go through with the platoon. And remember, you're not picking one platoon to build your entire army out of. So if you go all in on this platoon, that's great, but you're super specialized, and someone turns up with some Ursus, you're fucked. Like, I cannot stress this enough. Someone turns up with Ursus or Schreckwolfen, you are fucked. Hell, if someone turns up with British Mark IIs, you're pretty fucked. Which I won't give too much away, but I told you there's some limitations on this. Right? So if someone turns up, if you go all in on the new Totem Core platoon, you're going to be massively specialized. And if you take, and the more you water down the Totem platoon to fit other things into your army, the less powerful the Totem platoon becomes, because it's not buffing as many units. It's not doing as many things. So yeah, like it's good. But the more I think about, as with everything with Conflict, the more I think about it, the more I'm not worried. The more I think about it, the more I'm not worried about it. The more I look at it, the more I realize that it is specialist, but it's not. It's specialist, and the best way of describing it is it's specialist, and it is good at what it already does. It's good at what it does, but it can't do everything. Yeah. Also, I'd like to point something out here where this is kind of interesting. This feels like a combination of like 8th/9th edition 40k army structure with a little bit of like 10th edition army structure thrown in. So, and that's not meant as an insult. That's actually meant as like they've taken the best bits. Think about this, right? Imagine if you could take like a combined arms platoon in your guard army, and then you could take some Grizzled Company. Like, okay, so I'm going to take my Grizzled Company. Like, I want, like, what's Grizzled Company good at doing? Okay, it's kind of good at, like, or a better way of doing it, sorry, a better way. Imagine you've got, like, a Grizzled Company detachment, which, like, platoon, which is where all you sort of, you put, like, all your general stuff. But then you're like, you know what? I really would like to have my infantry in a more, like, in a recon detachment instead. Okay, well, I'll do that as well. So you're not so instead of like, it's just like getting the right platoons to the right jobs, right? Yeah, it feels like bolt action campaign platoons to me. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a better way. Yeah, good way of putting it as well. So genuinely, the more I think about this, the more Like, you can go all in on a platoon, but I think, as we have seen again and again and again with Conflict 47, you are better off taking a combined arms list with plenty of tools in the toolbox than massively skewing. Yeah. Anyway, let's have a look here. That's right. The Totem Ross platoon will be joining the Axis Army list as a brand new way to field your forces. This can be taken instead of the Assault Platoon as the Mandate Platoon in your force and gives you everything you need to command a mighty horde of the living dead. With 2 Total Core squads and 2 Naxera among the Mantra units, it's not subtle. Taking your Totem Rotter army is a pretty clear statement of intent, but it is brutally effective if you use it well. It also comes with a very handy special rule, allowing your Totem Core to become scoring units for objectives under the right circumstances. Want to field an army composed of nothing but the risen dead and their handlers? Now you can. So this obviously sounds amazing, right? Scoring Totem Core. I will say this before anyone is worried, because that's like the one big weakness of the Totem Core, right? You know how, like, in old 40k, there was the saying, when fighting the Tyranids, you need to kill the big ones, and then the little ones start being less of a problem? Wink. Wink. So, yes, you get buffs. Yes, your zombies can score, but there is counterplay, which is good. There's interactivity. You, as the opponent of the Totem Core, have the puzzle to beat and unlock. Yeah. The Totem Roster is the first new platoon to be announced, but if you don't play Axis, don't worry, we've got another one to show off before Festung Europa launches. This is just one of the ways we'll continue to expand Conflict 47, giving players even more ways to field their models and tailor their forces to both their preferred playstyle and the lore that makes up each of the new supplements, which is the best bit, right? Yeah. This is just the beginning, and you can expect to see plenty more new platoons on the way as the game grows. So there's another platoon. I know who it's for. I wish I could tell you, but they haven't given you a hint here, so I can't give you a hint. Yeah, I can't, unfortunately. Yeah. But what a great article, man. Oh, I love they've used this picture. Ooh, what's behind the door? Hey, if you remember that first bit of artwork with the Fireflies versus the Style Trooper, and you remember there was a glowing green thing there as well, wasn't there? The green vault. But yeah, look at this. Yeah, it's really cool, man. It's really cool. And everything you see in this picture here can be taken as part of a Totem Rotter platoon, which is kind of cool. You know, like the mechs and Zogling and the Totem Core and stuff. You know, it's really cool. Yeah. So there you go. So there we go. Overall, it's a cool article, and I am very, 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 very hyped. I am very, 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 very hyped. I'm not so surprised. I'm pleasantly surprised that they've given you so much. You basically have a really good general idea of what the Naxera does now. It's got these little noodle arms that can try and kill people in combat, and if it does, you might get a guy back. Or it can basically, anytime a unit dies near it, it could turn them into Totem Core and all that kind of stuff. And also, it can. You've got the new platoon structure as well, which might help you get some scoring, but there's some counterplay. You see, you guys aren't thinking. See, here's the thing. here's the thing. I am thinking in 5D chess. Because everyone else is out here going, oh, I want to take my totem core in this platoon to make it better. You have small minds and you think in small ways. The way of the green vault. The way of the cheese player. Thinks in dimensions, in wheels within wheels, beyond the mere comprehension of mortal men. I'm thinking that suddenly basic infantry became very relevant. Why pay? Why pay 21 points per totem core when you can pay 5 points per totem core? Inexperienced infantry downgraded with shirkers. Take your inexperienced infantry, yeet them into the nearest enemy unit that they will certainly die to, and then exhaust the rift dice, turn them into totem core. Yes. You know what? Oh, it definitely needs changing though. 1 minute. Wait. My genius knows no bounds. And I am going to single-handedly get this unit nerfed and FAQ'd. Do you want to know how? I'm going to give a little bit away here. But I might need to pass this on to Warlord quickly. It says when an enemy or friendly unit is destroyed, you can generate a unit of totem core. Now I'm going to tell you, you exhaust the rift dice, you generate a certain number, like a random number, okay? A random number. Currently, there's no qualifier for how many guys need to die, which like caps that random number. So for example, if you've only got like one guy with a Panzerfaust and you fire them all off, you roll the d6, you cap to 1, right? There's no qualifier for that. So if you took like an inexperienced anti-tank rifle team for like 17, 18 points, or an officer, got that guy killed, he might come back as multiple totem core. Technically, a unit was destroyed. So technically, I can generate this random, not giving too much away, number of totem core. I want to make something clear. I expect that will be literally qualified in the first. I've only seen the very early access, like rough rules. So like when I got them in this format before the PDFs went live, and things that they'd basically written down roughly had got fixed in the PDF versions. So I expect actually that's not going to work. I expect actually it's like there will be a qualifier in the final version. This is just like I've had the this is the direction we're going in kind of thing. Yeah, but I should mention it because otherwise it's obviously not in the spirit though. If I was to It's not in the spirit of the law. And if I was to play with my Naxera, and that qualifier wasn't in there, I would self-limit and go, okay, well, only one guy died, so I can only get a maximum of one guy back. Yeah. Like, I'll point it out, but I won't actually abuse it. Yeah. Yeah. So there you go. But, hey, you know what? I'll make this into a stream highlight. Someone at Warlord will watch it and go, oh, fuck. God damn it, Mordian. I'm sorry, man. You can take the 40k player out of Warhammer, but you can't take the 40k out of the player. Yeah. You should get a job at GW. No, you don't understand. Hen did I? This is the kind of shit that GW doesn't catch and doesn't care about catching. Yeah. Emerged FAQ, Evil Genius. I don't, like I said, I think they'll, yeah, exactly, Squidhead Sean. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, I don't think it'll make it to launch. Yeah, I don't think it'll make it to launch. Yeah, you should have got that job at GW. Yeah, that's true. I should have done. Oh, hey, sorry, I misunderstood you. You should have got that job at GW. Yeah. But yeah, there we go. So overall, what do we rate the Shrimp Mechs hype? I'm giving it a 10 out of 10 because I have seen its like stats and everything, and I think it is a really cool unit, but I honestly don't think it's overly powerful. And I think it's just like, here's the thing, if you are bringing the tools to deal with the Totem Core anyway, you won't be struggling with this. If you've been playing Conflict 47 for the last 6 months, you've already learned how to deal with Totem Core. Now, you already know their weaknesses, their strengths and weaknesses. So this is just more of that, and you know how to handle it. You know, we've all run the simulations. They're tough, but they ain't invincible. And if you are new to Conflict 47, then welcome to real gameplay, where things seem tough at first, but if you actually take the time and scratch below the surface, you will learn how to beat everything you encounter. It rewards you for that. Yeah. I died from the hype, and it rose me from the dead. Nice. Yeah. I want to know what the big flamethrower is. I can't say. It's a vehicle flamethrower with it's basically just a vehicle flamethrower with a reliability quirk. That's all it is. Yeah. I rate it a Rising Atlantis out of 10 permatin pills. Yeah, man. 7 out of 10, 7 out of 10. Love that. Nice. Yeah, 2 big claws up. Yeah. 501 out of 10. Yeah, flamethrower version is very straightforward, but not one I think anyone will be disappointed with. Honestly, as crazy as it sounds, I suspect the flamethrower version will actually be the meta choice. I do. I think the zombie razor is the fun vibes choice. It's the conflict choice. Right, there's the right choice and there's the better choice. And the right choice is Shrimp Boy. And probably what ends up being the meta choice is the Flame Boy. But weirdly, I don't see many people going full flame mode. Yeah. Just because the other one's so cool. Yeah. I don't think so, Dexon Gaming. No. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I don't think it's anything as powerful as that. Like I said, it's more of a reliability thing than anything else. Warlord, like I said, Warlord have done a pretty good job of conflict. Warlord done a pretty good job of getting the balance right. Like when something looks too powerful, but actually it's not, kind of thing, right? Warlord done a pretty good job of doing that, and I think they've done it again here with this. It looks too powerful on the surface, but I don't think it actually is. Well, it doesn't look powerful. It looks pretty powerful on the surface. I actually think it's totally okay. Yeah. I'll tell you who I'm really excited for. I'm pretty excited for I'm pretty excited for Albrecht von Zogling. Yeah, he's pretty great. I was reading his rule again. Yeah, he's great. Yeah, but like I don't think he's too. I don't think he's too bad at all. He's really cool though. He's really, really cool. Yeah. All of it is, man. Yeah, there's like all of it is. There's so many. I really like the Totenrotter commanders as well. They're really cool. Yeah, Warlord's done a good job with this. Oh, I'll give you guys a little something to look forward to, which I don't think is giving anything away here. Because I won't give anything away at all here, but it might. I think I might be stepping up to the line here, but I'm not going to go over the line. One of the things, so on the Warlord Games website, there's a model you can buy from. It's a legacy mod. Legacy, you know what I mean? Like it came from first edition, but it's not legacy as in you can't use it. It's not 40k legacy. There's a V1 unit called the Specialist Medic, and he hasn't done anything so far in Conflict 47 remastered, for lack of a better term, because but just be a cool medic model. But he actually is getting a unit entry. More than just a medic. The Specialist Medic is getting unit entry. So that's really cool. Yeah, that's really cool, which is good because I actually painted him up recently and he's really like fucked up with all sort of like mutations and everything. So I won't tell you what he does, but I really like him, and I think that he is. I think he's really. I think so. I think a lot of people. I think a lot of people will end up including him in an army. Yeah. I'll show you which one I'm talking about. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff like this. Like, you know, we've seen the what do you call it? We've seen the like Zogling and the Shrimp Mech and the Totem Core, but there's a lot of stuff that is coming with this update that you guys haven't seen yet. So this is the guy I'm talking about. This is the guy I'm talking about. So oh, sorry, I was thinking of the wrong Specialist Medic. I was thinking of Hartman Gross's Specialist Medic. But this is the guy I'm talking about. So he's a really cool model. And he's actually getting rules. And I think a lot of people will like the rules he's getting. Yeah. He's not like an auto include or anything. He's just he's actually now more than just a bullshit medic. Yeah. Yeah, he's not a bullshit. He's now more than just a fancy medic sculpt, which is cool. Yeah, I like that, personally. So yeah, loads of cool stuff. Loads and loads and loads and loads of cool stuff. I'm super fucking hyped for this. Like, I can't say enough about it. Like, I hope that they release more stuff and they let me talk about more stuff as well. Like my embargo. So to give you guys an idea, so you guys were looking forward to when I could talk about the Festung Europa, like, lore. I can give you the embargo date for when the Festung Europa rules embargo drops, and that is on the 20th. So so that's the moment it hits the moment it hits the 20th. I can show you all the rules. Well, I can't show. I can tell you all the rules, in detail. Yeah. There's a couple of limitations. Like Ward have said, don't talk about points because I think they're being finalized and stuff. But I can be like, hey, this is how many guys the regen ability does and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Is what special bet in V1? Let me know. Let me know, and I think. I mean, I have the V1 book. I should really check, but you tell me, Dexian. Oh no, it's completely different to that. It's completely different to that. Yeah, yeah. That's a cool ability, but it's completely different to that. Yeah, yeah. It's just a bit more straightforward. Yeah. If you're doing a hobby stream that Thursday, would you start a fresh stream for the embargo lifting just in case the hobby gets nuked? I just wouldn't do a hobby stream. I'd just do the hobby stream on like Wednesday instead. Yeah, I'll just do the hobby stream on Wednesday. Yeah. No, that's fair, Dexian. That's fair. Yeah. Anyway, I guess we shall have to wait until the 20th. Oh, God. It's a long wait. You know what? 2 weeks has never felt so long. Yeah. It's never felt so long, man. It's all hype, boys. Look at that. Hype, hype, bloody hype. So, what is the... what are you most hyped for, I suppose, chat? Should we have a little poll? What are you most hyped for? Orc War Boss and Hope for 11th. Old World being back on track as a vibe. K47. K47. Festung Europa. There you are. There you are. Let that run for a little bit. A nice mixture of hype there, you know? A nice mixture of hype. Got a couple of super chats coming in here.
When it comes to fighting crime,
We've got the Lower Decks. Thank you for super chat, man. Never fight a jungle war in Southeast Asia in stream discussion. Let's have a look. So it looks like whoever was moving weapons through this port was doing a roaring trade. The locals have unleashed vicious firepower into Jenkins' boarding party. Bullets, las bolts, plasma blast, flamers, and harsh language have slammed into the invaders. After initially starting their ground, Jenkins, for I believe it is him in the hood, has pulled his men back from the bazaar. The heavy stubbers wheeled out into the streets and encouraged him here. That's cool, man. As reinforcements swept in from the docking bay, they tried to cut through the red light district. It was the last mistake they ever made. Sir, the universe constantly reminds me, in revenge and in love, woman is more barbarous than man. There were no survivors. In other news, the local brothels are going to open a wonderfully stocked second-hand store full of things they'd found just lying around. Why be depressed when you can be compressed? If I fits, I sit. So wait, is Jenkins dead? Is Jenkins dead? They tried to cut through, or has reinforcements swept in? Maybe the reinforcements are dead? Either way, I'm kind of curious to see what happens to maybe Jenkins. Fun Jacob, thank you for super chat. Hobby update in stream discussion. After the absolute battering Task Force Your Country Discovered Oil took this weekend, and how dreadful of a weekend it was, 0-5 tournament, blown out tire driving home, and stolen pistol, I took a break from anything hobby related until today. But after work, I took out all 5 Rogal Dawns and finally based them black. I started using the awesome sponge method at the start of the stream and have powered through 3 so far. They are coming together very well. I'm going to redesign the list. I'm thinking 3 regular Rogal Dawns and 2 commanders. At 250, they should be good to go for my theme, right? I don't mean to ruin. Not only, obviously, you've had a bad weekend, but I don't mean to ruin this weekend. But the Rogal Dawns all went up in points. The regulars are now 260. So 250. And the officers are now 290 or 295. So it's not the end of the world, but that's like 30. It's like 60 extra points you've got to find. It's like 60 extra points. Fun Jacob's like, God damn it! Like, sweet. They nerfed him, man. It's only 60 points if you run all 5 as 2 commanders and 3 regulars. Like, you'll be able to find 60 points, right? It's like drop one 10-man squad. Or something. I don't know. He's not happy. I can tell he's not happy. He's like, fuck this fucking game. I know, man. I know. But hey, they look great. I mean that sincerely. The old sponge method is doing some serious work. Yeah, they look really, really, really cool. The fact that you've got 3 done in like one stream is pretty mental. Yeah. They look really cool. So don't let GW get you down. Just keep and don't let GW get you down. And don't forget, honestly, Fun Jacob, who even gives a fuck they got nerfed? There's like 3 weeks of meaningful 10th edition left over. Not even no. There is no weeks of meaningful 10th edition left over, but there is 3 weeks, if that, until the Adepticon reveals, which will be 2 weeks. 2 weeks until the Adepticon reveals. So in 2 weeks, everyone's going to talk about 11th anyway, and so the points cost won't matter. So get them, dude. Get them painted up now, and then when 11th edition hype starts going, your motor pool will be ready to dive straight into the new edition. Whatever it may be. So yeah, it's not the end of the world at all, really. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. So, Fun Jacob, I'm sorry I started off with a little bit of maybe salty beef for you, but on the surface, it's like when you've got like the theory versus the reality. The theory is, oh no, my Dawns have been nerfed. The reality is, doesn't matter. The Dawns look great, and they're going to be ready to rock in the next edition, which is only a little while away. Tim, you're the reason the messenger got shot every time they delivered bad news. I am. I am the messenger. It wasn't that the messenger delivered bad news, it's that the messenger was a massive cunt, and that's why he kept getting shot. So, yeah, that was me. Yeah, I have to own it. What do we got next? Squiggle to Sean. Thank you for the super chat, man. Just seems fun and themey. Silly getting all worked up at the stage. Yeah, it is. It is. It is power. It is silly to go off half-cocked. Like, it is silly. I think I am really looking forward to fighting with and against the Totem Rotter. Yeah. I'm really, really looking forward to it. Yeah. So, there we go. I'm just wondering, like, I'm kind of curious about how I want to deal with it. Well, the thing is, like, they are only zombies. They are only damage value 6. I mean, if it's damage value 6, it really is quite handleable. It's when it's like damage value 7, where with like Shrek Wolf and Ursus, and damage value 8 where it gets tricky. But like damage value 6, it's fine, man. Ain't nothing but a thing. Kodiak will sort them out. Because I'm thinking like, how will each faction deal with it? I think the like Fireflies can deal with Totem Core because of Assault Pen 1. Yeah. So yeah, I think it'll be fine. Yeah.
When it comes to fighting crime,
Dazzle Rate should not be on infantry. Change my mind. I will not. I understand the sentiment, but I'm not saying it because I particularly know everything that's coming, but I would say let us wait until we have all the pieces of the puzzle, and then if it turns out no, this is fucked, we should do it. I know me saying wait and see is highly ironic, but when you say wait and see with GW, all you do is wait and see and get proven that you were fucking right to be worried. When you say wait and see with Warlord, every time it's happened, they've delivered. So yeah, I understand though. Like Ursus, when they go to deviate, are like I don't think deviate is necessarily the problem. I think it's if you deviate and hard to kill. You know what? I don't even think deviate is the problem. I genuinely think hard to kill is the problem. If there is a problem, I think it's hard to kill. I don't think you should be mega tough and have a great save. But okay, hang on. But let us take a moment to appreciate something here. Every single edition of Warhammer 40k, outside of 2nd edition, Terminators have widely been regarded as a bit shit because they can never be... Their toughness can never match up to their, like, vibe. Their vibe toughness never matches their, like, tabletop toughness. But then we go over to Conflict 47, it's like, oh, I look at that Ursus, and it's, how the hell am I shitting myself over a 1 wound model? It's like, because these are like the Terminator rules done right. Yeah. Wizard Monk, can my vote be that I'm just not excited for 40k or K47? Of course, that's why the old world option's there, mate. Yeah. Yeah. Ugh. There we go. There we go. I don't do block formations. You know, some people are never happy. What we got next? Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat, man. Tim, you need to play Varak in my honor in K47. Hey, look, you know, I'll play him again. I currently have a 100% win rate against Varak in K47. Guy just needs to like come to some more K47 events or something, you know. Yeah. And then we got Cosmic again. You definitely need to get some K47 rules for the worm. For the worm! What could we use it as? I mean, I could use it as a proxy von Zogling. It could be the worm that controls the minds of the people. Maybe, right? You can't fucking let him steal my catchphrase. That's our catchphrase. The people's catchphrase. The people's catchphrase. It is the people's catchphrase. I missed your hobby update. I thought I did your hobby update with all the power armor guys. Or was there another hobby update? Oh, sorry, there was another hobby update. Cosmic, lambast me, sir. I thought I'd done it. But it turns out there was another hobby update. Okay. Cosmic, I can't keep up with your goddamn productivity. You're too damn good. All right, the first 5 of my 10 Falcon troops have been made. I started off with is plain red suits, but then kind of just a small camo pattern of spots on them. I'll be bringing them with Panzerfaust to drop them behind the lines and hit them hard. And of course, Fanatic to get in close. 5 more to paint, and that's the last 5 Style Troopers, and I finally start basing them. Nice. I like the black and red camo. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Like, it reminds me of, like, some urban camo on, like, some micro machines and stuff. Yeah, or G.I. Joe. Like, yeah. Yeah, it's come out quite good, man. I quite like it. Nice. Good use of the anvil jetpacks as well. Nice. Yeah, they've come out all right. I think when you base them, it's going to really bring them all together. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing it. Excellent work, Cosmic. Excellent indeed. Lord Castellan, thank you for the super chat, man. Thought when GW ran to their paint, why didn't they put the paint in drop balls? Bro, I know. Bro, I know, man. I literally had a massive spurg about this earlier in the stream. It's just, I mean, it's all been a hype stream, except for that moment when it was quite beefy. Like, GW just, it puts the paint in the dropper or else it gets the hose again. Put the paint in the fucking dropper! Please, hobbyist, buy my pottle paint, please. It puts the paint in the dropper, or else it gets the hose again. Yeah, it's so dumb, Logistan. It's so stupid. Yeah. Fun Jacob, thank you for the super chat, man. Meme in stream discussion. Rogel's nerf Fun Jacob. I'm gonna bust a rift. Dawn is nerf, mate. Let's bust a rift. Oh man. I'll say it again. I don't think any faction has been more nerfed than Garden 10th. And despite every single nerf that they have inflicted upon us, we have always remained viable. The Guard community, more than any other community in Warhammer 40k 10th edition, has pivoted, has dodged, ducked, dipped, dived, and dodged, has used speed, violence, and momentum, has improvised, adapted, and overcome. And even after every nerf that they slapped onto us, we get one little buff. We're a top 3 faction. And you know what's funny? Everyone's going on about like Grizzled is what's made us a top 3 faction. We've been a top 3 faction for basically the entire edition, and no one has really given us the respect we deserve. And now, finally, at the end of the edition, they're starting to learn. They're starting to learn. Think about it. Everyone's going on about how Guard's a top 3 faction with Grizzled, but then this is the mental gymnastics that non-Guard players have to go through. They just cannot accept that we are the Emperor's true finest. We cannot accept that we are the dominant force in the entire galaxy. If any other faction got Thanos snapped out of existence, it would not change anything. If the Guard got snapped out of existence, everything changes. That's how good we are. That's how important we are. It's literally that simple. Like, this is the mental gymnastics, right? Oh, Guard's only a top 3 faction because of Grizzled Company. What's the most top meta build right now? Pure Infantry Guard and Recon. So, we're only top 3 because of Grizzled, but our most powerful build is in Recon. So what if we take Grizzled away? How long's Recon? How long has Recon been out? Who said day one that Recon was OP as fuck? Who said that it was good because your stratagems were what countered combat and your detachment rules what countered shooting? The Guard has been so good in 10th edition. And the Guard community in 10th edition has been so good on multiple levels. Firstly, like I said, we've had to overcome more changes to our army than any other faction. They took our artillery away from us. They took our Krieg Marshals away from us. They have taken our Dawns away from us. They made Lord Solar into a drooling moron until they finally gave him the ability to order our vehicles back. Natural combos like the Commissar leading Ogryns, Priest affecting Bulgarians, all that kind of stuff. We've had to deal with that for pretty much the whole edition. Nerf. How many datasheets did we get nerfed in a row? How many datasheets did we get nerfed in a row? Every single one. We never got a buff in a datasheet, guys. Or we rarely got a buff in a datasheet. The only thing we got was Grizzled Company. That wasn't in a datasheet. They took all of our Scions away and shot them in the back of the head, and we still kept winning. Do you know why we kept winning? Because Guard, and I can explain this. I can literally explain why Guard has done better than everyone else in all of 10th edition. Because you know what is our most powerful? Why was Grizzled Company so good? Why was it our most powerful way of playing? Was it because it skewed us into a niche bullshit stat check of a list? No. Grizzled Company blew everyone's minds away because it didn't make people. It rewarded people for taking a proper list. Some infantry, some tanks, some specialists. That was it. Everyone else is out there. Oh, how can I beat the Catan spam? How can I beat the Catan spam? Bring in a proper list, mate. How can I beat the Victrix? How can I beat the Victrix? Bring a proper list, mate. No, I have to spam this unit 3 times and this other unit 3 times. Bring a proper list, mate. Grizzled Company has shown up everything. Has revealed everything that I have been talking about. I know I sound super arrogant, but send me to the black ships. Send me to the black ships. You can type this into YouTube. For Mordy and Glory, 40k has become a game of gotchas, gimmicks, and skews. Okay, that video will come up. I called this. I said, everyone is taking... I said, no one knows how to play proper Warhammer anymore. No one knows how to build proper lists anymore. Every time I come across someone in a tournament, all they're doing is trying a gimmick. The units are gimmicky. The list designs are gimmicky. All it is people trying to like break the game. No one just sits down and writes a good list based on fundamentals. No one does that. And all you needed to do to do well in this game was to run a proper list. Now, here's the thing. Before the bleating of the GW sheeple comes in, yeah, I know some factions don't have all the tools in the toolbox, but that's exactly proves my point on why rock, paper, scissoring this game is a bad thing. This is what proves my point on why there's no such thing as data sheet bloat. There's no such thing as factions having too many units. There's no such thing. Why is the Guard one of the most powerful factions out there? Because we are one of the factions that's got one of the most data sheets. Compare us to almost any... We must be in the top 4, top 5 of factions with data sheets. We must be. And look at our data sheets. There's like Dreer, who's a gimmick, and then there's the engineers, which are a gimmick, and like the priests, a few little bitties like that. But every other one of our units, solid as a rock. Nice, sensible, non-gimmicky, fundamental, good abilities, good stat lines, good weapon choices. Like, the Guard is built on playing honest Warhammer. And the fact that we even have the term for it, honest Warhammer, is a damning indictment of everyone else's faction and a ringing endorsement of the Guard. Guard just plays honest Warhammer. No. Guard just plays Warhammer. All of you guys are playing bullshit hammer. Are playing slop. You're all playing slop hammer. We're playing Warhammer. You're all playing checkers. We're playing chess. You've all got one fucking coloured piece. We've got a dozen different pieces. And they all work together. So if you knock one Dawn out, we've got 3 more. You take one 20-man blob out, we've got 3 more. You take one unit of Kazkan out, we've got another one. You take one unit of Borgud out, we've got another one. We have redundancy. We have layers. We have mutual support. And this entire edition, all we have done is actually play Warhammer properly. Everyone else has gotcha'd, has gimmicked, has skewed. And all the guys... Why do you think our win rate has been so consistent the entire edition? Why do you think it's been so consistent? Because we've just been playing so damn consistently. We've just been putting the fucking time in, putting the fucking reps in. We've been playing the way we want to play. This is it. The Guard just plays Warhammer. And that's why, in my opinion, this entire edition, we have been one of the best factions in the game. That's why in this edition, we have received cumulatively, so many nerfs. Single-handedly responsible for diddling indirect fire. Guys, we are single-handedly the faction that is responsible for diddling indirect fire. And guess what? We still have the best indirect fire. And it's still totally viable. Look at what other factions have to do to imitate even a fraction of our power. And our power is not raw datasheet ability. We do not have Catans. Look at Catan and place it next to any other guard unit. We are not on the same level. We do not have too many rules per datasheet. We don't have a Victrix equivalent. We don't have a Catan equivalent. We don't have a Twin Lands equivalent. We don't have any of that. We just have solid datasheets which work together to build a proper list and a proper army. And that is what I think has made us such a good faction in this edition. I mean, is there any let me ask you this. Is there any other faction which could take 5 Chimeras, 5 Leaving Russes, and a couple of artillery pieces for 3 years straight, and from day one it being good, and to the final day it being good? Literally never stopped being a viable playstyle. Just tanks, infantry, and artillery. I've run that for 3 years, and it has never stopped being good. There's never been a point in this edition where I haven't been able to throw down 80 to 120 infantry, 4 to 5 tanks, and two artillery pieces as a hybrid guard list, and ever felt like, oh, this is a waste of time. Does it win every game? No. Does it win most games? Yeah. Everyone else has fucked about. Everyone else has tried to scheme like a Skaven or like the low cunning of a grot. Everyone else has tried to, instead of getting good at the game, has tried to break the game. But not the guard. We just kept bringing our tanks, our infantry, and our artillery. And the one time that we have got a bullshit skew army, do you know what it is? Is it spamming some big monster? Is it taking some ridiculously undercosted, like, elite choice? It's taking lots of guardsmen. The infantry corps! Every day in the corps is like a day on the farm. Every meal a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune. Every formation a parade. I love the corps! Do you know what people are complaining about with guard now? Recon detachment, 240 guardsmen. That is apparently the most powerful build in the entire game. It always comes down to the infantryman and his rifle. You thought these were just sayings? You thought I trotted these out as like a Marvel-esque dialogue quippy saying? You think that I say it always comes down to the infantryman and his rifle for no reason? You think I've been saying the infantry corps every day on the farm, paycheck, fortune, banquet for a bit of fun? You think I've been saying it's a guardsman's life to die? It's our job to send them where they can die. We should never be afraid to spend the lives of our men, but we should never waste them. And you think I've been saying that for like shits and gigs? I've been trying to drill this shit into you guys. And to be fair, you guys You guys have got it from day fucking one. I've never had any pushback on that shit. Because the guard community gets it. And look at what happens when we go to other factions and we guardify them. Everyone said that Tau was a toilet faction that couldn't win shit. I ran them like a guard army. I whipped them into shape. We whipped them into shape. We taught them how to stop skewing. We taught them how to stop gimmicking. We taught them how to play honest Warhammer. And overnight, we proved how good the Tau were. Everyone in the Space Marines trying out all this crazy shit. And what did we do, chat? We built a firstborn army. Built on fundamentals. Infantry, tanks, balanced as all things should be. Elites. Undefeated. Undefeated. Here's the thing about Warhammer. Warhammer never changes. There is no... If you've been following me for years, how many times have people sent me lists in and they've been like, hey Mordia, I want to run 10 tanks. And I'm like, firepower and pure killing power will get you a 50% win rate, but it won't win you a tournament. You cannot win a tournament based on that. You cannot win a GT based on that. You have to win a GT based on more than just trying to kill. Even an RTT. And that's never changed. I was saying that in 8th. I was saying that in 9th. And I've said it all the way through 10th. Serie A Tactical Marines are amazing. Massively slept on unit. If you think Tactical Marines are shit, then you've not been paying attention. I would take Tactical Marines over Intercessors every single day. Every single day. No questions asked. Such a useful unit. Combination of grenades, special weapons, easy, cheap shit munchers. Yeah. Tactical Marines are great. Yeah. People don't think they are, but they're really, really good. They're great. Compare Tactical Marine to compare 5-man Tactical Marine combat squad to a 10-man squad of guardsmen. And that Tactical Marine squad is getting more wounds, more toughness. It's got the same amount of wounds, more toughness, better save, better ballistic skill, better weapon skill, more, as much heavy, more heavy equipment in many ways. Because they get plasma pistol and power sword and the sergeant. Cajans don't get that. Or power fist even. Yeah. Literally, on every level, Tactical Marines are better than a 10-man Guardsman squad. So why is everyone... A great OC, equal OC. Yeah. Tactical Marines are great. Massively, massively slept on unit. I've taken Tactical Marines to tournaments and loved it. Yeah. Everyone... What's happened is GW thought they were being kind by taking all the list restrictions away. Take what you want. But all that did is give people no guidance on how to, actually build a good Warhammer list. If there's certain restrictions and certain, guardrails in place, it encourages you to build a better list. If you don't have those, and all that happens is you go online and ask people, hey, how should I build this list? Then all that happens is you get 30 people who've never actually played a game, who just keyboard warrior every single day, telling you what a good list should look like. And then you go off on that. And you win a few games because you're like, oh, it's just a fucking brutal spam list. But suddenly you never get better. You just win a few. You win a few games, but you never get better. Yeah, it's crazy. But that's kind of my rant. It just came from the heart. It came out of nowhere, but it just came from my heart. Why is Guard such a good faction? Why have I been able to win more tournaments in 10th edition than any other editions combined? Why have I said that? Guard have just been great. Because Guard just plays proper Warhammer. It's just that fucking simple. There you go. There you are. So yeah, but what do those 5 tactical marines do better than 5 scouts? They are much more flexible. Scouts have got what, like a heavy bolter as a special weapon. The tactical marines got a plasma cannon, plasma gun, plasma pistol, or multi-melter if you want them to. Better armor save. I imagine maybe the same OC or better OC. Missile launcher, dog shit. Absolutely terrible. Missile launcher, dog shit. Heavy bolter, dog shit. Well, dog shit than a plasma cannon. Sniper, dog shit. Scouts only do one thing, which is they scout. And that's a gimmick unit. Fundamentally, it can do less for you than a tactical unit. What happens to the scouts after they've like done their scout? Oh yeah, they just die. They don't do any damage. They just kind of like wither away. No one can really remember how they die every game. They just sort of get picked up by some spare bullshit. Do you know what Fireman Tactical Range Squad does? It jumps out, chucks a grenade at you, fills you full of fucking plasma. Has a great time. And then puts 10 OC onto the objective. For cheaper. Scouts are like 75 points, right? Or 70 points. Tactical Marines are cheaper. 5-man Tactical Marine, a split down combat squad is cheaper. Yeah. Yeah, and yeah, tac's a battle line, but I don't really care about that because you don't want 6 squads of them. Or do you? Yeah. No, I don't think you do. I think you want a 9. Tactical Marines should not be spammed. What happens if you spam, guys? You're not playing properly. Wait, a scout's only OC1? Dog shit. Dog shit. Literally, all scouts do is scout up and die. Tactical Marines, they do OC. So Tactical Marines can do objective play, action monkey play, and they can do firepower. Durability doesn't matter though, because they'll there's not much difference in a 3-up and a 4-up. So Tactical Marines can do 3 jobs. They can do primary game, secondary game, and they can do damage. What can scouts do? Primary game? No, because they'll be dead after turn 1 or turn 2. So scouts can screen. Okay, cool. Great, thanks. GG. Nah, they're not better objective play. Serie A, they're not, because what happens? People infiltrate them forward, scout move them, and then they die. Every single game. Every single time. Do you know what happens to scout? Like, seriously, do you know what happens to scouts? Every single game, someone plays them in some funky scout bastard way. And do you know what happens? Someone first turn draws secure hostile objective or overwhelming force. And the scouts give up 5 points. Now, I'm not saying scouts are bad. Don't get me wrong. I'm being a little harsh on the little buggers. But scouts aren't bad. I'm just saying, like, What do scouts do that tactical marines can't? What do tactical marines do that scouts can't? So much. Tactical marines are one of the most overlooked units in the game. And you know what? Everyone said shit about fire warriors until I took them. And let me just, if I may wank myself off, if I prove myself right on fire warriors, I prove myself right on. If you believe me on fire warriors, you should believe me on tactical marines. Intercessors have a dog shit ability, waste of time ability. Literally, intercessors have a sticky objectives, massive waste of time. Controversial opinion, massive waste of time. Do you want to know why? Every single game I've played against intercessors, what have they done? Sticky the home objective, right? What have they then done? Oh yeah, sat on the home objective. Why? Because everyone's got uppy downy. Or they've got indirect fire and deep strike. Or combination of the two. So there's no point in sticking your home objective if then someone's just and then walking off it, if all that means is someone teleports onto your objective and takes it away from you. So all the intercessors ever do, this is one of the great lies of the intercessor. This is the great lie of the intercessor. People go, oh, I love them because they stick you my home objective. No, they don't. You always end up, 9 games out of 10, you leave those intercessors on your home objective anyway because someone's got something that if you move off your home objective, you lose it. Every single fucking time. Yeah. Every single time. And what happens is that when I take a combat squad, I leave the 5 bolter bastards on the objective. And then I take the 5 guys which have dialed up to the 9s. Well, no, I won't exaggerate. The 5 guys which have got some form of half decent firepower in them, and then they move forward. And, oh, but the intercessors can fire like more bolter shots. Whoop-de-fucking-do. I don't give a shit about bolter. I give a shit about plasma, about melter. That's what I give a shit about. And that 5-man tactical squad, it's putting out a plasma cannon, a plasma gun, a plasma pistol, grenades, power fist. I'm getting double duty out of my tactical squad. My tactical squad is doing everything your intercessor can do and more. Now you might be like, oh yeah, but you're paying more points for the tactical squad than splitting it down. True. But I don't mind paying those points because I'm getting something out of both halves. What can the intercessor do? One job. What can my tactical squad do? Well, now we've got holding my home objective. We've got good OC for primary game. We've got cheapness for secondary game. We've got supplementary firepower, meaningful supplementary firepower thrown in there as well. We've got screening as well because we're going to chuck, if we need to, we could just chuck a cheap 5-man squad forward to do a bit of screening. Literally, they are tactical marines because they are tactically flexible. It says it on the fucking tin. It says it on the tin. I've never understood why people haven't liked tactical marines. And I have used them. I have used them. To great effect, I have used them. And do you know what's crazy? Every single game that I've used them in, people have, literally every single game I've used them in, do you know what people have said? Oh, I wasn't expecting those tactical marines to do so much. They're really good. I kid you not. Every single person started the game out going, no tactical marines. I'm like, I just like running. I'm just like, hey man, I just like running my firstborn. You know, it's just a cool firstborn army. Yeah, I got Razorbacks. Yeah, I think they're cool. Every single person's like giving me shit for going firstborn. I'm undefeated with firstborn.
Every meal's a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune. Every formation a parade. I love the call.
Tactical and my best unit in my firstborn army have always been my tactical marines. There you go. And I've proven it. I've proven it. There you are. People. Yeah. Tactical Marines are way better in 40k than 30k. 30k, I'm going to, controversial opinion. Tactical Marines in 30k are no better than Intercessors and Primaris in 40k. Tactical Marines in 30k, spam bolters. Intercessors in 40k, spam bolters. They're literally not a tactical Marine. Oh, but in there drawing the heresy. They're literally not a tactical Marine. They're not flexible. Tactical Marines. I wish Stern Guard veterans could be like tactical Marines again. Yeah. Can you take veteran tactical squads in 30k? That might be all right then. Anyway, I've gone off on one about my tactical Marine rant. I've gone off on them. I'm gonna go now and do some super chats. Snowpiece T, sir, I require some help in building a vibes list. Really appreciate the help. So I asked again for help with the list. The thing is, I know very few things I want in it and the kind of vibe I want, but not the units. So I told you I'm playing Crusade, therefore I'm thinking about consolidating my dudes, the 404th Stray Ghost Regiment. I don't mind too much 11th, because most things will probably be useful in it, or proxies into K47. For lore, what I got is, they are the remnant of destroyed regiments that come together to scrape a win out of the hands of Chaos and Zealous and Armageddon. The vibe I have in mind is that a convoy moving through the desert, answering calls for help, and scrapping recruits and gear. Maelstrom custom dudes are allowed to have 130 points already taken. Sentinel commander can order one squadron and can lead scouts and give assault. And a generic Stellan can order 2 regiments and join any battle line. Kazakin engineers, Tempesters as fallback and shoot. I don't really get it. This is all stage shit. I also want them flying in a Valkyrie. I'm going to ask you if it's okay to get the squadron keyword. Perhaps a Russ, since I have 3, to command by Sentinel. This is also a 1k list. 870 left, not counting Valkyrie. I'm thinking either Cadians or Kriegers. Perhaps a Chimera and a Krieg artillery. I also intend to use Crystal Company, so Commissar's Bulgans on the table. This is the vibes list. I mean, Snowpiece T. You know what you have to do. You just have to have the strength to do it. You know the list, brother. You can give me all the requirements you want. All the conditions you want. The moment I hear 1,000 point guard list, I am going to give you the same answer that I have given everybody else for 6 years. And this advice, 6 years, fucking hell. 2 editions and 4 years. The same advice, which has never steered anybody wrong, which has always given people a really good, solid 1,000-point list, which has allowed them to play fun, yet powerful games. 3 Lehman Russes, 60 Guardsmen. That's it. Oh, I want a Valkyrie. Oh, I'll take this custom. 3 Lehman Russes, 60 infantry. That's it. 2 Vanquishers. 1 Commander. 3 Blobs Acadians. And a Castellan with Loud Hailer. That I am 99% certain will come to what you want. That's only 950 points, bro. You literally have 50 points left over. I don't even know what you want to do with that 50 points. Maybe you could maybe you could get some upgrades. I'm not sure. But I'm going to look into it now. I don't even know where you could save you've got 50 points. I know what you could spend your 50 on. You've got everything you need. You could just flex. You actually don't even need to like spend the last 50. I mean, you should. You don't even need to. You get a tech priest. Not really worth it. You could upgrade one Cadian blob. One Cadian blob with the Castellan. 2 Krieg blobs, because they're 25 points more each. Boom. 1,500 points. 60 infantry. 1 officer. 3 tanks. That's all you need, baby. You've got all sorts of flexibility there. You could, another way you could do it is you could take one of the Cadian blobs as 2 10-man squads. And then you could swap out the Castellan for a command squad. Because you only really need 2 orders for the 2 big blobs at that point. So you have a command. Actually, that might be better, actually. $65, $65, 120, 120. 65 for the Canadian command squad. Vank, officer. Commissar. 10 points left over. Commissar can be a good utility piece. Like, put him in reserve to do actions. Yeah. The point is, you got flexibility, bro. That actually gets you 65 infantry. Those 2 men, that actually gets you 65 infantry. You could have those 2 10-man squads be any kind of guard infantry you want. They could be Krieg. They could be Katachans. In fact, we're refining it even more. Even more. 10-man Cadian squad, Cadian command squad. That, in its own, is like a 3rd blob. Because it's like it's a big, like, 15-man squad. That's pretty decent as a 3rd blob. Then you take 20 infantry plus 20 infantry. So 20 Cadians plus 20 Cadians. So you do 10-man Cadian squad, command squad, 20 Cadians, another 20 Cadians, a 10-man Katachan squad, bit of scout, why the fuck not? Vank, commander, tank commander, commissar. 10 points left over. If you want. 10 points left over. So that commissar can either steady the resolve of the men, or he can be put into reserve. So you've got basically 3 blobs of infantry there. 2 20-man blobs and the command blob who can act as basically a 3rd blob. And then you've got a 10-man sacrificial squad for doing scouting. And maybe hey, I only want to put 10 men onto that objective rather than 20 because I don't want to lose 20 when the enemy claps back. And then you've got the commissar who can just strut around and stuff. There you go. It's never changed. It's never changed. 3 tanks, 60 infantry. I've been, ever since 8th, 9th, 10th edition, it's never changed. It's that simple. And how can you be and here's the thing, how can it not be a vibes list, my friend? It's literally tanks and infantry. It's the guard. They cannot, no one can say it's on a vibes list. It's pure vibes. Our vibes are just better than their vibes. Tiki, thank you for the super chat, man. For 11th coming out, will you finally accept the gifts of the Emperor and let him embrace you with all 4 arms? Come join your brood brothers. I mean, I have my G's to the cult, man. I'm just waiting for 11th. I'm just waiting for 11th. And hopefully 11th will be good. All I want from 11th is variety. And all I want from 11th is for it to be interesting. I don't... Rant, but only a little one. Cosmic, put the banana away. I do not want to hear that they've simplified the game further. I do not want to hear that they've streamlined anything. I don't want to hear any of that shit. I don't want you to tell me you're making the game more flat and boring. I just want you to show me that you're making the game deep and interesting. That's all I want. That's all I want. At every level, I want the game to be deep and interesting. Not convoluted. Not complex. No, complex is fine. But even then, I don't really need complexity. Complexity should be something I can choose to interact with, or I can be smooth-brained. Like, the people that choose to go full complex should be able to beat me if I go smooth-brained, but I can still smooth-brain my way to fun. Just make the game deep and interesting. Don't make the game simplified and routine. Right now, the game is routine. And routines are something you do because they're necessary, not because you do them for fun. Like, you have a routine for work, you have a routine with your pets, a routine with your children. Like, routine is something you do because they're necessary for the functioning of something. I don't want a routine game. I want an interesting game. That's it. So Tiki, last time my Genes to the Cult were interesting was in 8th edition. That's when I played the ever-living shit out of them. They've not been interesting in 2 editions. Just make them interesting. That's all I ask. Not you personally, ask of GW. From Jacob, the perfect list and last meme in stream discussion. Right. Is it the perfect list? Because you've called it poo. Right. Dawn, Dawn, Hellhound, Dawn, 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 Scions, Night. Methinks someone's crashing out over the Dawn nerf. You want to know something, bro? If you didn't bollock around and you took all this shit out and you just replaced all this with Guardsmen, I think you'd be in a good place. How many points is that you're fucking about with? 410, 480, 605? Bro, just Like, dude, I'm not even fucking with you, man. Just take all of that out and take 5 20-man guardsman squads. And maybe you have to figure out how to get an officer in there. I don't fucking know. Maybe you drop a Dawn. Right, 1 minute. How about this for a fucking list, you fucking reprobate? Right. 260 plus 260 plus 260 plus 290. So 1 Dawn Commander and 3 of the Dawns. Seems a little much. Seems a little... But anyway, we'll see how it goes. 120, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Boom. Why not just take 4 Dawns, 2 Commanders, 2 Regulars, 120 Guardsmen, Creed, and a Command Squad, which gets you 6 orders for all those Guardsmen, and a Commissar for reserve. Infantry and tanks, baby. Infantry and tanks. If you want to run 5 Dawns... One, 2, 3, 4. Then you take 80 Guardsmen. I don't think 80 is enough, though. Truth be told, I don't think 80 is enough. But if you want to run that many... I think the middle ground probably, like, if you want 5 tanks, I think the middle ground is 5 tanks and 100 Guardsmen. That's 100 Guardsmen with a Command Squad and a Castellan and Grizzled Company. So 5 orders, 5 blobs. Okay. Triple Dawn. Well, 2 Dawns and a Dawn Commander. So close. So damn... 1 minute. No, I got to do it again. We know it's 720 for the infantry. Triple Dawn. 2 Lehman Russ commanders. 100 guardsmen. Cadian Command Squad. 100 Cadians. Cadian Command Squad. Cadian Castellan. And a Commissar. 2,000 points. 100 infantry. 5 tanks. Sometimes you have to think small in order to win big. Double Dawn and Shaddy Sword, mate. Just bust a rift, mate. Just bust a rift. It's true. Auto include. Look at what they need to mimic a fraction of our power. It's actually true, man. It's actually true. Yeah. All right. There you go. But Mountain, thank you for super chat. It's a small goal, but a goal achieved in stream discussion. It's never been done. In my relatively short hobby career, I've never shown up with a fully painted and based army. 750 points of Japanese for a 2v2 game in a couple of weeks. Nice. That's cool, man. No, that is a big deal. Not only is it fully painted, it's well painted as well. Got some Shibito, Pound Officer, Ghost Armor, guys, Shibura rifles, artillery, and some shit munchers. Ghost Warriors look good. Shibito look good. Cannon looks good. Officer looks good. Shiburu Sniper and bam. Yeah. Cool. Banzai! I like it, mate. Yeah, I really like it. That's cool. Tiki, thank you for super chat, man. I emailed you a list back in 7th, and you actually took the time to email me back and said my list was shit, unless I was going for a theme-heavy army. Being a fan ever since, you asked, Warhammer 40k, but actually K47! I mean, it was a shit list, bro. But nothing wrong with a shit list if you're running a theme. Like, I'm going to be running a shit list with this National Guard thing. But, oh, by the way, I've picked out the unit I'm going to do for my National Guard. I think this will get all the Americans pretty happy. Tiki, I think you'll like this as well. Straddles the line between bolt action and K47. So I've been, by the way, before I forget, Tiki, it's been a pleasure to have you part of this community as well. Thank you for the kind words, but let me give you some kind words back. Wouldn't be the same without you. And I mean that wholeheartedly. I think everyone here can see it. So, 97, man. Sometimes I get carried away with my own ideas. I don't mean to be rude. But my idea of the K47 list is, so, obviously, I've been running, like, my Soviets at the last event. And it was like, it was pretty Soviet. You know, it was very brutal, very rifty, very elite. Just took the best units kind of thing. Like, it was good. It was good, don't get me wrong. And it was a more balanced list than I think people gave it credit for. But it was a very, like, smash kind of list. And I want to do something a bit different for my next army. Because I didn't really, the thing is, I didn't really have a name. If you notice, I didn't have really a name for that army. It was just the all gas, no brakes list. But I want to, what I want to do with conflict now, more so than, what I want to do is what I've done with like Old World and what I used to do with 40k, where it's like, these are not just guardsmen. These are not just the Soviets. These are my Mordian 50th rifles, if it was 40k. Or these are not just Armageddon Steel Legion. These are my 234th Armageddon Rustbloods. These are not, you know, this is not just my Scions. This is Task Force Icarus. Yeah. And with Old World, these are not just my Empire. These are Vossenberg's Vagabonds. And something I want to try and do with my Orcs is, you know, I've got the Emperor Orc and his Praetorian Guard and all that kind of stuff. I want to like get into that. So what I want to do that with conflict. Cosmic, the Krieger part of the 234th Armageddon. They're like a combined regiment. They bring the infantry, the Armageddon bring the Steel Legion. They bring the what do you call it? The fucking tanks. But with my with conflict, I want to not just collect the Soviets, but I want to start collecting named armies. So I've got it for my Germans. I've already got it. It's the 501st Fallschirmjäger Division. That never existed, by the way. That's a pure... I went 501st because I thought it's kind of a cool reference to Star Wars. And also, what's kind of funny is one of the first guard models I ever bought secondhand was a banner bearer. That's the one who put the 501st in the top corner. And I just painted over the 1, and that's where the Mordian 50 rifle, one of the places the Mordian 50 rifles came from. So, one of the things I want to do, now that I've got a little bit of everything for conflict, I want to actually, like, make a themed, named force that I can just dive into and love and all that kind of stuff. So I've got for my Soviets, I'm going to, they're going to be called the 50th Guard, Soviet 50th Guards, because it's like the 50th, because the Soviets are my army, they're the guys that speak to me the most. So they're, 50th Rifles, 50th Guard Army, which was an actual army. But the one that they're sort of going to be the catch-all names for those forces. But, the Fallschirmjäger 501st, the Soviet 50th Guards. But what I want to do is now, with my Americans, really turn the vibes up to 11. And so I did a little bit of research on famous... And the vibe I want to go for with my Americans is I want to make them the Guard. I want to Guardify the shit out of them. Because the Americans are all about... They are the human faction. In many ways, they're the fanatical, religious human faction. So they've got the God Emperor FDR. They've got, obviously, some sinister shit going on in the background as well, like the Inquisition does and all that kind of stuff. And but then on the front lines, you've got Fireflies, but Fireflies are just men with backpacks, with fancy backpacks. They've got power armor, but they're just men in power armor. But one of the things I want to do, but we know the Fireflies are good. This is going somewhere, don't worry. We know the Fireflies are good. We know the Paragons are good. But what I want to do is, of course, go the opposite way to everybody else. Of course I do. I see what's good and I go the opposite direction. I forge my own path. And so what I want to do is not take Fireflies, but I want to make an Imperial Guard themed American force. Not the Imperial Guard, the National Guard. And I looked into some famous National Guard regiments that might be appropriate, because I kind of want to... I want it to be an army which I'm going to be able to use in bolt action and in Conflict 47, but have that feed into the lore of the regiment. So I went for the 30th Infantry Division, which, if you look into the 30th Division, fits perfectly for Conflict 47 and for the vibe that I'm trying to go for with this army. So the 30th Infantry Division were a National Guard unit that were called the Old Hickories. Love that. Love that. So the reason why they were called the Old Hickories is because they were formed in World War I and then basically like reactivated, reformed, went to war. They were formed in World War I and then basically reformed in World War II. I'm simplifying it massively. And so that's why they were called Old Hickories, because they had quite a bit of history behind them. And so the idea is like, and they did a lot of fighting. They took part in the Battle of the Bulge. But one of the things, and it's going to sound bad, but one of their nicknames, but it fits so good. It fits so good in Conflict 47s. One of their nicknames was FDR's SS. And the reason they got nicknamed that by the Germans, and you think, oh, that's because they were like super evil, right? Like they were going around like committing war crimes. Not from what I can tell. I've only done a quick bit of research while having a shit. The reason why they were called FDR's SS is because the Germans gave them that nickname. Because during a couple of key engagements in the Battle of the Bulge, they dealt with the elite German like panzer forces that were pushing in on them so completely, so efficiently, so effectively that the Germans didn't believe they were a National Guard unit. They said they must be an elite formation, like one of our SS formations. So obviously the SS ended up getting all the best soldiers and all the elite equipment and all that kind of stuff. So they called them like FDR's SS. That was the moniker the Germans gave them. But obviously, that works amazingly in Conflict 47 because FDR has become the God Emperor. So calling these guys FDR's SS is not like, is actually, it sort of leans into the fact that they are FDR's fanatics. And I'm going to have, my law for the 30s is going to be like, they are like particularly, they are believers. They are believers. Like there's not a man amongst them that doesn't believe FDR is an angel sent from God. And it's not that they're not like SSs in like they're, again, I'm not that, maybe they'll do a few war crimes. Maybe they'll be executing heretics, all that kind of stuff. Maybe. But it's not really because of that. It's because they're going to be like fervent, fanatical believers in Miracle Day. In fucking Miracle Day. Yeah. So that's the regiment I've gone for. So I think it just really works well for Conflict 47. But we can add our own like twist onto it. So yeah, I'm gonna to be fair, they were hard as shit. They took 9,000 casualties in 3 months. Yeah. They were they had a maintained strength, standing strength of 15,000 roughly, and over the course of the war they took 18,000 like casualties. That's not like dead, like they didn't all die, but that's like wounded. So they obviously had a lot of people die, but there were a lot of people wounded. So they were actually like, even though they were a National Guard regiment, they were pretty hard. But that really gives me, like an excuse to I can have inexperienced people in there to represent like the replacements, like just the people that have just been caught up in the religious fervor, and the most like fanatical ones at the recruitment office are like sent to the 30th kind of thing. And then I can also have like regulars, or I can have dead hard veterans as well. So it just allows me to go for a real mixture of forces. And so the idea that I'm going to have with the army, the idea I've got so far, is I'm going to have like a couple of power armored squads, because I've got a couple already painted up, right? So I'm going to have a couple of power armored squads, which are going to be veteran, and they're going to be the guys that like they've been fighting since the beginning. Maybe even some of them have been reactivated from World War I. Maybe a few granddads in there. Do you know what I mean? But they're going to be the veteran corps. And then I'm going to have like a mixture of like regular and inexperienced infantry to make up the rest of the force. And then I'm going to support that force with like some maybe that if there's any mech in there, it'll be like one Grizzly, because that was like the first ever mech that got made. But the idea is that these guys, they're still like a National Guard unit. So they don't get like the best equipment. The best equipment goes to the Fireflies. The best equipment goes to the Paragon divisions and all that kind of stuff. The best equipment goes to like the elite divisions. These guys are still just normal humans. So a couple of power armor squads, because I need to take them for my minimum requirements for an assault platoon. And then I want to basically take a heavy weapon platoon, which has 350 cal machine guns in it. Hence why I've painted up 1, 2, 3. So I'm going to have a heavy machine. I'm going to have a 50. I'm going to basically build it around like the classic guard mentality of like 3 platoons. So I'm going to have 3 platoons of the army. Each platoon is going to have at least 1 basic infantry squad, and a heavy weapon team, and an officer, and an armored vehicle. And basically, that's what I'm gonna. And then obviously there'll be the two power armor squads as well. So yeah, that's kind of the plan. It might end up being 2 platoons though, because I've tried running 3 platoons and it's a little tricky. Yeah. It's a little tricky. If I run if I run 3 platoons, it's 3 5-man squads. I've already mapped the list out. If I run 3 platoons, it's 3 5-man power armor squads, veteran, 3 50 cals, 3 like 8-man teams of like bozos, and it's 2 Tesla Stewarts and a Tesla Greyhound. And I don't know, like that just doesn't quite, I don't know, it doesn't feel like enough. Maybe just me, it doesn't feel like, I feel like I need, I don't know, maybe I'm being silly, but it just doesn't quite feel like enough. Like the officers are all bare bones, minimum inexperience. I don't really want to do that. You know, like I want a little more. So I might change it to, I've got 350 cals, Siriade. So each platoon would consist of a power armor squad, a 50 cal team, an officer, an 8-man basic squad, and a Tesla and a vehicle of some kind, and a tank of some kind. So Tesla AT gun. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, I thought about it, but I mean, I've already got the heavy weapon teams. The heavy machine guns. Yeah. So I thought about it, but I'm a little tempted to bring it down to 2 platoons. And what I would maybe do in 2 platoons is I would have like a couple of 50 cal teams, a single power armament squad, a couple of basic bozo squads, and maybe like a single tank. But maybe like a Tesla Sherman, or even a regular Sherman. I am tempted to go for a 0 Rift Dice list. I just know that if I do take a 0 Rift Dice list, I will encounter 1 single Ursus and die. 1. Yeah. But I'm still tempted. Just for the vibes. Just for the vibes. But we'll see. I could take Lees. I've got 2 Lees. Just go on double tapping people with light AT and medium AT with HE. Just saying. I don't have 2 Wolverines, unfortunately. Yeah. You need Lees to succeed. More than any lore snippets of conflict that detail which units are more likely to be deployed on a specific theatre. Yeah, that stuff's coming out with the Festung Europa book. Like, the Fireflies are concentrated in Europe. You know, stuff like that. It's starting to emerge. It's early days, but it's all starting to come together. Yeah. All right, couple of super chats here. So, Ed Bailey, thank you for super chat. First, you need to shave. I do. Don't worry. Second, Rattleton Cup. You scum. Third, do you have a video for Met Guard, what you take, and how you use them? Yes. Many videos. If you just type in Mordian Glory Met Guard, it will come up with how to build a beginner mech army from 500 to 2,000. It'll come up with multiple after action reports featuring lists and stuff. Yeah, like, I mean, even this one from like a year ago is still pretty relevant. You'll like look at this list and it won't be all that different to like this list. Like, if I look at this list now, would I take that to a tournament? Let's have a look. Yeah, of course. Triple Vank, 2 tank commanders with execution plasma cannons, 5 chimeras with, like, literally, this list here is still the exact same list I would take. Sorry, Squark, it's not happening. Yeah. I still take that list, no dramas. If you look, the only thing that happened, the only thing that changed is I don't have a big zoom out one. The only thing that changed is I took a slightly different. I took the demolishers and the tank commands instead, 9-2 basilisks. That's basically all that changed. Yeah. So yeah. So Met Guard still absolutely smashes it, Ed Bailey. There you are. Now, if you're interested in some Met Guard units, don't forget to use my affiliate links down in the description below. There you go, Ed. Are you happy, Ed? Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat. Hobby update, stream discussion, basing question. All right, this is my last super chat that I'm going to pop off, guys, because it's been it's actually 4:30 where I am. 6 mutants and 10 falcons, all done. All that's left is 5 style troopers. The Baron to be painted, and then it's on to the Basathron. And suggestions of the colour palette for the Baron and his men, especially the flag. Also recommendation base with the gravel kind of thing. Choose Astro Granite, then dip it in the gravel. No, you don't need Astro Granite and gravel. You just need one or the other. You just need one or the other. You don't need both. These look cool, man. I can tell you how to do it, Cosmic. It will only take me a second. These are cool, man. That's cool. I think if he's the Baron, there's got to be some red and gold in there, right? I think your normal guys are red and black. Your leaders are red, black, and red helmets. I think these guys should have red and black and gold on them. Yeah. That's what I would do. Nice. Now, how to base using gravel. It's very, very simple. I will help you. That's fine. Okay. So, if you are going to do the Astro Granite, so that they're 2 separate techniques, all right? There's 2 separate techniques. If you're going to do Astro Granite, this is the result. Let me see if I can stop the camera from messing. Well, actually, I might bring it up to the camera. Come on. It doesn't really come out. There you go. Right. If you're going to do Astro Granite, what you do is you paint the entire base black in speed paint and let it dry. Then you put Astro Granite, like you can see the grey area here all the way around, and here as well. You just do a thin layer of Astro Granite on the base. Don't need too much at all. You're meant to be walking almost over it rather than on it, right? Because it's not mud, it's concrete. Bit of rubble. Let that dry. Once it's dry, shade it in Norn oil. Shade the Astro Granite that's dried in Norn oil. Not the base rim, just the Astro Granite. Let that dry. You can then stop there if you want to. If you want to, as you can see here, there's like a little brighter spot like here. It's a little brighter here. It's not quite so flat. You can then dry brush a light. This is from a traditional paint. Dry brush gently a light amount of light grey. I use celestial grey, I think it is. It sounds like it's a lot of steps, like 4 whole steps. It's really quick. It's Astro Granite, everyone. By the time, let all of them dry. Norn oil, all of them. Let them dry. I mean gentle. If you do it too much, you'll just end up like painting the base fucking celestial grey. You don't want to do that. Gentle dry brush of the Astro Granite. All you're trying to do is like highlight the top of the grains, right? in Celestial Grey. Done. It's really quick. It's like, cumulatively, you're looking about 30 seconds to a minute per model because you're batch painting it, right? Obviously, it'll take more than a minute because things got to dry, but cumulatively across an average, so I should say, across each model, you're looking at about a minute per guy, so it's not that much. Now, if you want to do gravel, this isn't actually a great example, but it'll do. Okay, instead of, I'll give you a better example. Okay. Now, obviously, this isn't gravel, but it is basically, it is the same material. I've just gone for Mediterranean. You've gone for city rubble. Okay, but it's exactly the same process. Mine's just green. Yours is like black and grey. All you do, if you've gone for black city gravel, paint your base rims black, let them dry. If you don't already have, if you want some pre-made stuff, Geek Gaming Scenics makes fast drying basing glue. If you don't want some pre-made stuff, PVA glue. Now, what you want to do is, I don't even think you water it down. What you want to do is, once the base is dry, you do want to water it down. Thin down some PVA glue. Not too much. We're talking 1 to 1. You still want it a little sticky. You don't want it complete water. 1 to 1. 1 ratio of water to PVA. And you just cover the entire base in it. And then you take that base and you put it through your... This is why I have mine in like a tub like this. Okay. So obviously if I was doing it with this one, imagine it's covered in PVA. I take the entire thing, put it in there, shake it around, completely submerge it, and then I pull it out. And then all I do is just tip the excess, because the stuff will the stuff you want will stick to the base. Stuff you don't want will just land back in there. It's not got any glue in it, it just lands back in there. That's how I've done literally just done these guys the other day. Okay? PVA. Well, I use the Geek Gaming basing glue, but I basically PVA or basing glue, and then scoop it in around there, tap off the excess, and then you let it dry. It'll probably dry overnight, so don't be there thinking it'll be done. It'll dry in like a couple of minutes. It won't. Let it dry overnight, and then what you do is you get then you mix some more watered down PVA, but this time it is really thin. Okay, you want it to be. It's hard. You'll have to. It's hard to say the exact ratios, but you want it to be quite thin. Not water, not complete water, but definitely like if you put your brush into it, it would like drip off your brush kind of thing. And then what you do, and I'll give you an example. I can actually do this bit right now for you, right? Because this is the only tricky bit. The other bit's easy. Paint base black, put it in. Let it dry, right? That's easy. This is the only tricky bit, and I'll show you right now how I do it. And there are guides on this, by the way, Cosmic. You'll find clearer explanations than mine on YouTube for basing guides and stuff. But I've got my PVA here. I'm going to put a bit out here, right? And then let me get some fresh water, because I don't want to use dirty paint water from last night. You can buy watered down PVA glue if you want, but it's more expensive than just doing it yourself. If you've only got PVA glue lying around, that's fine. Okay? So, Cosmic, you've poured a little bit of PVA out. Get an old, shitty brush, because it'll get ruined by this process. So, I've got this really old, shitty GW one, right? Get that out. Get a bit of water on your brush and dip it in. Literally like that. Like droplet at a time. All right? Mix it around a bit. Get until it's nice and thin. All right? That's pretty good. Okay? Let's see if I can hold this up so you can see it. So it's still very clearly quite you can't see through it. It's translucent. It's nearly opaque, you know. But if you see, as I'm picking it up, it's not like it's like leaving a big string of PVA on the brush. See what I mean? It's flowing like water. That's a good consistency right there. It's flowing not like water, because if it was water, it would instantly come together again. But you do that, you see it takes like a second to come together. That's like the consistency you want. So literally, bit of PVA, water it down to that level where it's like, it's almost like a thinned down paint, right? And then take your model and you just, and it might seem a bit weird, but you just take it and you put it right over the basing material. And you might think, oh no, I'm ruining it. Look, it's all wet. Oh, it's all wet and my base looks like it's covered in jizz and all that kind of stuff. All right? It looks like you've ruined it. You haven't. Okay? Just be careful. You will get a little bit on your brush, that's fine, but just be careful. This does require a slightly delicate hand and a little bit of patience. You just scrape it over until if you've got like a bit of rock there, you want to try and like, you're trying to keep the rocks glued down. So you can do a bit of extra glue on the rocks there. But, you know, when I say delicate hand, you just don't want to like scrape, or you're trying to like cover the material in the watered down glue. You're not trying to like scrape the material off. You don't want to risk doing that, right? And then once it dries, and then so that looks ruined, right? It looks like it's covered in jizz, right? It won't be. Once it's dried, it'll come out looking like this. It'll actually be still relatively fluffy. It'll just be, doesn't come off, look. There's no excess material coming off there at all. Solid as a rock. There you go. So it sounds complicated, but literally it's, I mean, I don't have a guide to do, but it's literally paint your base in black. Obviously, I do mine brown because I've got grass, but you're going to paint your base in black. Put your guy literally like this in the tub. Submerge him. You see how he's like submerged in the tub. Scrape off the excess. Not scrape off, sorry. Tap off the excess back into the tub. Let that dry. And then water down PVA on top. So it's paint brown. Layer of PVA. Layer of watered down PVA in the tub. Seal with more watered down PVA. Done. So it sounds complicated, but it really, really isn't. It's literally water PVA in the tub, tap off excess, leave it, come back to it the next day, water down PVA over the top, done. There you go. Astro Granite is easier because it's just paint base black, Astro Granite on, shade, and then dry brush. And the dry brush is optional. So here's the thing. I'll show you the difference. This is the Astro Granite not dry brushed. It's quite flat and dark, but looks perfectly reasonable. This is the Astro Granite dry brushed. So it does make a big difference. Like you can see that this one looks a lot less flat. But if you don't literally have to dry brush. So Cosmic, the easiest option, if you want to go down the easy route, is literally paint your base black, let it dry. Astro Granite, let it dry. Northern Oil, let it dry. It's basically like, you know when you do your muddy bases, it's exactly the same process, except you're just doing Northern Oil at the end. Yeah. So that might be easier for you. Now, the reason why you would consider doing the sandy technique is because it will provide a much more realistic looking finish. Whereas Astro Granite kind of just looks like a bit of Astro Granite. It looks fine, but Astro Granite is a bit more functional. Yeah. But honestly, mate, when you're looking at a model from 2 feet away, you know what I always say, man? Do you look at a model up like that, or do you look at a model 2 feet away on a table whilst you're playing with your mates? So, if there is no, and I mean this wholeheartedly, there is no shame in seeing like the gravel technique and going, not for me. There's no shame in that at all. It's there if you want it, but it's not mandatory. Yeah. It's whatever you prefer. I like, you know, this kind of stuff because I really like the texture it leaves behind. You know, this is like, you know, I like the tufts of grass and whatnot. I like this, you know. Same for, you know, I like the, you know, I like using the gravel technique because I like the finish, but I've got plenty of armies where I don't use it. So there is another way you can do it, Cosmic, if this helps. You can get the pre-mixed basing glue. I do recommend this one. And then the other way, now I don't think it's as reliable. I will say this, you probably will still get a bit of gravel coming off the base. But the other way is you can use use that glue, dip your model in your tub full of gravel, tap off the excess, let it dry, and then you can use like a spray varnish, like an army painter, like matte varnish. The only reason I don't recommend that is matte varnish can leave a weird frosty effect if it's not done in the right conditions. It's like if you try and prime in the wrong conditions. If you try and varnish in the wrong conditions, you get like a weird frosty effect, and it can kind of spoil the paint job. Yeah. Yeah. So, but that can seal the basing material in. Yeah, they can seal the basing material in.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
Yeah. So it's yeah. It's just like priming though. You know, if you prime in bad weather, you get the bobbly effect. If you varnish in bad weather, you get the frosty effect. Yeah. All right, Cosmic. I hope that helps, mate. All right. One last super chat here from Gil Congain. Thank you for super chat, man. Hello. Not sure if it was mentioned. Archon had another stream earlier. There is an all-in bundle for StarCraft. 2,000 points for all 3 armies. And for $750 US or $550 includes the Zeratul promo. Yeah, I saw that, man. I thought it was pretty cool. I've got my current approach to the StarCraft thing is I have one eye on it. Like, I've got what I actually think the game is appropriately priced. I think it's somewhere between Conflict 47 and, well, I think it's basically one level above Conflict 47. Like, Conflict is, you know, you can get an army in Conflict for like 150 quid basically, but it looks like in StarCraft you're looking at more like 200. So it's not much more, but it's in the same ballpark basically. So it's definitely in the right. It's definitely in the right price range for me to consider it. I'm just keeping an eye on it. Like if I see it popping off in popularity, I'll definitely consider getting into it. Because I used to love playing Wings of Liberty back in the day, and you know it's got. I need to know a little bit more about like how you can like upgrade the armies and stuff, because I like horde armies, so like Zerg obviously kind of appeals to me at the moment and stuff. But yeah, I'm probably not gonna buy in day one. But if I see a bit of traction behind it, I could certainly buy in at some point. Yeah. Certainly. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, the only reason I'm a little hesitant is because I feel slightly like I'm nearly at my maximum capacity for new game systems. Like I play 40k, modern 40k, and I play old 40k with 4th edition, and then I play old world, Warhammer Fantasy, and then I play Bolt Action and Conflict 47. So I've kind of got 5 game systems at the moment, and I don't want to. I'm kind of hesitant for a 6th one. I suppose what I'm saying is, if 11th edition 40k completely fucks the bed, that'll free up a slot. That might free up a slot, So, yeah, I'm keeping an eye on it for sure. For sure. Yeah. But right now, I've got an eye on 11th edition, an eye on StarCraft, and I'm playing Conflict and Old World. But no, I am very interested in the... I like StarCraft as a universe. I think there's lots... I like the StarCraft games. I could definitely see myself getting like a Terran Marine force for sure. Just mass unupgraded Marines, just like back in the day. And no stims, no shields, just the way God intended. Guns and armor. Yeah, so yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. But like I said, I've definitely got my eye on it. Yeah, Aldeas, if 11th doesn't arrive, as I said on one vid, I'll take the money for the launch box and spend it on 2 K47 armies. Exactly. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. But on that note, UberMex still up. I'm about to go. I'm about to go, man. But on that note, ladies, gentlemen, Small for Creeps Off Centauri, it's been an absolute pleasure. It's been a great way to end the week. Considering how it was going on Wednesday. Thursday and Friday have been a lot better. Thursday was great because I just paid up a shitload of HMG teams. And Friday today was great because it was just hype. I don't get to the end of the stream and have like a somewhat anxious feeling because of all the fucking beef. Yeah, so it's been great. And I'm really excited for what's coming with Festung Europa. I'm really excited. I've got a little bit of hope. I've got a little bit of hope for 11th with that Orc boss. And I've really invigorated my old world love again. Really, really have. So yeah, it's all coming up Millhouse. It's all coming up Millhouse. It's all coming up Mordium. Let's close the poll, see what people are saying. People are most excited for Festung Europa, which is kind of crazy. But but what I love about that poll is the split really isn't that far. It's not like it's 8% on one and 70% on another. It's actually a really reasonable split. No one has more than 50%. So there's a really good split of people who are hopeful for 11th and for K47 and for Old World, which is perfect because those are the 3 games that we've kind of been just loving on the channel. Yeah, I feel like those 3 games have struck we've struck a really good balance of those games in the channel now. I just need to get a bit more regular Old World content, so it's not so much in fits and starts. But yeah, if we can get some regular Old World to go along with the regular K47 and the regular 40K, I think we'll have a really, really nice balance. And no matter what happens, we'll always have something exciting and fun to talk about. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for joining in today's stream. And of course, thank you for joining in every stream. Thank you for... we get to the end of another week. Another week we'll be doing this crazy gig somehow, full time. And yeah, thank you so much. Aldeus, Old World Battle Report film today, mate. Going up next Saturday. So 8 days time. Well, 7 days now, I suppose. Yeah. So don't worry. And then another one will be going. I'll have another one on the mic. I'm getting Old World bat reps. It's because most people don't really care about Old World tactics because people just like to figure things out for themselves in Old World. So the only content that people really like for Old World is tournament reports and battle reports. So I need to make sure I've got a regular source of at least one of those 2. Yeah. But thank you so much to all of you for watching. It's like, seriously, thank you for supporting the channel, like, you know, liking, subscribing, all that. Because if you've not done so already, don't forget to do so. And yeah, thank you for all the support, all the super chats. I mean, it's been you guys have, as always, have just been incredibly generous, and it's been so good to see people like excited for the hype again, and it's just been awesome. Yeah, it's yeah, I've had a good one tonight. Oh, and maybe, but I can't promise anything, maybe a bonus stream at the weekend, but probably not. But maybe if my Warlord package, my mysterious Warlord package, they haven't told me what it is, arrives, then if I get it tomorrow, I'll stream. Otherwise, it'll be Monday. Okay. But yeah, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Thank you for all your support. Thank you for your great company. Thank you for the heady heights, the terrible lows. Thank you for all of the laughs, all of the cries. And thank you for being the best goddamn community out there. You're all a bunch of crazy, beautiful bastards, and I love every single one of you. All right. I think that's about it. Cosmic, Paragon spam Varak for Riftbusters. Oh, I'll get him. I'll get him. He thinks he's all that. I'll get him. All right. What should we play us out with? I feel like people were most hyped for Conflict 47 today. So I feel like it should be a Conflict 47 outro. I feel like should we have the Totem Core song play us out or something? Or the Soviet... Ooh. No, I think it's got to be the Soviet starter set, hasn't it? I know, Squawk. I know, but I think we have to have a Soviet song play us out because of how hype it was, the Soviet stuff coming in. Yeah, it's gotta be. It's gotta be. We had Hell March the other day. Why don't we go for why don't we go for another great song? All right. That's the one, Cosmic. Exactly. All right, you crazy bastards. I'm flagging, you can tell, right? Thank you so much for your support. You're all crazy, beautiful motherfuckers. And as always, I'll see you guys next time.
Infantry, sir. Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man